Hey, story seekers. Welcome to Revenger What If. Today's gem is titled What If Naruto Was a True Alpha Werewolf in Forks Who Made Rosalie Hail Leave Emmett to be his queen. If you find our content valuable, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support inspires us. Now, let the magic of storytelling begin. Chapter 1, Stranger Tides. The rain fell in sheets across the dense Washington forest, droplets cascading through evergreen canopies with a sound like distant applause. Naruto Uzumaki moved through the downpour with inhuman grace, his senses heightened beyond what even the local wildlife could detect. The forest seemed to whisper around him, drawing him deeper into the Olympic Peninsula with an energy signature he'd been tracking for weeks. His golden hair, typically vibrant as sunlight, was now darkened by rain and plastered against his forehead. The spiral tattoo on his abdomen pulsed with warmth beneath his soaked black t-shirt, the nine tails stirring within him, responding to whatever power source called them to this remote corner of the country. "We're getting close, Kurama," Naruto muttered, knowing the ancient fox spirit sealed within him could hear his thoughts just as clearly. "Whatever's pulling us here, it's old. Older than you, maybe." The fox's rumbling voice echoed in his mind. "This place reeks of cold ones. But there's something else, something familiar from our world." Naruto paused atop a moss-covered ridge, his enhanced vision cutting through the misty darkness to survey the small town nestled in the valley below. Forks, Washington. Population barely over 3,000. The kind of place where strangers stood out. The kind of place that shouldn't have been broadcasting supernatural energy strong enough to reach him halfway across the country. "Guess we're about to find out what makes this place so special," he said, adjusting the weatherproof pack on his shoulders. Despite his drenched appearance, Naruto grinned, revealing slightly elongated canines, a subtle sign of his true nature. The true alpha status he carried wasn't just a title, it was etched into his very DNA, a convergence of his bloodline and the Nine Tails power that made him unlike any werewolf these lands had ever seen. He took a deep breath, sorting through the complex tapestry of scents the rain brought him. Pine. Moss. Deer trails. And something distinctly off, sickly sweet like perfume mixed with marble dust. Vampires. At least 7 distinct scents. And something else, earthy, musky, reminiscent of wolves but not quite the same as his own scent. Indigenous shapeshifters, perhaps. "Looks like we're not the only supernatural players in town, Kurama." The fox chuckled darkly in his mind. "When have we ever been?" Naruto descended toward town, sticking to the forest rather than the road. Something told him announcing his arrival wasn't the wisest move. 3 days later, Naruto had established a makeshift base in an abandoned hunter's cabin 5 miles outside town. He'd spent those days reconnoitering, mapping territories, and observing the strange dynamics of Forks. The local high school seemed to be the center of an unusual social ecosystem, where impossibly beautiful pale teenagers kept to themselves while casting wary glances toward the Native American youths who watched them with barely concealed hostility. Vampires and werewolves, or something close to them, coexisting in an uneasy truce. Fascinating. But it wasn't until his 4th night that the situation escalated. Naruto was tracking the energy signature through the forest when a growl stopped him in his tracks. Not one growl, many. He turned slowly to find himself surrounded by enormous wolves, each the size of a small horse, their fur varying shades of gray, brown, and black. The largest, a midnight black wolf with eyes that held too much intelligence to be animal, stepped forward, teeth bared. Naruto didn't flinch. He'd faced much worse than oversized wolves. "I'm not here for trouble," he said calmly, knowing they could understand him. Their minds felt human beneath the wolf exterior, shapeshifters, not true werewolves like himself. The black wolf's growl deepened, and the circle tightened. "I said," Naruto's voice dropped an octave, his eyes flashing crimson for a brief moment, "I'm not here for trouble. But I'm not leaving either." A russet brown wolf lunged forward, only to be stopped by the black wolf's warning bark. The tension in the air thickened as Naruto stood his ground, unmoving despite the circle of teeth and claws surrounding him. You have questions. So do I. Naruto shrugged off his jacket, letting it fall to the forest floor. But this isn't the way to start a conversation. The black wolf's eyes narrowed, and Naruto felt a mental probe, crude but effective, trying to assess whether he was a threat. You want to see what I am? Naruto asked, a dangerous smile playing at his lips. Fine. But remember, you asked for this. The transformation wasn't like theirs, explosive and violent. Naruto's change rippled across his skin like golden light, his body shifting with practiced control. Unlike the Quilut wolves, he didn't grow to enormous size or lose his human form entirely. Instead, his features sharpened, becoming more feral. Golden fur appeared in patches across his exposed skin. His fingers elongated into claws, and his face shifted slightly, canines extending, whisker marks on his cheeks deepening until they resembled actual whiskers. Most striking were his eyes, turning from azure blue to blood red with slitted pupils. The power that radiated from him sent the wolves stepping back involuntarily. This was alpha energy, but unlike anything they'd ever felt, not tied to their bloodline or traditions but something ancient and foreign. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, he said, his voice deeper in this half-transformed state. I'm not here to challenge your territory. I'm tracking an energy source that led me to Forks. Once I find what I'm looking for, I'll be on my way. The black wolf stared at him for a long moment before backing away, then disappearing behind a large tree. Moments later, a tall, muscular man with copper skin and cropped black hair emerged, wearing only cut-off shorts. His expression was guarded, authoritative. Sam Yuli, he introduced himself curtly. Alpha of the Quilut pack. You're on our land. Naruto allowed his features to return to human, though he kept his senses heightened. Like I said, I'm just passing through. What are you? Sam demanded. You're not one of us. Not a cold one either. I'm a werewolf, but not your kind. Where I come from, we call my type a true alpha, born, not made. Naruto provided just enough information to satisfy immediate curiosity without revealing his full nature. I carry a spirit that's been with me since birth. Sam's eyes narrowed. Our legends speak of spirit warriors, but you're not Quilut. Different spirits, different lands, Naruto said with a shrug. Look, I respect your territory. But something in Forks is putting out an energy signature similar to my homeland. I need to investigate it. Forks isn't just our territory, Sam said, his tone measured but firm. There's a coven of cold ones, vampires, who have a treaty with us. Your presence complicates things. I'm not interested in vampire politics, Naruto replied. The russet wolf growled again, and Sam shot him a warning look. Jacob thinks you're lying. Jacob needs to work on his manners, Naruto responded, meeting the wolf's gaze steadily. I'm being straight with you. Something called me here. I'm following that call. I don't want to fight, but I will if forced. Sam studied him for a long moment. The rest of the pack remained in wolf form, muscles tense, ready to attack at their alpha's command. Finally, Sam spoke. We'll escort you to the treaty line. Beyond that is Cullen territory. Whatever business you have, take it up with them. But know this, any threat to the humans in Forks or La Push will be dealt with. Permanently. Naruto nodded. Fair enough. The treaty line, as it turned out, was a river cutting through the forest. Sam and 3 of his pack members, now in human form, stood on one bank while Naruto stood alone on the opposite shore. The night had deepened, the rain reduced to a gentle mist that clung to the trees. The Cullens will have caught your scent by now, Sam explained. They'll find you. Or I'll find them, Naruto replied, already sensing the approach of multiple vampires moving with preternatural speed through the forest. Sam's expression darkened. Remember what I said. Any threat will be dealt with permanently. Got it. Naruto gave a two-fingered salute that managed to be both respectful and slightly mocking. Thanks for the escort. Sam and his pack retreated into the forest, though Naruto knew they wouldn't go far. They'd be watching, waiting to see how the interaction with the vampires played out. He didn't have to wait long. Within minutes, the forest around him filled with the sickly sweet scent of vampires. They moved like ghosts between the trees, circling, assessing. You might as well come out, Naruto called, turning slowly to track their movements. Your stealth needs work. A soft chuckle preceded their appearance. First came a blond male, moving with the controlled grace of a centuries-old predator. His eyes were strange, golden rather than the red Naruto had expected. Next appeared a small female with short, spiky black hair and a curious, almost excited expression. Then a bronze-haired younger male with a brooding countenance. Finally, two more, a caramel-haired woman with a gentle face and a massive bear of a vampire with curly dark hair and an eager grin that suggested he wouldn't mind a fight. Welcome to Forks, the blonde male said pleasantly. I'm Carlisle Cullen. This is my family, Alice, Edward, Esme, and Emmett. You've caused quite a stir with our neighbors. Naruto Uzumaki. He offered no bow or handshake, maintaining a respectful distance. Just passing through, following an energy trail. The bronze-haired one, Edward, frowned. I can't read him clearly, Carlisle. His thoughts are protected somehow. There's something else in there with him. Naruto raised an eyebrow. A mind reader? That's a neat trick. What are you? Alice asked, her melodic voice filled with genuine curiosity rather than hostility. You smell like wolf but, different. Spicier. Wilder. I get that a lot, Naruto replied with a hint of a smile. I'm a werewolf, but not like your local pack. Where I come from, there are those born with the ability to transform at will, not just with the full moon or through genetic triggering. We call my kind true alphas. Carlisle's expression showed scientific interest. Fascinating. I've encountered traditional werewolves in Europe, but never anything like what you describe. There's more to it than that, Edward interjected, his golden eyes narrowed with concentration. Something else, something old. Kurama stirred within Naruto, annoyed at being discussed like a specimen. Naruto felt the fox's chakra spike briefly before he tamped it down. That's personal, Naruto said firmly. All you need to know is I'm tracking an energy signature that led me here. I'm not interested in territory disputes or breaking your treaty with the local pack. Energy signature? Carlisle echoed, exchanging glances with his family. The massive vampire, Emmett, cracked his knuckles. Could be those disappearances in Seattle. People going missing, bodies turning up drained but messier than our kind usually leave them. This was new information. Naruto's interest sharpened. How many disappearances? 6 in the past 2 weeks, Alice said. The local news is calling it a crime spree, but we know better. Someone's creating newborns, and they're not teaching them discretion. Carlisle studied Naruto with renewed intensity. Perhaps we should continue this conversation at our home. If there's a connection between what you're tracking and these disappearances, we should compare notes. Naruto weighed his options. The Cullens seemed civilized enough, and he needed information. Still, walking into a vampire nest wasn't high on his list of smart moves. I'll come, he decided, but I won't be staying. And just so we're clear, his eyes flashed red momentarily. I can handle myself if things go south. Emmett's booming laugh echoed through the forest. I like this guy. Got some backbone. Emmett, Esme chided gently, before turning a warm smile to Naruto. You have nothing to fear from us. We maintain a permanent residence here and hunt only animals. We value our peaceful existence. Naruto had heard of vegetarian vampires before but had never encountered any. The golden eyes must be the result of their diet. Lead the way, he said, gesturing for them to proceed. As they moved through the forest at a pace that would have been blinding to human eyes, Naruto matched them effortlessly, drawing curious glances from the vampires. Most werewolves couldn't maintain human form at such speeds, but Naruto wasn't most werewolves. The Cullen house surprised him. Instead of a Gothic mansion or underground lair, they lived in a modern architectural marvel, glass walls, open spaces, nestled within the forest yet embracing natural light. It spoke of wealth, permanence, and a desire to live in the world rather than hide from it. As they entered the main living area, Naruto sensed two more vampires already present. A honey-blonde male with a watchful stance and too many scars to count, a fighter, this one. And a female, tall and statuesque, with golden hair cascading down her back. She turned as they entered, and Naruto found himself looking into the most striking pair of golden eyes he'd ever seen, set in a face of such perfect beauty it almost hurt to look at her. Something shifted in his chest, a recognition that went beyond physical attraction. For a brief moment, he felt Kurama stir again, the fox's interest piqued by this unexpected reaction. Rosalie, Jasper, Carlyle addressed the newcomers, this is Naruto Uzumaki. He's tracking something that led him to Forks, possibly connected to the Seattle disappearances. The blonde, Rosalie, assessed Naruto with cool detachment, her perfect features arranged in an expression of practiced indifference. But her eyes told a different story. They held pain, fury, and a loneliness that resonated with something deep inside him. Another wolf, she asked, her voice musical despite the disdain in her tone. Don't we have enough of those already? Not exactly, Alice chirped, bouncing on her toes with excitement. He's different. I can see him in my visions, sort of. He flickers in and out. This seemed to surprise everyone in the room. Naruto gathered that Alice had some form of precognition, and that regular wolves were invisible to it. Interesting, Jasper murmured, his southern accent subtle but noticeable. Your emotions are layered. Like there are two sets flowing simultaneously. Naruto kept his face neutral, but internally, he was reassessing the Cullens. A mind reader, a psychic, and an empath. Not to mention the physical capabilities all vampires possessed. They were more formidable than he'd initially assumed. Let's get to the point, he said, leaning against a wall rather than taking a seat. Something's drawing me to this area. A power signature similar to chakra, the energy from my homeland. It started about a month ago, growing stronger as I got closer. Chakra? Carlyle asked, intrigued. You mean spiritual energy? Spiritual and physical energy combined, Naruto clarified. Where I come from, it's the foundation of all techniques and abilities. Edward was staring at him intensely. You're not from this world, are you? I'm getting flashes, images of a different place. Villages hidden in elements. People walking on water, breathing fire. The room went silent. Naruto hadn't planned on revealing that much so quickly. Your mind reading is better than you let on, he said finally. You're right. I'm not from this dimension, originally. I was tracking an enemy during a battle when we both fell through a rift between worlds. I've been in this dimension for nearly 3 years, looking for a way back or at least understanding what happened. This energy signature is the first thing I've felt that resembles the power from my world. Dimension travel? Emmett scoffed. Now I've heard everything. Says the sparkly undead guy, Naruto retorted with a hint of a smirk. Emmett's booming laugh filled the room again. He's got me there. Rosalie moved forward, her movements graceful as flowing water. And these disappearances in Seattle? You think they're connected to this, chakra you're sensing? Naruto met her gaze steadily. I don't know yet. But timing suggests they could be. Either way, I need to investigate both. We've been monitoring the situation in Seattle ourselves, Carlyle explained. Someone is creating newborn vampires without teaching them our ways or the importance of discretion. It threatens the peace we've established here. Not to mention the Vulturi will eventually take notice, Jasper added grimly. Vulturi? Naruto questioned. Vampire royalty, Alice explained. They enforce our laws. The most important being, keep the secret. Newborns rampaging through Seattle will eventually expose us all. Naruto processed this information, connecting it with the energy trail he'd been following. So we have rogue vampires in Seattle and mysterious chakra in Forks. Could be coincidence, could be connected. We should investigate together, Carlyle suggested. You know what to look for regarding this energy, and we know how to handle newborn vampires. Naruto wasn't one for teamwork with strangers, but the practical benefits were clear. Temporary alliance, then. I'll help with your vampire problem if you help with my chakra investigation. Agreed, Carlyle said, extending his hand. Naruto hesitated only briefly before shaking it, noting the icy coldness of the vampire's skin. As they sealed their agreement, Naruto became acutely aware of Rosalie's golden eyes still fixed on him, her expression unreadable yet somehow weighted with significance. Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind. The female with golden hair, there's something different about her. Her spirit burns brighter than the others. Naruto silently agreed. Something about Rosalie Hail called to him on a level beyond the physical. And judging by the subtle shift in her gaze when their eyes met, she felt something too, whether she wanted to or not. Later that night, after establishing communication protocols with the Cullens and declining their offer to stay at the house, Naruto returned to his cabin in the woods. The solitude gave him space to think, to process, and most importantly, to commune with Kurama without prying supernatural senses detecting their conversation. What do you make of them? He asked aloud, sitting cross-legged on the wooden floor as orange chakra began to swirl around him. Within his mindscape, the massive fox stretched, 9 tails swishing thoughtfully behind him. Cold ones are different in this world than stories from ours. More civilized. Still predators at heart. And the energy signature? Any clearer now that we're closer? Definitely chakra-based, but corrupted somehow. Mixed with something native to this dimension. It pulses like a heartbeat, alive, in some sense. Naruto frowned, remembering the Seattle disappearances. Could someone be trying to harvest life force? Combine the two worlds' powers somehow? Possible, Kurama conceded. We've seen similar attempts before. But who in this world would have knowledge of chakra? Someone who came through the same way we did, Naruto concluded grimly. The question is, who? And why now, after all this time? The conversation was interrupted by a subtle shift in the air, a new scent carried on the night breeze. Vampire. One of the Cullens. But not just any of them. Rosalie. Naruto opened his eyes, dispersing the visible chakra aura around him. He stood in one fluid motion, moving to the door before she could knock. Opening it revealed her standing in the moonlight, her golden hair shimmering with an almost ethereal quality, her expression a complex mixture of determination and uncertainty. Tracking me already? Naruto asked, leaning against the doorframe casually despite his heightened awareness of her presence. Ensuring you're keeping your end of the agreement, she replied coolly. We don't typically trust strangers, especially ones who claim to be from another dimension. Smart policy. Naruto stepped aside, inviting her in with a gesture. Though coming alone suggests either great confidence or poor planning. Rosalie entered, her golden eyes taking in the sparse accommodations with a critical gaze. I can handle myself. Besides, Alice would see if you plan to harm me. Would she? You heard her, I flicker in her visions. Naruto closed the door, maintaining a respectful distance. So why are you really here, Rosalie Hail? She stiffened slightly at his direct approach. How did you? Edward called you Rosalie. Emmett called you Rose. It wasn't hard to piece together your full name, Naruto explained. She turned to face him fully, and for a moment, the practiced indifference slipped, revealing raw curiosity. What are you? Really? I've encountered the Quilut wolves, traditional werewolves in Europe, you're something else entirely. Naruto considered how much to reveal. Something about her invited confidence, despite her prickly exterior. In my world, I'm what's known as a Jinchuriki, a human vessel containing a tailed beast. In this case, the nine-tailed fox, an ancient chakra entity named Kurama. He tapped his abdomen where the seal spiraled beneath his shirt. When I came to this world, the dimensional shift affected us both. My natural transformation abilities merged with this world's concept of werewolves. I became something new, a true alpha, able to transform at will, immune to silver, not bound by the moon. Rosalie's perfect features showed genuine surprise. A spirit fox. Like the kitsune in Japanese mythology. Naruto smiled, impressed. Similar concept, different execution. You know your folklore. I've had decades to read, she replied with a hint of bitterness. Immortality comes with abundant free time. There it was again, that profound loneliness he'd sensed earlier, wrapped in layers of anger and resignation. You don't enjoy being what you are, Naruto observed quietly. Her eyes flashed dangerously. You don't know anything about me. I know pain when I see it, he replied simply. I carried enough of my own for many lifetimes. Something in his tone must have reached her because her defensive posture softened almost imperceptibly. Why forks? She asked, changing the subject. Of all places this chakra could have appeared, why here? That's what I'm trying to figure out. This town sits on a convergence point, thin barriers between dimensions. The Quilut wolves, your coven, supernatural entities naturally gravitate toward such places. Rosalie moved to the window, looking out at the moonlit forest. And what happens when you find what you're looking for? Naruto hesitated. It was a question he'd asked himself repeatedly over the past 3 years. Depends on what it is, he admitted. If it's a way home. I don't know. My world was at war when I left. My friends, my village, they needed me. But 3 years have passed. Time might flow differently between dimensions. Everyone I knew could be gone. The vulnerability in his response seemed to surprise Rosalie. She studied him with new interest. Your loyalty to your people is admirable, she said finally. Not many would still feel such obligation after years separated. What about you? Naruto asked, turning the focus back to her. What keeps you with the Cullens? Family loyalty? Or something else? A complicated expression crossed her perfect features. Vampires don't change easily. We're frozen in many ways, our bodies, our personalities, our relationships. Emmett and I, we've been together since I found him dying from a bear attack in 1935. That's a long time to be with someone, Naruto observed. It is, she agreed, a hint of something unidentifiable in her tone. But lately I've wondered if immortality means stagnation, or if we can still evolve despite our nature. The question hung in the air between them, laden with unspoken meaning. Before Naruto could respond, Rosalie's phone chimed with a text message. She checked it quickly. Alice has had a vision, she said, her demeanor shifting back to businesslike efficiency. Another disappearance in Seattle, but this time there was a witness. Someone with red eyes and unusual abilities. Not typical vampire powers. Naruto straightened, instantly alert. Could be our connection. When do we leave? Dawn, Rosalie replied, moving toward the door. Carlyle thinks we should investigate immediately, before the trail goes cold. She paused at the threshold, looking back at him with an expression that had softened from her initial ice. Get some rest, Naruto Uzumaki. Something tells me you're going to need it. After she disappeared into the night, Naruto stood in the doorway for a long moment, processing their conversation. Kurama's rumbling voice broke the silence in his mind. She's marked by tragedy, that one. Like calls to like. She's married, Naruto reminded the fox, and himself. Since when has that stopped fate from unfolding as it will? Naruto had no answer to that. Instead, he prepared for the coming dawn, knowing that whatever awaited in Seattle would bring him one step closer to understanding why he'd been drawn to Forks, and perhaps why his path had crossed with a golden-eyed vampire whose lonely soul seemed to recognize something in his own. The Seattle investigation team consisted of Naruto, Jasper, Emmett, and Rosalie. Alice remained behind to monitor the future for developments, while Edward stayed to protect Bella Swan, a human girl apparently central to the Cullen's current concerns, though Naruto had yet to meet her. Carlisle and Esme coordinated from Forks, maintaining communication with both the investigation team and the Quileute pack. They traveled in Emmett's massive jeep, moving at speeds that would have terrified normal humans. Naruto sat in the back with Rosalie, acutely aware of her presence beside him. Jasper drove while Emmett navigated, occasionally casting curious glances at Naruto through the rearview mirror. "So, Fox Boy," Emmett began, breaking the tense silence. "What kind of powers do you have in that world of yours?" Edward mentioned something about walking on water. Emmett, Rosalie chided, but Naruto just smiled. "Chakra manipulation allows for many techniques," he explained. "Walking on vertical surfaces or water is basic control. Beyond that, elemental techniques, physical enhancement, illusions, summoning." "Like magic?" Emmett pressed. "More systematic than magic. Based on physical and spiritual energy working in harmony." To demonstrate, Naruto held out his palm and concentrated. A small swirling sphere of blue energy formed above his hand, casting the interior of the car in ethereal light. "Rasengan," he explained. "A concentrated sphere of spinning chakra. One of my signature techniques." Jasper watched through the rearview mirror, his tactical mind clearly assessing. "Impressive. Controlled energy projection. Potential applications in combat." Naruto allowed the Rasengan to dissipate. "When fully powered, it can bore through steel, stone, or flesh. I have variations that incorporate wind element or expand to massive size." "Damn," Emmett whistled appreciatively. "No wonder you weren't worried about walking into a house full of vampires." Rosalie had been watching the demonstration with undisguised fascination. "And the fox spirit? What does it contribute?" "Kurama amplifies everything," Naruto said, choosing his words carefully. "More chakra, faster healing, enhanced senses. In my world, we learn to work together, combining our powers instead of fighting for control." "You speak as if it has its own consciousness," Rosalie observed. "He does," Naruto confirmed. "Kurama is ancient, powerful, and remarkably grumpy most of the time." This earned a genuine laugh from Rosalie, a musical sound that transformed her face from merely beautiful to radiant. Naruto found himself momentarily captivated by the change. Emmett noticed the interaction with a slight frown but said nothing, turning back to face the road ahead. "We're approaching the last known location of the witness," Jasper announced as they entered Seattle's outskirts. According to Alice's vision, a homeless man saw someone with red eyes and strange markings on their face dragging a victim into an abandoned warehouse near Pike Place. The mood in the vehicle sobered immediately. They were no longer just travelers sharing supernatural stories, they were hunters tracking a killer. The warehouse district near Seattle's waterfront had seen better days. Decaying buildings, graffiti-covered walls, and the persistent smell of saltwater and urban decay created an atmosphere of neglect and danger. Perfect hunting grounds for a newborn vampire, or something worse. They split into pairs to cover more ground, Jasper with Emmett, Naruto with Rosalie. The arrangement wasn't coincidental. Naruto suspected the Cullens wanted to keep an eye on the unknown entity in their midst, with Rosalie serving as both partner and watchdog. "You can smell them, can't you?" Rosalie asked as they moved through the shadows between buildings. "Newborns have a distinct scent, sweeter, with their human blood still lingering in their tissues." Naruto nodded, his senses already filtering through the urban cacophony of smells. "There have been several through here recently. But there's something else." He paused, closing his eyes to concentrate. Chakra residue. Faint, but present. You can track that? Rosalie sounded impressed. It's like following a trail of smoke with your eyes closed, Naruto explained, moving forward with renewed purpose. Whoever's been here is masking their signature, but they can't hide it completely. They moved deeper into the maze of warehouses, communication devices silent in their pockets. Stealth was essential now. If they were dealing with someone from Naruto's world, traditional methods might not work. The trail led them to a particularly decrepit building with boarded windows and heavy chains across the doors, chains that had recently been broken and poorly repositioned to appear intact. "This is it," Naruto whispered, his voice barely audible even to vampire hearing. Multiple signatures inside. Vampires, at least 4. And something wrong. Wrong how? Rosalie pressed, her body tensing for potential combat. Corrupted chakra. Like it's been tainted with something that doesn't belong. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Stay behind me." Surprisingly, she didn't argue. Something in his tone must have conveyed the seriousness of the threat. They slipped inside through a broken loading dock door, entering a cavernous space filled with abandoned machinery and shipping containers. The scent of blood, both fresh and old, permeated the air. Naruto moved silently, his footsteps making no sound on the concrete floor. Rosalie followed, her vampire grace matching his shinobi stealth. They found the first body behind a large mechanical press, a young woman, drained of blood, with strange markings carved into her skin. Not random patterns, but precise symbols that Naruto recognized with growing horror. "Chakra extraction seals," he breathed, crouching to examine them without touching the body. Someone was trying to draw out her life force, but humans in this world don't have developed chakra networks. They'd need dozens of subjects to harvest anything usable. Like the missing persons we've been tracking, Rosalie concluded grimly. A noise from deeper within the warehouse drew their attention, shuffling feet, whispered conversation. Naruto signaled for Rosalie to circle around while he approached directly. They moved in perfect synchronization, as if they'd worked together for years rather than hours. Beyond a wall of stacked crates, they found what they were looking for. 3 vampires, newborns judging by their jerky movements and blood-red eyes, huddled around a 4th figure who was neither vampire nor human. A man with pale, almost white skin, black hair, and eyes that shifted between red and black. His face bore purple markings, and his chakra signature pulsed with corrupt power. Naruto felt Kurama surge within him, the fox's anger mixing with his own recognition. "Orochimaru," he whispered, the name a curse on his lips. But it wasn't the snake Sannin, not exactly. This was something else, something twisted by the dimensional crossing. A hybrid, perhaps, or a clone infused with vampire venom. Whatever it was, it sensed them immediately, head snapping up with inhuman speed. "Jinchuriki," it hissed, voice rasping like scales on stone. How fortuitous. The newborn's world, instinctively dropping into hunting crouches at the presence of intruders. The Orochimaru thing raised a hand, stopping them from attacking immediately. "We have a guest from home, my pets." The vessel of the Ninetales himself. Its smile was a grotesque parody of humanity. "Your chakra will complete what these humans could not provide." Naruto stepped forward, pushing Rosalie protectively behind him. "What have you done, Snake? How did you cross over?" The creature's laugh sent chills even through Naruto's battle-hardened nerves. "I didn't cross over, boy. I was born here, from a fragment of the original that crossed with you. A piece of consciousness, growing in the shadows, finding a suitable host." "You've been killing innocents," Rosalie accused, her golden eyes hard as flint. The creature barely glanced at her. "Necessary sacrifices. This world's humans have potential, latent chakra that never developed. I've been harvesting it. Combined with vampire venom, it creates possibilities even the original Orochimaru never dreamed of. You're insane, Naruto stated flatly. Whatever you're planning stops now. The thing that resembled Orochimaru tilted its head, studying Naruto with scientific detachment. You've changed too, I see. This world has made you into something new. Perhaps that's why my sensors detected you. Like calls to like. We're nothing alike, Naruto growled, feeling Kurama's chakra beginning to leak through his control. Aren't we? Both strangers in a strange land. Both evolving beyond our original design. The creature gestured to the newborns. Take the female. Kill the Jinchuriki, but preserve the body. I need the beast intact. The three newborns launched themselves forward with terrifying speed, but Naruto was ready. In one fluid motion, he pushed chakra into his muscles and met their charge head-on, his partial transformation triggering instantly. Golden fur erupted along his arms, claws extending, eyes shifting to crimson as he intercepted the first vampire with a chakra-enhanced punch that sent it flying into the warehouse wall. Rosalie moved with equal ferocity, decades of vampire strength and experience evident as she grappled with the second newborn. Her fighting style was efficient, almost elegant, breaking limbs to disable before going for the kill. The third newborn circled, looking for an opening. Naruto created a shadow clone with a puff of smoke, an exact duplicate that immediately engaged the circling vampire. Meanwhile, the Orochimaru creature watched with clinical interest, making no move to join the fight. Its eyes followed Naruto's movements, studying, analyzing. Fascinating, it murmured. The dimensional transfer has integrated your abilities with this world's supernatural framework. A perfect synthesis. Shut up, Naruto snapped, forming a Rasengan in his palm before slamming it into the chest of the newborn he was fighting. The vampire's stone-like skin gave way under the grinding chakra sphere, creating a spiraling hole through its torso. The creature fell, twitching uselessly. Across the warehouse, Rosalie had dismembered her opponent and was searching for something flammable to burn the pieces. Naruto's shadow clone had pinned the third vampire and was systematically taking it apart with chakra-enhanced strength. With the immediate threats neutralized, Naruto turned his full attention to the Orochimaru thing, which had made no attempt to flee. Whatever you're planning, whatever you think you can achieve, it ends here, Naruto stated, advancing slowly. The creature's smile never wavered. This is merely one vessel, Naruto Uzumaki. I've already spread far beyond this single form. The experiments will continue. The merging will proceed. Merging of what? Naruto demanded, now just feet away from the abomination. Worlds, of course. This dimension and ours. The barriers are already thinning. Can't you feel it? The creature's eyes gleamed with fanatical light. The chakra signature you've been tracking, it's a tether point. An anchor for what's to come. Before Naruto could respond, the warehouse doors burst open as Jasper and Emmett arrived, having followed the sounds of combat. Rose. Emmett called, relief evident in his voice as he saw her unharmed. The momentary distraction was all the Orochimaru creature needed. Its neck elongated unnaturally, a snake-like extension that struck toward Naruto with venomous fangs bared. Naruto dodged, but the creature wasn't aiming for him. Its fangs sank into the shoulder of his shadow clone, injecting something dark and viscous. The clone barely had time to look surprised before it exploded in a cloud of smoke, but not before the substance was introduced into Naruto's chakra network through the connection all shadow clones maintained with their creator. Naruto staggered, feeling alien chakra invading his system. Kurama roared within him, fighting against the corruption. What did you do? He gasped, dropping to one knee as pain lanced through his body. The creature's neck retracted, its smile widening to inhuman proportions. Insurance. A little piece of me, inside you. We'll meet again, Jinchuriki. When the convergence comes. Before any of them could react, the creature's body seemed to melt, collapsing into a puddle of white flesh that slithered away through a drain in the warehouse floor. Rosalie was at Naruto's side instantly, supporting him as he fought against whatever poison the creature had introduced to his system. "What's happening to him?" she demanded of no one in particular, genuine concern etching her perfect features. Emmett and Jasper approached cautiously, unsure how to help. Kurama, fighting it, Naruto managed through gritted teeth. Seal, weakening. Inside his mindscape, the Nine Tails was battling the invasive chakra, a dark, writhing mass that attempted to attach itself to the fox's own energy. Cursed seal variation, Kurama growled. Adapted for this world. Fighting it. In the physical world, black markings began to spread across Naruto's skin, resembling the curse marks Orochimaru had used in their world, but with a difference: they glittered with an almost crystalline quality, like vampire skin in sunlight. "We need to get him back to Carlisle," Jasper decided, taking charge of the situation. "Whatever that thing injected, it's changing him." "No hospitals," Naruto managed, his voice strained but determined. "Need, space. Forest. The treaty line," Rosalie suggested immediately. "Where the territories meet. Open space, neutral ground." Emmett looked uncertain. "Rose, we don't know what he'll turn into if that thing, we're taking him there," she cut him off, her tone brooking no argument. Something in her expression made Emmett step back, confusion and hurt flashing briefly across his features. Together, they helped Naruto to the jeep, Jasper staying behind briefly to burn the remains of the newborns and any evidence of what had transpired. As they drove back toward Forks, Naruto slipped in and out of consciousness, the battle within his body raging with intensity that left him alternately burning with fever and shivering with cold. Through it all, Rosalie remained at his side, her cool hand pressed against his forehead, her golden eyes never leaving his face. In his more lucid moments, Naruto caught glimpses of an emotion in those eyes that went beyond mere concern for an ally. Something was changing between them, a connection forming that neither had anticipated. And as the black markings continued to spread across his skin, Naruto wondered if that connection would survive what was coming. Because one thing was clear: the Orochimaru creature had injected him for a purpose. And when Naruto emerged from this ordeal, he might not be the same person who had walked into that warehouse. The true test was just beginning. Chapter 2, Blood Rivals. Moonlight bathed the treaty line clearing in silver, turning the mist rising from the nearby river into ghostly tendrils. In the center of this no-man's land between vampire and werewolf territories, Naruto Uzumaki writhed on the damp earth. Black markings pulsed across his skin like living tattoos, glittering with unnatural light when they caught the moon. Rosalie knelt beside him, her golden hair falling forward as she pressed a cool hand against his burning forehead. The others maintained a wary perimeter, Jasper and Emmett at a distance, watching with tense expressions, while several members of the Quiloot pack observed from the forest edge, still in wolf form. "Fight it," Rosalie whispered, her voice carrying a softness none of the Cullens had heard from her before. "Whatever it's doing, fight it." Inside his mindscape, Naruto stood before the massive fox, both of them surrounded by writhing dark energy that attempted to penetrate the seal connecting them. "It's adapting," Naruto observed, watching the corruption shimmer with vampire-like qualities. "Taking on properties of this world." Kurama's massive tail swept through the darkness, burning away sections of the invasion. "This isn't just Orochimaru's work. Something else influences it, something older." "Whatever it is," Naruto replied, forming hand signs to reinforce the seal, "we're not letting it in." Golden chakra erupted from both Naruto and Kurama, meeting the darkness in blinding confrontation. The fox's eyes narrowed in concentration. "The female vampire, her presence is anchoring you to this plane. Use that connection." Naruto didn't question how or why Rosalie's presence affected him. In this moment, he simply accepted the fox's observation and reached outward, focusing on the cool touch against his fevered skin, the scent of lilacs and mountain snow that somehow cut through the pain. In the physical world, Rosalie gasped as Naruto's hand suddenly gripped hers, his eyes flying open, not blue or red, but a swirling mix of both, ringed with gold. "Rosalie," he rasped, his voice overlaid with something deeper, more ancient. Need your coldness. Balance the burn. Acting on instinct, she moved closer, placing both hands on his face, his neck, his chest, anywhere the markings seemed darkest. The vampiric coldness of her skin met the supernatural fever consuming him, creating steam where they touched. What's she doing? Emmett asked, moving forward with concern etching his features. Jasper held up a hand to stop him. Wait. Something's happening. The black markings began to recede wherever Rosalie touched, pulled back by the combination of her vampire nature and Naruto's determination. Within minutes, his breathing steadied, and the glittering curse markings retreated, settling into a small spiral pattern over his heart, contained but not eliminated. Naruto's eyes cleared, returning to their natural blue as he sat up slowly, Rosalie's hand still steadying him. That, he said with a weak attempt at humor, was unpleasant. What happened? Jasper demanded, maintaining a tactical distance. What did that creature inject you with? A curse seal, Naruto explained, wincing as he probed the mark over his heart with his fingertips. In my world, Orochimaru used them to mark potential vessels, bodies he could eventually take over. This version seems adapted to this dimension's rules, part curse, part venom. You should be dead, Sam Yuli's voice announced as he emerged from the tree line, having shifted back to human form and pulled on shorts. No one survives a vampire bite with their humanity intact. I'm not exactly human to begin with, Naruto reminded him, standing with Rosalie's assistance. And Kurama's been fighting worse than vampire venom since before your ancestors first phased. The mention of the fox spirit made Sam's expression darken. This spirit you claim to carry, it makes you unpredictable, dangerous. The elders have consulted our oldest legends. There are warnings about creatures that contain multiple spirits, they bring chaos, upset the natural order. Your legends don't apply to me, Naruto stated flatly. They do while you're on our lands, Sam countered, his alpha authority radiating outward like physical pressure. The council has decided. You will submit to pack law while in our territory, or leave Washington entirely. The atmosphere tensed immediately. Jasper and Emmett moved closer to Rosalie, who showed no sign of leaving Naruto's side. The wolves in the tree line growled, advancing a few steps. I don't take orders from you or your council, Naruto replied, his voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of steel. I respect your boundaries and your treaty with the Cullens, but I'm not subject to your authority. Sam's eyes narrowed. Every wolf in this territory answers to an alpha. I am an alpha, Naruto corrected him. Just not yours. The challenge hung in the air between them. Sam's body tensed, tremors running across his skin, the prelude to transformation. Sam, don't, one of the younger wolves warned, having shifted to human form. You felt what he did to Paul when they first met. Sam ignored the warning. His voice dropped to a deeper register, infused with the compulsion all alphas could exert over their pack. As alpha of the Quileute wolves, I command you to submit or leave our lands. The compulsion rolled over Naruto like water over stone, acknowledged, but without effect. In response, he allowed a fraction of his own power to surface, his eyes flashing crimson momentarily as Kurama's influence rose to meet the challenge. I understand what you're trying to do, Naruto said, his voice steady despite the pain still lingering from the curse mark. But it won't work on me. My bond with Kurama makes me immune to external compulsion. Fury and frustration flashed across Sam's face. Then we settle this the old way. He stepped forward, his body shaking more violently now. Wolf to wolf. Sam, this isn't necessary, Carlyle's voice cut through the tension as he and Edward arrived at the clearing, having been summoned by Jasper's call. Mr. Uzumaki is working with us to investigate threats to both our territories. Stay out of this, Cold One, Sam growled. This is pack business. Naruto glanced at Rosalie, whose expression had grown concerned. It's okay, he assured her. This was inevitable. He stepped away from her, rolling his shoulders as he moved to the center of the clearing. I accept your challenge, Sam Yuli. But understand this, I won't submit regardless of the outcome, and I won't kill you either. Your pack needs you. Sam didn't bother responding. With a snarl, he phased explosively, clothing shredding as his body transformed into the massive black wolf Naruto had first encountered in the forest. The other pack members backed away, forming a loose circle alongside the vampires. Naruto's transformation was different, controlled, fluid. Golden light rippled across his skin as his features shifted, becoming more feral without losing human form entirely. Claws extended from his fingertips, whisker marks deepening on his cheeks, eyes shifting to vertical slitted crimson. His muscles visibly densified, and an aura of golden chakra surrounded him like a second skin. That's not normal werewolf transformation, Edward murmured, watching with fascination. His mind, it's completely synced with the entity inside him. Perfect harmony. Sam attacked without warning, massive jaws snapping as he lunged for Naruto's throat. Naruto sidestepped with preternatural speed, allowing the wolf to pass him before striking with an open-palmed blow to Sam's flank, powerful enough to stagger but not injure. The black wolf recovered instantly, circling back with greater caution. This time, he feinted left before attacking from the right, using his superior size and weight to try to pin Naruto down. Naruto met the charge head-on, chakra enhancing his strength as he caught the wolf's massive forelegs and used Sam's momentum to flip him over in a judo-like maneuver. Before Sam could recover, Naruto was on him, one clawed hand pressed against the wolf's throat, not cutting the skin, but establishing dominance. "Yield," Naruto said softly. Sam's response was a mental blast of alpha compulsion, stronger than before, directed like a psychic battering ram. Naruto felt it crash against his mental barriers, Kurama's chakra flaring in response. "Aggressive pup," the fox commented with grudging respect. "Show him what a true alpha feels like." Naruto didn't unleash his full power, that would be excessive, potentially harmful. Instead, he allowed a controlled pulse of his and Kurama's combined chakra to flow outward, creating a pressure that pushed back against Sam's compulsion. The effect was immediate. Sam's eyes widened in shock as he felt, for the first time, what it meant to be in the presence of a power that eclipsed his own. Not just stronger, fundamentally different, beyond the limitations of his bloodline-based abilities. For 3 heartbeats, neither moved. Then, slowly, Sam relaxed his neck muscles, not fully submitting, but acknowledging the demonstration of superior force. Naruto released him immediately, stepping back and allowing the alpha to regain his feet. "I don't want your submission, Sam. I want your cooperation. The threat we're facing affects both our kinds." Sam shifted back to human form, accepting a blanket one of his pack members tossed him. His expression was complex, wounded pride warring with pragmatic acceptance. "What are you?" he demanded. "Exactly what I told you before," Naruto replied, allowing his features to return to normal. "A werewolf, but from a different lineage. One that evolved alongside powerful spirits rather than in response to vampires." Carlyle stepped forward cautiously. "Perhaps this is an opportunity for understanding rather than conflict. Both of your abilities come from spiritual sources, after all." Sam's jaw tightened, but he gave a curt nod. "The challenge has been answered. You've proven your strength." He addressed Naruto directly. "We won't attempt to force you under pack law. But any threat to our people will be dealt with permanently," Naruto finished for him, echoing Sam's earlier warning. "I understand. And I give you my word, I'm not here to harm anyone innocent." An uneasy truce established, Sam and his pack retreated to the tree line, though they didn't immediately leave. The message was clear, they would be watching. As the tension eased, Emmett finally approached Rosalie, his expression troubled. "What happened back there, Rose? What you did for him?" Rosalie hesitated, something vulnerable flashing across her perfect features before her customary mask of cool indifference returned. "He needed cold to counteract the fever. I provided it. Simple physics." Simple physics doesn't explain why you haven't left his side since Seattle, Emmett replied, hurt evident in his voice despite his attempt to sound casual. Or why you're looking at him like. He trailed off, unable or unwilling to finish the thought. Naruto, despite his enhanced hearing, pretended not to notice their conversation, instead turning to Carlyle and Jasper to explain what he'd learned from the Orochimaru creature. It talked about merging worlds, he told them quietly. Said the chakra signature I've been tracking is some kind of anchor or tether point. A dimensional breach? Carlyle wondered, his scientific mind already considering possibilities. That would explain the unusual energy Alice has been sensing. Whatever it is, that thing isn't working alone, Jasper added grimly. The warehouse had evidence of multiple vampires beyond the newborns, older, more careful ones who didn't participate in the fight. Edward, who had been silent until now, suddenly tensed. Alice just had another vision. She's calling. He pulled out his phone, putting it on speaker so everyone could hear. Alice's musical voice came through, tight with urgency. Edward, is Naruto with you? Is he okay? I'm here, Naruto confirmed. The curse is contained for now. Good, because we have a bigger problem, Alice continued. I just saw someone new arriving in Forks, a vampire older than any I've ever seen. Not Vulturi. His eyes, they're red, but different. They change patterns, like kaleidoscopes. Naruto felt his blood run cold. Sharingan, he whispered. Did he have long black hair? Pale skin? Yes, Alice confirmed, surprise evident in her voice. You know him? Madara Uchiha, Naruto replied, dread settling in his stomach. Or something wearing his form. He was one of the most powerful shinobi in my world's history. If he's here, if he's been transformed into a vampire. He didn't need to finish the thought. Everyone present understood the implications of a legendary warrior gaining vampire abilities. Where was he headed? Carlyle asked urgently. That's the strange part, Alice replied. He went straight to the old abandoned mining complex in the mountains. There's nothing there. Except the energy signature I've been tracking, Naruto corrected grimly. It's strongest in that direction. We need to investigate immediately, Jasper stated, tactical mind already formulating plans. Carlyle nodded in agreement. Esme and I will coordinate from home. The rest of you, will go, Rosalie interrupted, stepping forward. Naruto, Emmett, and I. We've already worked together in Seattle. Emmett's expression showed surprise at being included, followed by grim determination as he nodded. Yeah. Let's hunt this Madara guy down. Naruto studied both vampires, noting the complex emotions passing between them. This wasn't just about tracking a threat anymore, this was becoming personal for all of them. All right, he agreed finally. But we need to be cautious. If that really is Madara, enhanced with vampire abilities. How dangerous are we talking? Emmett asked, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Naruto met his gaze steadily. In my world, he nearly destroyed everything. Took an entire allied ninja force to defeat him, and even then it was barely enough. The gravity of his words settled over the group. Carlyle exchanged glances with Edward and Jasper. We'll prepare for the worst, the Cullen patriarch decided. Edward, contact the wolves. Like it or not, we may need their assistance if this escalates. As the group dispersed to prepare, Naruto found himself momentarily alone with Rosalie, the others giving them space either intentionally or coincidentally. You should rest, she told him, eyeing the barely visible mark still on his chest. That curse or whatever it is, it took a lot out of you. I heal quickly, Naruto assured her, though the concern in her eyes stirred something unexpected in his chest. What about you and Emmett? That arrangement felt tense. Rosalie's perfect features betrayed nothing, but her eyes couldn't hide the conflict within. Emmett and I have been together for decades. He knows me better than anyone. But lately, She trailed off, seeming uncharacteristically uncertain. Lately what? Naruto pressed gently. Lately I've been questioning everything, she admitted, her voice barely audible even to his enhanced hearing. Immortality is a long time to remain unchanged. Sometimes I wonder if I'm still the person I was when Carlyle turned me, or if I'm just going through the motions of that person's life. The vulnerability in her admission struck Naruto deeply. Before he could respond, Emmett called from the tree line. Rose. Time to move out. Rosalie's mask slipped back into place, the brief moment of openness gone. We should go. Madara won't wait for us to sort out our feelings. As she walked away, Naruto felt Kurama stir within him. The female is torn between what she knows and what she feels, the fox observed. Much like someone else I know. Not the time, Kurama, Naruto muttered, following Rosalie toward the waiting group. It's never the time with you humans, the fox replied with amusement. Until suddenly, it's the only thing that matters. Dawn broke over the mountains east of Forks, painting the abandoned mining complex in pale gold light. The facility, a relic of early 20th century industry, sprawled across the mountainside like a rust-colored scar, comprised of crumbling processing buildings, collapsed tunnels, and a central shaft that descended deep into the earth. Naruto, Rosalie, and Emmett approached from the forest, moving with the silent grace of predators. They had traveled through the night, Naruto keeping pace with the vampire's supernatural speed without difficulty. The main energy signature is coming from the central shaft, Naruto whispered, extending his senses outward. But there are others, vampires, at least 7, spread throughout the complex. Guards? Emmett suggested, his massive frame tense with anticipation. Sentries, Rosalie corrected. Positioned to provide warning, not necessarily to engage. Naruto nodded in agreement. We need to avoid them if possible. Our target is Madara. Emmett frowned. Frontal assault would be simpler. I can take out half of them before they even know, Naruto and Rosalie said simultaneously, then glanced at each other in surprise. If Madara is anything like he was in my world, Naruto explained, direct confrontation would be suicide until we know what we're dealing with. Information first, then action. Reconnaissance before engagement, Rosalie added. Basic strategy, Emmett. The big vampire looked between them, a complicated emotion crossing his features before he sighed. Fine. Sneaky it is. What's the play? Naruto considered their options, mapping the complex in his mind based on the chakra and vampire signatures he detected. There's a secondary entrance, an air shaft about half a mile east of the main complex. Minimal security, probably because it's too small for conventional access. Too small for humans, Emmett noted with a grin. Not too small for us. They circled wide around the complex, avoiding the sentry positions Naruto identified. The air shaft entrance was indeed small, barely 3 feet in diameter, covered with a rusted grate that Emmett removed with casual strength. I'll go first, Naruto decided, creating a shadow clone that transformed into a small fox. This guy can scout ahead without attracting attention. Rosalie watched with fascination as the fox-shaped clone slipped into the shaft and disappeared. Useful trick. One of many, Naruto replied with a small smile. Transformation techniques were the first thing I mastered as a kid. Used to drive my teachers crazy. I can imagine, she said, and for a brief moment, her customary reserve softened into something warmer. The moment was interrupted by Emmett clearing his throat. We doing this or what? They entered the shaft in sequence, Naruto first, then Rosalie, with Emmett bringing up the rear. The narrow passageway forced them to move in a half-crawl, half-shimmy motion that would have been exhausting for humans but merely inconvenient for beings of their capabilities. After several minutes of descent, Naruto's fox clone returned, communicating its findings directly to him before dispelling in a small puff of smoke. The shaft opens into a maintenance tunnel that connects to the main complex, he informed the others. 2 vampires stationed at the junction, but they're focused outward, not on the maintenance areas. Can we bypass them? Rosalie asked. Naruto nodded. There's a ventilation duct above the tunnel that runs parallel. Tight fit, but manageable. They continued downward, eventually emerging into a dimly lit maintenance tunnel with concrete walls stained by decades of mineral seepage. Following Naruto's lead, they located the ventilation duct and climbed inside, moving silently above the patrolling vampires below. The complex grew more elaborate as they proceeded, newer equipment interspersed with the rusted remains of mining operations, electrical cables running along walls, modern lighting installed alongside century-old fixtures. Someone had been renovating, and recently. Finally, they reached a point where the duct opened above what appeared to be a central chamber, a massive cavern carved into the mountain, its ceiling rising at least 50 feet above the floor. The original mining equipment had been removed, replaced by a complex array of machinery surrounding a central platform. On that platform, a swirling vortex of energy pulsed with hypnotic rhythm, its color shifting between purple, red, and an otherworldly blue. The chakra source, Naruto whispered, his eyes widening at the sight. It's a dimensional portal, or the beginning of one. Below, several vampires moved with purpose, adjusting equipment, monitoring readings. And standing before the portal, his back to them, was a figure that made Naruto's blood run cold. Tall and imposing, with long black hair falling to his waist, the vampire's pale skin seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. He wore traditional battle armor reminiscent of feudal Japan, modified and reinforced, but unmistakable in its design. Madara, Naruto confirmed, his voice barely audible. As if hearing his name despite the impossibility of it, the figure turned, looking up directly at their hiding spot with eyes that glowed crimson, not the solid red of normal vampires, but a pattern of 3 tomo surrounding the pupil. Sharingan. The legendary visual prowess of the Uchiha clan, somehow preserved in his vampire form. We've been discovered, Naruto hissed, already moving. Out, now. They barely had time to retreat before the ventilation duct was ripped from the ceiling by an invisible force, sending them tumbling to the chamber floor below. Naruto rolled to his feet instantly, positioning himself between the vampires and his companions. Madara Uchiha studied them with mild interest, his expression a mask of aristocratic disdain. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he observed, his voice carrying the same resonant power Naruto remembered, now enhanced with the hypnotic quality all vampires possessed. How convenient. Madara, Naruto acknowledged, his own voice steady despite the adrenaline flooding his system. Or whatever's wearing his face in this world. A thin smile curved the ancient vampire's lips. Perceptive. This body once belonged to a human with Uchiha DNA, a distant descendant who crossed dimensions centuries ago. When I awoke in this world, it was a simple matter to locate a suitable vessel. Awoke? Naruto questioned, buying time as he assessed their situation. 7 vampires surrounding them, plus Madara himself. Not good odds, even with his abilities. A fragment of consciousness, Madara explained, gesturing toward the swirling portal. Carried through the dimensional tear when you and Obito crashed through reality during your final battle. It took time to gather strength, to understand this world's rules. The vampire who found me was, helpful, if unwitting in his contribution. You possessed him, Rosalie stated, disgust evident in her tone. Madara's gaze shifted to her, his Sharingan eyes analyzing with clinical detachment. Crude terminology, but essentially correct. His immortal body provided the perfect vessel for my consciousness to fully manifest. His attention returned to Naruto. And now, after decades of preparation, the way home is nearly complete. That portal leads to my world? Naruto asked, though he already knew the answer. It will, once fully stabilized. The energy requirements are substantial. Madara gestured to several glass containers along the walls, each filled with a glowing red substance. Fortunately, human life force, when properly extracted and combined with vampire venom, provides an excellent substitute for chakra. The missing people from Seattle, Emmett growled, his massive hands clenching into fists. A necessary sacrifice, Madara replied dismissively. This world has no concept of true power. In ours, Naruto, the weak have always fueled the ambitions of the strong. That's not my world, Naruto countered. That's just your twisted vision of it. Madara's expression hardened. Your idealism was tiresome in our dimension. Here, it's simply obsolete. He made a slight gesture, and the vampires surrounding them tensed, ready to attack. I had hoped to harvest the Ninetales chakra more methodically, but your intrusion forces my hand. You think you can take Kurama's chakra? Naruto asked, feeling the fox's energy rising within him in response to the threat. Better ninja than you have tried. Better, perhaps, Madara conceded. But none with the unique advantages this world has given me. Without warning, he moved, not with the blinding speed of a vampire, but with the instantaneous displacement of the Mangekyo Sharingan's teleportation technique. One moment he stood across the chamber, the next he was directly before Naruto, hand striking toward his seal. Only Naruto's battle-honed reflexes saved him, a last-second substitution technique replacing his body with that of a nearby piece of equipment. Madara's hand shattered the machinery instead of connecting with Naruto's seal. Impressive, the ancient vampire acknowledged. Your adaptation to this world hasn't dulled your shinobi instincts. Emmett, Rosalie, the containers. Naruto shouted, already forming hand signs. Destroy them. Understanding immediately, Emmett launched himself toward the nearest glowing container, only to be intercepted by 3 vampires. Rosalie moved with equal purpose toward another set, using her speed and precision to evade rather than confront the guards. Naruto completed his jutsu, chakra molding into dozens of shadow clones that filled the chamber, creating instant chaos. As the vampires struggled to determine which Naruto was real, the clones attacked in coordinated patterns, their movements enhanced by Kurama's chakra flowing through them all. Madara observed the technique with the same clinical detachment. Shadow clones. Useful, but predictable. His Sharingan eyes tracked the movements of each clone, identifying subtle differences invisible to normal vision. There. He moved again, teleporting directly to the real Naruto, who was hanging back to coordinate the clone assault. This time, his hand connected, slamming into Naruto's chest directly over the curse mark left by the Orochimaru creature. Pain exploded through Naruto's body as the 2 foreign energies, Orochimaru's curse and whatever technique Madara was using, reacted violently. The black markings spread rapidly across his skin, no longer contained by Kurama's efforts. Yes, Madara hissed, satisfaction evident in his voice. The curse responds to my chakra. Another gift from my ally. Ally? Naruto managed through gritted teeth, struggling to maintain consciousness as the curse burned through his system. The one you call Orochimaru in this world, Madara explained. A useful partnership, though temporary. He lacks vision. Across the chamber, Emmett had managed to destroy one container, the glowing substance inside dissipating into the air with an unearthly wail. 3 vampires now focused their attacks on him, driving him back with coordinated strikes. Rosalie had been more successful, using her smaller size and superior agility to outmaneuver her opponents. She had destroyed 2 containers and was working on a third when Madara's attention shifted to her. Enough, he stated, releasing Naruto to drop to the floor. With a series of hand signs too fast to follow, he activated a technique that sent waves of gravitational force throughout the chamber, pinning everyone in place, including his own vampire followers. Impressive allies you found, Jinchuriki, Madara observed, walking casually toward Rosalie, who struggled against the invisible force holding her. This one in particular has spirit. I can see why you're drawn to her. Leave her alone, Naruto growled, fighting through pain as he struggled to move against the gravitational technique. Madara ignored him, stopping before Rosalie. Vampire physiology is fascinating, so similar to chakra enhancement, yet achieved through different means. He reached out, tilting her face up to meet his Sharingan eyes. I wonder how your kind responds to genjutsu. Inside Naruto, Kurama roared with fury. He's going to trap her mind. Use our link. Drawing on their combined determination, Naruto focused his remaining energy not on breaking free, but on establishing a connection to the curse mark now spread across his body. If Madara could use it as a conduit, so could he. As Madara's Sharingan began to spin, inducing the hypnotic state of a genjutsu, Naruto sent a pulse of pure chakra through the curse mark, using the connection Madara himself had established. The energy traveled through the network of black lines like lightning through a conductor, disrupting the ancient vampire's concentration just as the genjutsu began to take hold of Rosalie. Madara staggered back, momentarily surprised. Clever. Using my own connection against me. The disruption weakened the gravitational field enough for Naruto to move, throwing himself forward despite the pain still radiating from the curse mark. His clawed hand struck Madara's chest, chakra focused to a razor's edge. Rasengan, he snarled, the swirling sphere of energy forming directly against Madara's body. The technique bored into the vampire's chest, creating a spiraling hole through armor and flesh alike. Any normal vampire would have been incapacitated, perhaps even destroyed. But Madara merely looked down at the wound with mild annoyance as it began to close almost immediately. Vampire regeneration, he explained, grabbing Naruto's wrist before he could withdraw. Combined with Hashirama's cells I integrated centuries ago. Your techniques need adaptation for this world, Naruto. With casual strength, he flung Naruto across the chamber, sending him crashing into machinery with bone-crushing force. The gravitational field dissipated with his loss of concentration, freeing Emmett and Rosalie to resume their destruction of the containers. Seeing his plan unraveling, Madara made a sharp gesture to his followers. Enough games. Kill the male. Bring the female and the Jinchuriki alive. The vampires moved with renewed purpose, focusing their coordinated attacks on Emmett. Despite his tremendous strength, the big vampire found himself overwhelmed by their superior numbers and battle experience. Rosalie, seeing Emmett in danger, abandoned her mission and rushed to his aid, her face a mask of determination. Emmett. Naruto, pulling himself from the wreckage, saw the trap immediately. Rosalie, wait. His warning came too late. As she reached Emmett, two vampires broke from the group attacking him and seized her instead, moving with the precision of centuries-old predators. One grabbed her arms, wrenching them behind her back with enough force to stress even vampire-strong joints. The other produced a strange device, a collar-like mechanism that glowed with the same energy as the portal. Rose. Emmett roared, fighting with renewed fury to reach her. Naruto, ignoring his injuries, summoned 3 shadow clones and began forming his most powerful technique, the Rasen Shuriken, wind chakra spinning into a deadly disc around a core of pure energy. Madara observed the technique with genuine interest. The elemental Rasengan. Impressive adaptation of the fourth jutsu. Unfortunately, he never finished the sentence. The chamber ceiling exploded inward, showering the area with debris as several massive forms crashed through. The Quilut wolves had arrived, led by Sam's enormous black form. Behind them came Jasper and Alice, moving with coordinated precision that spoke of decades fighting together. Unexpected, Madara murmured, reassessing the situation as his followers were forced to release Rosalie to defend against the new threat. The chamber erupted into chaos, wolves attacking vampires, Jasper and Alice moving in perfect tandem to eliminate opponents, Emmett rejoining the fight with vengeful fury. Naruto seized the opportunity, launching his Rasen Shuriken directly at the swirling portal. Madara's eyes widened in genuine alarm. No. He teleported into the technique's path, hands flashing through signs before meeting the deadly chakra disc head-on. Instead of cutting through him, the Rasen Shuriken seemed to warp, its energy drawn into a swirling vortex centered on Madara's right eye. Kamui, Naruto whispered in disbelief. He has Obito's technique too. The Rasen Shuriken disappeared entirely, absorbed into whatever dimension the eye technique accessed. Madara staggered slightly, the effort of the absorption clearly taxing even his immense reserves. A miscalculation on my part, he admitted, surveying the battle now turning against his forces. I underestimated your connections in this world. With a series of hand signs, he activated another technique, one Naruto recognized with dread. The earth began to tremble as massive wooden tendrils erupted from the ground, writhing like living things as they attacked wolves and vampires indiscriminately. Wood style, Naruto confirmed grimly. He really does have Hashirama's cells, even in this form. The wooden constructs grabbed wolves mid-leap, wrapping around vampire limbs with crushing force. One tendril shot directly for Rosalie, who had been fighting her way toward the remaining containers. Naruto moved without thinking, throwing himself into the path of the attack. The wooden spear pierced his shoulder instead of Rosalie's heart, emerging through his back in a spray of blood. Naruto! Rosalie's cry carried over the sounds of battle, her golden eyes wide with horror. Despite the searing pain, Naruto gripped the wooden tendril, using it to pull himself closer to Rosalie. Finish the mission, he gasped. The containers. Understanding blazed across her features. With newfound determination, she launched herself toward the remaining containers, dodging wooden attacks with supernatural grace. Each container she reached shattered under her strength, the glowing essence inside dissipating with unearthly wails. Madara's expression shifted from confidence to genuine concern as the last container broke. The swirling portal at the chamber's center began to fluctuate wildly, its colors shifting erratically. No, he snarled, abandoning the battle to teleport to the portal controls. The dimensional alignment is destabilizing. The wooden constructs lost cohesion without his direct control, collapsing into inert matter. Naruto, freed from the tendril that had impaled him, staggered to his feet, blood flowing freely from his wound despite Kurama's efforts to heal it. Everyone out, he shouted, recognizing the signs of imminent collapse. The portal's going critical. The wolves didn't need to be told twice, already retreating toward the chamber entrance with instinctual understanding of danger. Jasper grabbed Alice and followed, pausing only to ensure the others were coming. Emmett had fought his way to Rosalie's side, his expression torn between relief at her safety and concern for the deteriorating situation. Rose, we need to go. But Rosalie's attention was fixed on Naruto, who was moving not toward the exit, but toward Madara and the destabilizing portal. What are you doing? She called, breaking away from Emmett to follow him. Ending this, Naruto replied, drawing on Kurama's chakra to form a cloak of golden energy around his body. If that portal collapses uncontrolled, the dimensional backlash could destroy everything for miles. Madara, hearing this, looked up from the controls with grudging respect. The Jinchuriki is correct. The energies must be contained and redirected. For a brief moment, the two warriors from another world locked eyes in perfect understanding. Whatever their differences, neither wanted to see this world destroyed by forces it wasn't prepared to handle. A temporary truce, then, Madara proposed, his hands already forming complex seals to stabilize the portal. Naruto nodded, moving to the opposite side of the portal. Drawing on his and Kurama's combined power, he began channeling chakra into the swirling vortex, working to counterbalance the wild fluctuations. Rosalie, go, he shouted over his shoulder, seeing her still standing nearby. I can't concentrate with you in danger. Not without you, she responded, her voice carrying a certainty that brooked no argument. Emmett appeared at her side, his expression unreadable as he looked between Rosalie and Naruto. Something shifted in his eyes, a recognition, perhaps, or a resignation. What do you need us to do? He asked Naruto, the question carrying layers of meaning beyond the immediate crisis. The junction boxes, Naruto directed, indicating several control panels around the chamber. Disconnect them in sequence, starting from that one. He pointed to a panel furthest from the portal. It'll allow us to channel the energy more precisely. As Emmett and Rosalie moved to follow his instructions, Madara spoke quietly, his voice reaching only Naruto's ears despite the chaos around them. She's chosen you, hasn't she? I can see it in her eyes. A thin smile curved his lips. Even in this world, the pull of destiny asserts itself. Focus on the portal, Naruto replied tersely, uncomfortable with both the observation and the source. Madara's smile widened slightly. The female vampire, her spirit burns differently than the others. Stronger. More, resonant with chakra frequencies. Interesting adaptation. Before Naruto could respond, the portal pulsed violently, nearly breaking free of their combined control. Both warriors redoubled their efforts, pouring power into the containment. Around them, Emmett and Rosalie worked with vampire speed to disconnect the junction boxes in the sequence Naruto had indicated. As each connection broke, the portal's erratic behavior became more manageable, its energies channeled into narrower parameters. Almost there, Naruto called out, sweat beading on his forehead despite the chill of the underground chamber. One more junction. Rosalie reached for the final connection, but as her hand touched the panel, the portal surged again, sending a wave of energy across the chamber. The blast caught her directly, lifting her off her feet and slamming her into the cavern wall with devastating force. Rose! Emmett shouted, rushing to her side. Naruto's concentration wavered at the sight of her crumpled form, allowing the portal to spiral further out of control. Focus, Jinchuriki. Madara snapped, his own power straining to maintain containment. Her fate is sealed if we all perish. With supreme effort, Naruto turned back to the portal, channeling everything he had into stabilizing the collapsing dimensional gateway. Kurama's chakra flowed through him in torrents, the fox working in perfect synchrony with his host. The female still lives, Kurama informed him, sensing Naruto's divided attention. Focus on the task. Across the chamber, Emmett cradled Rosalie's motionless form, genuine fear etching his features for perhaps the first time in his vampire existence. Her body showed cracks like fine porcelain, golden eyes closed, no breath or movement to indicate consciousness. The final junction, Naruto called to him, his voice strained with effort. It has to be disconnected or we can't redirect the energy. Emmett looked up, conflict clear on his face, stay with Rosalie or complete the mission. Go, a weak voice whispered. Rosalie's eyes had opened, though she remained otherwise immobile in his arms. Finish it, Emmett. Please. With visible reluctance, he laid her gently against the wall and sprinted to the final junction box, ripping it free with a single powerful motion. The effect was immediate. The portal's chaotic energies suddenly condensed, its swirling mass contracting into a tightly controlled vortex. Naruto and Madara, working in unlikely cooperation, guided the remaining power into a controlled implosion. Now! Madara commanded, his Sharingan eyes tracking energy patterns invisible to others. In perfect synchronization, they released their hold on the portal. It collapsed inward with a sound like thunder, a blinding flash of light forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When vision cleared, only a small, pulsing sphere of energy remained where the massive portal had been, contained, stable, but still present. Madara straightened, his aristocratic features showing fatigue despite vampire endurance. Imperfect, but sufficient. The dimensional tear is stabilized, though not closed entirely. Naruto didn't waste time on words. The moment the crisis was averted, he rushed to Rosalie's side, dropping to his knees beside her. The cracks in her vampire stone skin were spreading, a phenomenon he'd never witnessed before. What's happening to her? He demanded of no one in particular. Emmett rejoined them, his expression grim. Portal energy. It's breaking down her cellular structure. I've never seen anything like it. Can Carlyle help? Naruto asked, desperate for options. Emmett shook his head slowly. Not this. This isn't medical, it's something else entirely. From across the chamber, Madara approached, his gait unhurried despite the groans of the mountain around them as the complex began to collapse. The dimensional energy is incompatible with her vampire physiology, he observed clinically. It's breaking the bonds that hold her immortal form together. Fix it, Naruto demanded, rising to face him. You understand this better than anyone. Madara's expression remained impassive. And why would I help your chosen mate, Jinchuriki? Our truce extended only to preventing mutual destruction. Because you need me, Naruto replied, understanding suddenly dawning. That's why you haven't teleported away yet. You need something only I can provide. A thin smile acknowledged the accuracy of his deduction. Perceptive. Yes, stabilizing the portal has depleted my reserve substantially. To complete my work, I need a sample of the Nine-Tails chakra, freely given, not taken by force. Done, Naruto said without hesitation. Save her, and I'll give you what you need. Naruto, no, Rosalie whispered, her voice growing weaker as the cracks spread across her face. You can't trust him. Emmett looked between them, his expression torn between jealousy and resignation. Something in Naruto's unhesitating offer seemed to resolve a question in his mind. Do it, he told Naruto quietly. If he can save her, do whatever it takes. Madara considered for a moment, then nodded. A fair exchange. He knelt beside Rosalie, placing one hand over her heart and the other on her forehead. Hold her still. This will be unpleasant. As Emmett gently restrained Rosalie's shoulders, Madara's hands began to glow with chakra, not the blue of standard techniques, but a strange mixture of red and purple that seemed to absorb light rather than emit it. What are you doing? Naruto asked, watching intently. Converting the dimensional energy within her to something compatible with this world's laws, Madara explained, his Sharingan eyes tracking invisible patterns through Rosalie's body. In essence, teaching her cellular structure to recognize the foreign energy as fuel rather than poison. Rosalie's back arched in pain as the process began, a cry escaping her lips despite her obvious attempt to remain stoic. The cracks in her skin began to glow with the same strange light emanating from Madara's hands. Hold her, the ancient vampire commanded as her struggles intensified. Naruto moved without thinking, taking her hand in his. The moment their skin connected, something extraordinary happened, the curse mark on his chest flared to life, black lines extending down his arm to where their hands joined. Instead of spreading to her, however, the markings seemed to create a bridge between them, a conduit through which energy flowed both ways. Madara's eyes widened slightly. Fascinating. The curse mark is acting as a stabilizing influence, harmonizing your energies. His gaze shifted to Naruto. Your connection to her is stronger than I anticipated. Naruto barely heard him, focused entirely on Rosalie's face as the pain in her expression gradually eased. The cracks in her skin began to seal, not disappearing entirely but stabilizing, no longer spreading. After what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, Madara withdrew his hands. It is done. She will recover, though not without changes. Changes? Emmett questioned sharply. The dimensional energy is now part of her, Madara explained, rising to his feet with fluid grace. How that manifests will depend on her nature. Now, Jinchuriki, you're part of the bargain. Naruto reluctantly released Rosalie's hand, though the connection between them lingered like an invisible thread. Standing before Madara, he closed his eyes, communicating silently with Kurama. Are we really giving this snake what he wants? The fox growled. Just enough to fulfill the bargain, no more, Naruto replied. And with our own modification. Opening his eyes, Naruto extended his hand, palm up. Golden chakra swirled above it, condensing into a small, dense sphere about the size of a marble. Nine-Tails chakra, freely given as promised, he stated, his voice firm. But know this, Madara, I've infused it with my own chakra signature. If you use it for anything that threatens innocent lives, I'll know. And I will find you. Madara accepted the sphere, studying it with genuine scientific interest. A tracking beacon within the gift itself. Clever. He pocketed the chakra sphere with care. Rest assured, my goals in this world are more complex than mere destruction. We will meet again, Naruto Uzumaki, under different circumstances. With that, he activated his Sharingan's teleportation technique, disappearing from the chamber just as the ceiling began to collapse in earnest. Time to go, Emmett announced, lifting Rosalie in his arms despite her weak protests that she could walk. Naruto created a shadow clone to help clear their path as they rushed toward the exit, the mountain continuing to rumble ominously around them. They emerged into daylight just as the main shaft collapsed behind them, sending a plume of dust skyward. At a safe distance, they paused to regroup. Jasper, Alice, and the Quileute wolves had already evacuated, apparently trusting Naruto and the others to handle the portal situation. Emmett gently set Rosalie on her feet, though he kept a supportive arm around her waist. The cracks in her skin had stabilized into faint lines that resembled golden veins running beneath her marble surface, most prominently visible around her eyes and along her arms. "How do you feel?" Naruto asked her, keeping a respectful distance despite his concern. "Different," she admitted, examining the golden patterns on her forearms with a mixture of fascination and uncertainty. "Like there's something new inside me, something awake." "Madara said the dimensional energy is now part of you," Emmett reminded her, his expression troubled as he studied the changes in her appearance. Rosalie nodded slowly, then turned to Naruto. "You gave him what he wanted." "For me." It wasn't a question, but her tone carried complex emotions, gratitude, confusion, perhaps even guilt. "I did," Naruto acknowledged simply. "And I'd do it again." Something passed between them in that moment, an understanding deeper than words could express. Emmett, watching their exchange, seemed to reach a conclusion of his own. "We should get back," he said finally, his voice carefully neutral. "Carlyle will want to examine those changes, and the others need to know what happened here." As they began the journey back to Forks, moving at a pace easy enough for Rosalie in her weakened state, Naruto felt Kurama stir within his mindscape. "The bond is formed," the fox observed. "Whether you intended it or not." "What kind of bond?" Naruto questioned silently. "In our world, we would call it a soul link," Kurama replied. "Here, who knows? But one thing is certain, your fates are now intertwined beyond simple choice." Naruto glanced at Rosalie walking beside Emmett, her golden hair catching the sunlight, new golden patterns beneath her skin glimmering subtly. Something fundamental had changed today, not just in her, but between them. And judging by the resigned expression on Emmett's face as he occasionally glanced between them, he sensed it too. The true nature of that change, and what it would mean for all of them, remained to be seen. But as they made their way back to Forks, Naruto knew with absolute certainty that nothing would be the same again. The pull between him and Rosalie had transcended ordinary attraction, it had become something elemental, something neither of them fully understood but both increasingly recognized. A connection forged in battle, sealed in sacrifice, and now flowing between them like the golden lines beneath her skin, visible to all who cared to look. Chapter 3, Divided Hearts. The Cullen house stood silent as dawn broke over Forks, washing the glass walls with pale golden light. In Carlyle's study, transformed into a medical examination room, Rosalie sat perfectly still as the patriarch of the vampire family studied the shimmering golden lines etched beneath her marble skin. They radiated outward from her heart like delicate branches, most prominent along her arms and around her eyes, giving her an otherworldly appearance even by vampire standards. "Fascinating," Carlyle murmured, examining a sample of her venom under a microscope. "The dimensional energy has bonded at the molecular level. It's not just contained within you, it's become part of your cellular structure." "Is it dangerous?" Emmett asked from his position by the wall, arms crossed tightly over his broad chest, eyes never leaving Rosalie. "Not immediately," Carlyle replied carefully. "The energy appears stable thanks to Madara's intervention and, if Naruto's explanation is accurate, the connection formed between them during the process." At the mention of that connection, tension thickened in the room. Rosalie's golden eyes flickered briefly to Naruto, who stood by the window, his posture deceptively casual despite his hyper-awareness of everyone present. "And long-term?" Edward pressed, having joined the examination out of both concern and curiosity. His mind-reading abilities had been providing Carlyle with insights into Rosalie's condition that she herself couldn't articulate. Carlyle set down his instruments with the precision of a man accustomed to delivering difficult news. Unknown. This is entirely unprecedented. Dimensional energy interacting with vampire physiology. He shook his head. We're in uncharted territory. I feel fine, Rosalie stated, her voice carrying its usual hint of defiance despite the uncertainty of her situation. Different, but not weakened. Different how exactly? Alice asked, perched on the edge of Carlyle's desk, her expression both concerned and fascinated. Rosalie hesitated, something rare for her. It's like, a new sense has awakened. I can feel energy around me, in people, in objects. Currents and flows I never noticed before. Chakra sensitivity, Naruto offered, speaking for the first time since the examination began. You're detecting energy fields similar to what I work with. It makes sense, given the nature of what bonded with you. Carlyle turned to him with scholarly interest. Could this give her access to abilities similar to yours? Potentially, Naruto acknowledged. In my world, chakra manipulation requires both physical and spiritual energy working in harmony. Vampires obviously have the spiritual component in abundance, given your enhanced mental abilities. The physical aspect might be the limiting factor. My physical strength is hardly lacking, Rosalie pointed out with a hint of her characteristic sharpness. Naruto's lips curved slightly. Not strength, energy circulation. Humans in my world have chakra networks, pathways throughout the body that channel and shape energy. Vampires. He shrugged. Your biology is different. More static. Yet the energy has integrated with her system, Carlyle mused. Suggesting some level of compatibility we didn't anticipate. The conversation paused as Esme entered the room carrying a tray with a steaming mug that she offered to Naruto, the only one present who needed sustenance. The gesture of hospitality, so normal amid their extraordinary circumstances, somehow emphasized the surreal nature of their situation. Thank you, Naruto said, accepting the drink with genuine appreciation. The warmth against his palms was grounding, human, a contrast to the supernatural complexities surrounding them. We should discuss the broader implications, Jasper stated from his position near the door, ever the strategist. Madara has what he wanted, a sample of the Nine-Tails chakra. The Orochimaru entity is still at large. And now we have the Vulturi to consider. At the mention of the vampire ruling class, the mood in the room darkened further. Alice's vision was clear, Edward confirmed grimly. Jane is coming to investigate the disturbances. Arrow must have sensed something unusual happening in our territory. Jane. Naruto questioned, noting the tension that rippled through the Cullens at the name. One of the Vulturi's most valuable assets, Carlyle explained. She possesses the ability to create the illusion of excruciating pain simply by looking at you. A formidable gift, wielded by someone with little moral restraint in its application. Sounds charming, Naruto commented dryly. When will she arrive? Rosalie asked, her voice steady despite the clear concern in her eyes. Alice's gaze unfocused briefly, searching the future. 3 days. She's coming alone, which suggests this is reconnaissance rather than enforcement. Still, Jane alone is dangerous enough. Will she be able to sense what's happened to Rosalie? Emmett asked, protectiveness evident in his tone. Undoubtedly, Edward replied. The changes are too significant to hide, especially from someone as perceptive as Jane. Then we don't hide them, Rosalie decided, standing in a fluid motion. The golden patterns beneath her skin caught the light, shimmering like sunlight through stained glass. We present them as an evolution, not a threat. Carlyle nodded slowly. A reasonable approach. Jane reports directly to Arrow. We need to ensure she brings back information that won't trigger a larger Vulturi response. As the family continued discussing strategy for Jane's arrival, Naruto caught Rosalie's eye. A silent exchange passed between them, a shared awareness that transcended the need for words. With a subtle nod toward the door, he suggested they step outside. After a moment's hesitation, she followed. Neither noticed the pained expression that crossed Emmett's face as he watched them leave together, nor the sympathetic glance Jasper sent his way, the empath all too aware of the emotional currents flowing through the room. The forest behind the Cullen house offered privacy rare in a household of beings with enhanced senses. Naruto and Rosalie walked in comfortable silence for several minutes, following a path along the river that marked the treaty line. The morning mist clung to the undergrowth, creating an ethereal atmosphere that matched their supernatural nature. "You should be resting," Naruto finally said, though his tone suggested he knew how that recommendation would be received. "Vampires don't need rest," Rosalie replied predictably, but without her usual edge. "Besides, I needed to get out of that room. Their concern is smothering. They care about you. They're also afraid of me," she countered, examining the golden lines tracing her forearms. "Or rather, afraid of what's happening to me. Something new and unpredictable in a world where they've grown comfortable with their limitations." Naruto studied her profile, struck by how the morning light illuminated the new patterns around her eyes, delicate whorls that emphasized her beauty rather than diminishing it. "Is that how you see it? As breaking limitations rather than being changed by something outside your control?" Rosalie paused, considering the question with unusual thoughtfulness. "Both, perhaps. I didn't choose this, just as I never chose to become a vampire." Her voice softened, carrying echoes of old pain. "But now that it's happened, I find myself curious about the possibilities." They reached a small clearing beside the river, where a fallen tree provided a natural bench. Rosalie sat with the fluid grace that all vampires possessed, while Naruto settled beside her with the controlled ease of a trained warrior. "Tell me about your world," she requested suddenly. "Not the battles or the techniques, the people. What was your life like before you came here?" The question caught Naruto off guard, not because it was inappropriate but because few had ever asked him about the personal aspects of his former life. Most were more interested in his powers or the threats from his dimension. "It wasn't always easy," he began, memories washing over him with bittersweet clarity. "I grew up alone. Orphaned at birth when my parents sealed Kurama inside me to save our village. The adults feared what I contained, and that fear transferred to their children. They ostracized you for something you had no control over," Rosalie observed, the parallel to her own transformation into something feared and misunderstood hanging unspoken between them. Naruto nodded. "For years, I thought if I just tried hard enough, if I became strong enough, loud enough, noticeable enough, they'd have to acknowledge me. See me as more than just the vessel for a destructive force." "Did it work?" The genuine interest in her voice encouraged him to continue. "Eventually. Not because of the noise I made, though." He smiled faintly at the memories. "It was the quiet moments that changed things. The times I chose to protect people who'd never shown me kindness. The sacrifices no one asked me to make. You earned their respect through actions, not demands," Rosalie summarized, something like admiration coloring her tone. "Something like that," he agreed. "What about you? Carlyle mentioned you returned in 1933, but not much else." A shadow passed over Rosalie's perfect features. For a moment, Naruto thought she might deflect the question, as she seemed to do with most personal inquiries. "I was dying when Carlyle found me," she said instead, her voice deceptively calm. "Beaten, violated, left for dead in the street by my fiancé and his friends. My crime was being beautiful and naive enough to believe beauty was a gift rather than a curse." Naruto remained silent, recognizing the courage it took for her to share this part of herself. "Carlyle thought he was saving me," she continued, golden eyes fixed on the flowing river. "In some ways, he did. In others, he sentenced me to an eternity of remembering that night, of carrying the rage and helplessness with perfect vampire recall. You got revenge, Naruto observed, not a question but a certainty based on the steel in her voice when she spoke of her attackers. A cold smile curved her lips. I did. Each one, saved for last the man who'd claimed to love me. I was careful not to spill their blood, still too new to my vampire nature to risk the temptation. But they died knowing exactly who had come for them, and why. Instead of judgment, Naruto's expression showed understanding. In my world, we have a saying, when seeking revenge, dig 2 graves, one for your enemy and one for yourself. But sometimes, the second grave is for the person you were before, not the person you become after. Rosalie's eyes met his, surprise flickering through them at his acceptance of her darkest deed. Most people recoil when they learn what I did. Even the others, they understand, but they don't approve. I'm not most people, he replied simply. And while I've always tried to find paths beyond revenge, I've never stood in judgment of those who couldn't. Something shifted between them in that moment, a deepening of the connection that had begun in the warehouse, strengthened by the sharing of truths few others had heard. The golden lines beneath Rosalie's skin seemed to pulse faintly, responding to the emotional current passing between them. This connection between us, she said quietly, it's not just the dimensional energy, is it? Naruto hesitated, then decided honesty was the only appropriate response. Kurama calls it a soul link. In my world, they're rare, usually formed in moments of extreme necessity between compatible spirits. And in this world? I don't know, he admitted. But I can feel it strengthening, day by day. Can you? She nodded slowly. Like a thread connecting us, vibrating when we're close. Her expression grew troubled. Emmett senses it too. Not directly, but he sees how we orbit each other, even when we're trying not to. The mention of Emmett brought reality crashing back into their momentary bubble of understanding. Naruto straightened, putting a respectful distance between them. I should never have come to Forks, he said, regret coloring his voice. The energy signature, I could have investigated without involving your family. Don't, Rosalie said sharply. What's happening between us is complicated enough without adding misplaced guilt. You followed a trail that might lead you home. I made choices that led me here. We're both responsible for our own paths. Before Naruto could respond, a new presence made itself known at the edge of the clearing, Emmett, his massive frame unusually tense as he approached. Alice sent me, he explained, his normally booming voice subdued. Jane's timeline has changed. She'll be here tomorrow, not in 3 days. Carlyle is calling a family meeting. His eyes moved between them, noting their proximity, the intensity of their conversation. Something resigned and deeply sad passed across his features before he masked it. We'll be right there, Rosalie assured him, standing in one graceful movement. Emmett nodded once, then turned to leave, pausing only to address Naruto directly. The others are waiting at the house. Rose can catch up. The implication was clear, he needed a moment alone with his wife. Naruto rose, respecting the request. I'll see you back at the house, he told Rosalie, careful to keep his tone neutral. As he passed Emmett, he added quietly, thank you for the warning about Jane. Emmett's only response was a short nod, his eyes already fixed on Rosalie. Naruto didn't look back as he headed toward the Cullen house, but he could feel the tension radiating from the clearing behind him, the inevitable conversation that would shape whatever came next for all 3 of them. The family meeting was already underway when Rosalie finally returned, Emmett notably absent. The atmosphere in the Cullen living room shifted perceptibly at her entrance, concerned glances exchanged, a hesitation in Esme's welcoming smile, Alice's knowing gaze tracking between Rosalie and Naruto with unconcealed interest. Where's Emmett? Carlyle asked, voicing the question everyone was thinking. He needed some time, Rosalie replied, her composure perfect despite the emotional storm Naruto suspected she was weathering internally. He'll be back before Jane arrives. The simple statement carried volumes of unspoken meaning. No one pressed for details, though Edward's slight frown suggested he was receiving more information through his mind-reading abilities than the others. "Let's continue," Carlyle suggested gently. "As I was explaining, Jane's accelerated arrival suggests increased Vulturi concern. Alice, what else have you seen?" The petite vampire shook her head. "It's frustratingly unclear. Jane's decisions are firm, she's coming to assess the situation directly. But the outcomes splinter in too many directions to track clearly." She cast an apologetic glance at Naruto. "Your presence creates blind spots similar to the wolves, though not as complete. The Quiloot pack has agreed to maintain distance during her visit," Edward added. "Sam understands the risk the Vulturi represent to everyone if they decide to send their full guard." "What exactly does Jane want?" Naruto asked, focusing on the tactical aspects of the situation rather than the emotional undercurrents filling the room. "Information, primarily," Carlyle explained. "The Vulturi maintain power through comprehensive knowledge of vampire activities worldwide. The energy fluctuations from the portal, combined with the newborn activity in Seattle, would have registered as anomalies requiring investigation. We need to present a unified explanation," Jasper continued, his strategic mind already mapping contingencies. "One that acknowledges unusual events without suggesting threats to vampire secrecy or Vulturi authority." "And Rosalie's condition?" Esme asked delicately. All eyes turned to Rosalie, who stood near the window, the morning light catching the golden patterns on her skin. "We don't hide it," she stated firmly. "Jane would sense deception immediately. We present it as an unexpected evolution resulting from exposure to unusual energy. Nothing that challenges Vulturi power or risks exposure to humans." "What about Naruto?" Alice questioned. "His nature is harder to explain within conventional vampire-werewolf paradigms." "I can handle Jane," Naruto assured them, though internally Kurama rumbled with skepticism. "A vampire whose power is pain projection? Reminds me of genjutsu specialists, dangerous if you're unprepared." "Jane's gift is formidable," Edward cautioned, as if hearing Kurama's concerns. "It overwhelms even the strongest vampires. We shouldn't assume your unique physiology provides immunity." "I've faced worse," Naruto replied, not boasting but stating fact. "And Kurama has experience breaking mental techniques. If she attacks, we'll manage." Carlyle looked troubled. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Open conflict with any Vulturi member, even one as young as Jane, would have severe repercussions." The meeting continued, strategies refined, contingencies established. Throughout the discussion, Naruto noticed how Rosalie participated with her usual sharp intelligence, yet something had changed in her demeanor, a new certainty in her posture, decisions made that hadn't been shared with the group. When the meeting concluded, the family dispersed to prepare for Jane's arrival. Naruto found himself alone with Jasper in the Cullen's library, the empathic vampire having requested a private conversation. "You wanted to speak with me?" Naruto prompted, settling into one of the comfortable leather chairs that filled the book-lined room. Jasper remained standing, his posture military straight, eyes evaluating Naruto with centuries of battle experience behind them. "I feel emotions," he stated without preamble. "Not just my own, everyone's. It's my gift, similar to Edward's mind reading but focused on emotional states rather than thoughts." Naruto nodded, having gathered as much from previous interactions. "That must be challenging in a house full of strong personalities." A ghost of a smile touched Jasper's lips. "You have no idea. But it also gives me insights others miss. Like what's happening between you and Rosalie, and what it's doing to this family." The directness didn't surprise Naruto. Of all the Cullens, Jasper struck him as the most pragmatic, the least inclined to dance around difficult truths. "I never intended to disrupt your family," Naruto said honestly. "The connection between us wasn't planned or pursued. It formed in a moment of crisis." "I know," Jasper acknowledged, his southern accent slightly more pronounced as he continued. "I felt it happen, like a thunderclap in the emotional atmosphere. What I need to understand is what you intend to do about it now. The question cut to the heart of the situation with military precision. Naruto took a moment to consider his response, aware that Jasper would sense any attempt at deflection or dishonesty. That depends largely on Rosalie, he answered finally. And Emmett. I won't pursue something that destroys a decades-long relationship, no matter what this connection feels like. Jasper studied him intently, clearly assessing the emotions behind the words. And if she's already made her choice? If the relationship is already changing regardless of your intentions? The question hung in the air between them, loaded with implications Naruto had been trying not to confront directly. Then I need to be certain it's truly what she wants, he replied carefully. Not just a reaction to extraordinary circumstances or the influence of this energy bond. And Emmett? He's my brother in every way that matters. Naruto met Jasper's gaze steadily. I respect Emmett. His strength goes beyond the physical, and he deserves better than to be caught in the middle of something neither Rosalie nor I fully understand yet. Jasper's posture relaxed slightly, apparently satisfied with what he sensed in Naruto's emotional state. For what it's worth, I believe you. But intentions matter less than outcomes in situations like this. I know, Naruto acknowledged. Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility for my part in it. See that you do, Jasper replied, not unkindly. This family has endured for decades through loyalty and trust. New connections are welcome, but not at the expense of existing bonds. With that warning delivered, Jasper departed, leaving Naruto alone with thoughts that had been simmering beneath the surface since the warehouse encounter. The soul link with Rosalie was undeniable, growing stronger each day, but its implications for everyone involved remained unclear. You're overthinking, Kurama commented in his mind. The female has already decided. I can sense it even if you're pretending not to. It's not that simple, Naruto countered silently. Decisions made in moments of transformation aren't always the ones that endure. Says the boy who decided his life's path at age 12 and never wavered, the fox replied dryly. Some spirits recognize their counterparts instantly. Denial changes nothing. Before Naruto could continue the internal debate, a new presence entered the library, Edward, his expression troubled as he shut the door behind him. I apologize for intruding, he began formally, but there's something you should know before Jane arrives. Naruto gestured to the chair opposite his. I'm listening. Edward remained standing, uncomfortable energy radiating from him. I've been trying to respect privacy as much as possible, given the situation. But Rosalie's thoughts are particularly clear to me, having known her for decades. And? Naruto prompted, sensing the direction of the conversation. She's made her decision, Edward confirmed, echoing Kurama's assessment. She and Emmett talked in the forest. Whatever happens with Jane tomorrow, Rosalie intends to. He hesitated, clearly uncomfortable delivering this news. She's chosen to explore what this connection with you might mean. Emmett is processing this development. Though Naruto had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed sent a complex wave of emotions through him, elation warring with guilt, anticipation tempered by concern for Emmett. Why are you telling me this? He asked, genuinely curious. Edward's expression grew more serious. Because you need to understand what it means for a vampire to change course after decades. Our kind doesn't adapt easily, mentally or emotionally. When we commit, it's usually for eternity. Yet Rosalie is changing. Yes, Edward acknowledged. And that's precisely why I'm concerned. The energy bond between you has catalyzed something in her, a capacity for transformation that defies vampire nature. It's unprecedented, potentially dangerous, and certainly disruptive to the stability this family needs. Naruto absorbed this warning, seeing the genuine concern behind Edward's caution. You think the connection is forcing her decisions rather than informing them? I think, Edward replied carefully, that none of us, including you and Rosalie, fully understand what's happening. And rushing into profound changes during such uncertainty is rarely wise. The criticism was fair, and Naruto acknowledged it with a nod. What would you have me do? Give her space, Edward suggested. After Jane's visit, take time to investigate the energy source that brought you here without the complication of romantic entanglement. Let Rosalie process her feelings without the constant reinforcement of your presence. It was sound advice, the kind Naruto himself might have given in similar circumstances. Yet something in him rebelled against it, the same instinct that had guided him through countless battles and life-or-death decisions. I appreciate your concern, he said finally. And I understand your loyalty to your family. But ultimately, this is between Rosalie, Emmett, and me. I won't force anything, but I also won't pretend this connection doesn't exist. Edward's expression tightened with frustration, but he nodded curtly. I expected as much. Just remember, vampire emotions run deeper and last longer than human ones. The ripples from whatever happens next will affect this family for centuries, not years. With that sobering reminder, he departed, leaving Naruto alone with thoughts even more turbulent than before. The mind reader worries too much, Kurama commented. Change is the only constant across all worlds. Even for immortals. Maybe, Naruto acknowledged. But that doesn't mean he's wrong about the consequences. As night fell over the Cullen house, Naruto remained in the library, sensing that Rosalie needed time with her family without his complicated presence. Tomorrow would bring Jane and whatever consequences her arrival entailed. Beyond that, a future rapidly shifting from the path he'd anticipated when first arriving in Forks. The energy signature that had drawn him here remained unexplained, Madara's plans unclear, the Orochimaru creature still at large. Yet increasingly, his thoughts centered not on these threats but on a golden-eyed vampire whose spirit had recognized something in his own, a connection neither of them had sought but neither could deny. Jane arrived precisely at noon the following day, a time when the heavy cloud cover over Forks allowed vampires to move about without revealing their nature to human eyes. The Cullens received advance warning from Alice, allowing them to gather in the main living area, presenting a unified front despite the emotional fractures running beneath the surface. Emmett had returned shortly before dawn, his usual boisterous demeanor subdued into something more controlled, more measured. He stood slightly apart from Rosalie, not out of hostility but with the careful distance of someone adjusting to a new reality. When his eyes met Naruto's across the room, there was pain there, but also a reluctant acceptance that spoke volumes about conversations that had occurred in private. The sound of a vehicle approaching drew everyone's attention. Moments later, the front door opened without a knock, and Jane entered as if she owned the house and was merely inspecting her property. She was smaller than Naruto had expected, a girl who appeared no more than 13 or 14, with pale blonde hair cut in a bob, delicate features, and the crimson eyes of a traditional vampire. Her childlike appearance made the predatory grace with which she moved all the more unsettling. Behind her followed a taller vampire with similar features, clearly related, though his expression lacked the sadistic edge that seemed permanently etched into Jane's angelic face. Carlyle, Jane greeted, her voice high and sweet, at odds with the cold calculation in her eyes. How considerate of you to gather everyone for my arrival. Jane, Alec, Carlyle responded with cordial respect. We weren't expecting both of you. Your visit is unexpected but not unwelcome. Jane's crimson gaze swept the room, pausing momentarily on each face before settling on Rosalie. The subtle widening of her eyes indicated she'd noticed the golden patterns beneath Rosalie's skin immediately. Arrow sends his regards, she stated, still watching Rosalie with undisguised interest. He's been concerned about unusual energy fluctuations originating from your territory. Now I see his concern was justified. She tilted her head, studying Rosalie like a scientist might examine a peculiar specimen. What has happened to you, Rosalie Hail? Rosalie met the smaller vampire's gaze without flinching. An evolution, of sorts. Exposure to energy from another dimension. Another dimension? Alex spoke for the first time, his voice soft but carrying an undercurrent of power similar to his sister's. That sounds conveniently fantastical. Yet accurate, Carlyle interjected smoothly. We've encountered phenomena outside conventional understanding, even by vampire standards. Jane's attention shifted to Naruto, who had remained positioned near the window, deliberately separate from the Cullen family formation. Her nostrils flared delicately as she caught his scent. And this would be the source of that unconventional understanding, I presume. Not vampire, not human. Her perfect features arranged themselves into a disapproving frown. Not entirely wolf either, though the stench is similar. Naruto Uzumaki, he introduced himself, meeting her crimson gaze directly. I'm from elsewhere. Elsewhere, Jane repeated, her childlike voice dripping with skepticism. How charmingly vague. She moved toward him with blinding vampire speed, stopping just inches away. Despite her small stature, the power emanating from her was palpable, ancient, practiced, confident in its supremacy. Ero will want to know everything about you, she stated, studying him with unnerving intensity. Your blood smells interesting. Different. And your connection to Rosalie's transformation is obvious even without Edward's gift. Naruto maintained his calm, feeling Kurama stir protectively within him. I'm happy to explain my presence here, but some things remain private. A cold smile curved Jane's lips. Privacy is a luxury not afforded when the Vulturi have questions. Her crimson eyes narrowed slightly. Let's see how cooperative you can be. Without warning, her gift activated, invisible but potent, directed at Naruto with the full force of her considerable power. Under normal circumstances, even the strongest vampire would have collapsed instantly, overwhelmed by illusory pain so intense it paralyzed both body and mind. Naruto felt it, a pressure against his mental barriers, attempting to transform his nerve endings into conduits for agony. But in the same instant, Kurama's chakra flared defensively, golden energy surging through his system to counteract the intrusion. Pathetic, the fox growled within him. Her technique lacks finesse. Pure force without subtlety. Jane's angelic features twisted with surprise and frustration as Naruto remained standing, showing only the slightest grimace rather than the expected collapse. Interesting, she murmured, intensifying her assault. Naruto felt sweat bead on his forehead as the pressure increased, but Kurama's chakra adapted quickly, forming protective pathways throughout his nervous system. His eyes flickered red briefly as he pushed back against Jane's mental intrusion. Enough. Rosalie's voice cut through the tension, her tall form suddenly between Naruto and Jane, golden patterns beneath her skin pulsing with energy. He's under our protection, Jane. Attack him again and you'll answer to all of us. The smaller vampire stepped back, genuine surprise registering on her face, not at Rosalie's intervention, but at its nature. The golden lines on Rosalie's skin had brightened visibly, and something like chakra seemed to radiate from her in protective waves. Well, Jane said softly, reassessing the situation. It seems your evolution is more significant than mere decoration. Her gaze shifted between Rosalie and Naruto, noting how the energy patterns seemed to resonate between them. Ero will find this development most intriguing. Jane, Carlyle intervened, his voice carrying the quiet authority that had maintained peace for centuries. We've always been forthcoming with the Vulturi about unusual events in our territory. This situation is no different. We're investigating anomalies that could affect our kind worldwide, not challenging Vulturi authority. Jane's childlike face revealed nothing of her thoughts as she considered this. Finally, she stepped back, composure regained. Very well. I'll expect a full briefing on these anomalies before I depart. Her crimson gaze returned to Naruto. And you, unusual one, Ero will want to meet you personally, I expect. Your resistance to my gift is unprecedented. I look forward to it, Naruto replied diplomatically, though internally both he and Kurama recognized the implied threat beneath the invitation. The tension in the room gradually eased as Jane moved away, allowing Alec to step forward. Unlike his sister's open aggression, his approach was more measured, his crimson eyes assessing each person with calculating precision. Perhaps we should discuss what you've discovered more systematically, he suggested, his soft voice nevertheless commanding attention. Beginning with these energy fluctuations Arrow detected, and their connection to Rosalie's transformation. As Carlyle led the Vulturi representatives to his study for a more detailed explanation, Naruto caught Rosalie's eye. The protective energy she had manifested was subsiding, the golden patterns returning to their normal luminosity, but something had changed, she had accessed abilities neither of them had anticipated. The soul link grows stronger, Kurama observed. She drew on our energy instinctively to defend you. Not just drew on it, Naruto corrected. She shaped it, directed it. That's not vampire ability, that's chakra manipulation. The implications were profound, suggesting possibilities that extended far beyond their personal connection. If Rosalie could access and direct chakra through their bond, what other aspects of his world's power might manifest in her? And more importantly, what would the power-obsessed Vulturi make of such unprecedented abilities once Jane reported back to her masters? The forest clearing where Naruto had first encountered Sam's pack now served a different purpose, neutral ground for a conversation too important for casual surroundings. The afternoon sun broke occasionally through the cloud cover, sending dappled light across the moss-covered ground where Naruto waited, sensing Rosalie's approach long before she appeared through the trees. Jane and Alec had departed hours earlier, carrying detailed reports back to their masters in Italy. Their visit had been tense but ultimately productive. The Vulturi representative seemed satisfied that the Cullens were managing the situation rather than concealing threats to vampire society. What they would make of Rosalie's transformation and her connection to Naruto remained to be seen, but immediate crisis had been averted through careful diplomacy and strategic information sharing. Now, in the aftermath, more personal matters demanded attention. Rosalie emerged from the forest with characteristic grace, golden hair catching the filtered sunlight. She had changed from the formal attire worn for Jane's visit into simpler clothes, jeans, boots, and a deep blue blouse that complemented the golden patterns now permanent features of her vampire physiology. You wanted to meet here specifically, she observed, glancing around the clearing. Why? Neutral ground, Naruto explained, gesturing to the fallen log that served as a natural bench. What we need to discuss shouldn't happen in the Cullen house, where every word can be overheard. Rosalie nodded in understanding, settling onto the log with fluid elegance. Edward told you about my conversation with Emmett. He mentioned it, Naruto acknowledged, remaining standing. But I'd rather hear from you directly. Something like appreciation flickered across her perfect features. Fair enough. She took an unnecessary breath, a human habit that persisted despite her vampire nature. Emmett and I have been together since 1935. That's over 90 years of shared existence, longer than most human marriages by far. I understand if you need time, let me finish, she interrupted gently. What Emmett and I have is real. It always has been. He saved me from the darkness I was drowning in after my transformation, showed me there could still be joy and passion in this existence I never asked for. Naruto nodded, respect for their history evident in his expression. But what immortality has taught me, Rosalie continued, is that time changes even unchanging things. Vampires resist evolution, our bodies are frozen, our minds set in patterns that become increasingly difficult to break. Most of us simply accept this limitation as the price of eternal life. She looked down at her hands, the golden patterns shimmering beneath her marble skin. Then you arrived, and everything changed. Not just the energy bond, though that catalyzed it. You showed me a different kind of strength, one based on adaptation rather than resistance. Rosalie, I'm choosing transformation, she stated firmly, golden eyes meeting his with unwavering certainty. Emmett understands, even if it hurts him. He's known for years that something in me has been, waiting. Searching. He just didn't expect to be alive when I found it. The weight of her decision hung in the air between them, profound in its implications not just for them, but for everyone connected to them. What about the family? Naruto asked quietly. The Cullens are your anchor in this world. They still are, Rosalie assured him. This isn't about abandoning family, it's about honoring truth. Jasper felt it first, with his emotional sensitivity. Then Edward, reading the changes in my thoughts. They understand, even if they worry about the consequences. Naruto moved closer, not quite touching her but near enough that the energy between them hummed with recognition. And what are you hoping for, Rosalie? What do you want from this connection neither of us planned? For perhaps the first time since he'd met her, Rosalie's expression showed vulnerability, hope mixed with uncertainty, determination shadowed by fear of disappointment. I want to discover what I'm becoming, she answered honestly. And I want to do it with someone who sees transformation as opportunity rather than threat. Someone who understands what it means to contain something powerful and make it part of yourself rather than your enemy. The parallel between her integration of the dimensional energy and his lifelong journey with Kurama wasn't lost on Naruto. Before he could respond, however, a new scent carried on the breeze, familiar, tinged with power that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. We're not alone, he murmured, shifting subtly into a more defensive stance. Rosalie tensed, vampire senses immediately alert. Madara? Close, but different, Naruto replied, extending his awareness outward. The Orochimaru entity. It's nearby, watching. As if summoned by his recognition, a figure emerged from the shadows between the trees, pale as death, with long black hair framing a face that seemed caught between human and serpentine features. The golden eyes that watched them held nothing of humanity, only cold, calculating intelligence. Touching reunion, the creature observed, its voice carrying the distinctive sibilant quality Naruto remembered from the original Orochimaru. The Jinchuriki and his vampire queen, bound by forces neither fully comprehends. What do you want? Naruto demanded, moving protectively in front of Rosalie despite knowing she was fully capable of defending herself. The creature's lipless mouth curved into something approximating a smile. Just observing the progression of my little gift. It gestured toward the mark still visible on Naruto's chest. The curse seal appears to have bonded quite effectively, creating pathways I didn't anticipate. Fascinating adaptation. Your gift nearly killed me, Naruto reminded it. And you're working with Madara, hardly actions that suggest friendly intentions. Collaboration, not friendship, the creature corrected, circling them with unnatural fluidity, its movements neither fully vampire nor human. Madara has his objectives, I have mine. Occasionally, they align. Rosalie spoke for the first time, her voice cold with disdain. And what exactly are your objectives? More human experimentation. More innocent lives harvested for your twisted research. The Orochimaru entity turned its unblinking gaze to her, studying the golden patterns beneath her skin with obvious scientific interest. Such righteous indignation from a predator species. How many humans have vampires consumed over the centuries? At least my subjects contribute to knowledge, to evolution. Evolution toward what? Naruto pressed, tracking the creature's movements as it continued its slow circuit around them. Synthesis, it replied, as if the answer should be obvious. The merging of our world's spiritual energy systems with this dimension's supernatural frameworks. Imagine the possibilities. Chakra-wielding vampires, Jinchuriki with the immortality of cold ones, shapeshifters who maintain conscious control over their transformations. It gestured toward Rosalie. She's already demonstrating the potential, vampire physiology accepting and integrating chakra through your bond. A promising first step, though crude in its execution. Naruto felt Kurama stir within him, the fox's anger rising at the creature's casual discussion of forces it barely understood. You're playing with powers beyond your control. The dimensional boundaries exist for a reason. The creature laughed, a chilling sound like scales sliding across stone. Boundaries exist to be transcended. Madara understands this, even if his goals differ from mine. The portal was just the beginning, a proof of concept. And the next phase? Rosalie demanded, her golden eyes narrowed in suspicion. Already underway, the creature replied cryptically. Your Vulturi visitors were a minor complication, but ultimately irrelevant to the larger design. Its gaze returned to Naruto. The curse seal connects us, Jinchuriki. A tenuous link, but sufficient for me to track your progress. And for you to serve as an unwitting conduit. Alarm shot through Naruto as he realized the implications. You've been using me to gather information, about the Cullens, about Rosalie's transformation. Among other things, the creature acknowledged with disturbing casualness. Though your connection to the vampire has created unexpected variables. The soul link, as your fox spirit calls it, wasn't part of my calculations. Rosalie moved with blinding speed, crossing the distance to the creature before Naruto could stop her. Her hand shot out, grabbing its throat with crushing vampire strength. You've been spying through him, she snarled, golden patterns brightening with her fury. Using him as your puppet? Instead of struggling, the creature simply smiled, its body beginning to melt and reform around her grip like living clay. Such passion. Such protective instinct. The bond between you grows stronger than either of you realize. It dissolved completely, slipping through her fingers like white smoke before reforming several yards away. I came with information, not for confrontation. A gesture of good faith, you might say. You have a strange definition of good faith, Naruto commented, alert for any sign of attack despite the creature's seemingly peaceful approach. Perspective matters, it replied with a shrug that looked disturbingly inhuman on its malformed shoulders. Regardless, you should know that Madara has accelerated his timeline. The chakra sample you provided has allowed him to stabilize a new portal, larger, more controlled than the prototype you destroyed. This news sent a chill through Naruto. Where? The old Quilut burial grounds, the creature answered readily. The convergence of spiritual energies there provides an ideal foundation. He plans to open it fully during the next lunar eclipse, 4 days from now. Why tell us this? Rosalie asked, suspicion evident in her tone. What do you gain by betraying your collaborator? The creature's golden eyes gleamed with something like amusement. Who said anything about betrayal? Madara's portal will function exactly as he intends, creating a stable pathway between dimensions. Where we differ is in what happens next. Meaning? Naruto pressed. Madara seeks to return to your world, to continue the ambitions thwarted in his previous life. I, however, am interested in what comes through from the other side. Its lipless mouth stretched in a disturbing approximation of a smile. The thinning of dimensional barriers works both ways, Jinchuriki. What powers, what entities might find their way here once the path is opened? The implications sent a surge of alarm through Naruto. In the final war before his dimensional displacement, numerous dangerous forces had been unleashed, reanimated legendary warriors, tailed beasts, even entities of near-godlike power. If Madara created a stable portal, there was no telling what might cross between worlds. You're insane, he stated flatly. You can't control what comes through a dimensional portal. Control? Perhaps not initially, the creature conceded. But study, adapt, incorporate, these are well within my capabilities. Evolution requires stimulus, challenge, new genetic material. It gestured toward Rosalie again. She understands. Her body is already incorporating energies never meant for this world, becoming something neither vampire nor human nor shinobi. Rosalie's expression hardened. I'm not your experiment. You already are, the creature countered. As is the Jinchuriki, as are all of us caught between worlds. The only choice is whether you remain passive subjects or active participants. With disturbing suddenness, it began to sink into the earth, its body seeming to melt into the forest floor. For days, Jinchuriki. The lunar eclipse begins at midnight. What happens afterward depends largely on what you choose to do with this information. As it disappeared completely, its final words floated up from the ground like a parting whisper, consider carefully which future you prefer, Madara's ordered dominion, my evolutionary synthesis, or perhaps something entirely your own. The boundaries between worlds are falling regardless of your choice. Then it was gone, leaving Naruto and Rosalie alone in the clearing with the weight of its revelations pressing down on them. For several moments, neither spoke, processing the implications and calculating possible responses. "Do you think it was telling the truth?" Rosalie finally asked, her golden eyes meeting his. "About the portal, yes," Naruto replied grimly. "The timing makes sense, lunar eclipses have spiritual significance in both our worlds." "About its own intentions?" He shook his head. "Orochimaru was never trustworthy, even in his original form. This version seems even more corrupted by ambition. We need to warn the others," Rosalie decided, already turning toward the direction of the Cullen house. "Carlyle, the pack, everyone who might be affected if Madara succeeds." "Agreed," Naruto said, falling into step beside her. "But there's something else we need to consider." She glanced at him questioningly. "This might be my only chance to return home," he explained, the realization settling heavily in his chest. "If Madara creates a stable portal between dimensions." Understanding dawned in her golden eyes, along with something more complex, concern, perhaps, or the first stirrings of a different kind of fear than what the Orochimaru creature had inspired. "You would go back," she stated, not a question but a confirmation of what she already knew about his character. Naruto's pace slowed as he considered how to answer, how to articulate the conflict now raging within him. 3 years ago, I would have said yes without hesitation. My village, my friends, my promises, they were everything to me. And now?" Rosalie asked quietly, her voice carrying none of its usual sharp edges. He stopped completely, turning to face her. "Now I understand that home isn't always a place. Sometimes it's a connection, a purpose, a person who sees you clearly when others don't." The golden patterns beneath her skin pulsed subtly, responding to the emotions flowing between them. Without conscious thought, she moved closer, her hand reaching up to trace the whisker marks on his cheek, a gesture of intimacy neither had allowed themselves until this moment. "We have 4 days to stop Madara," she said, determination hardening her voice despite the gentleness of her touch. "After that, we'll face whatever comes together." The promise hung between them, weightier than any formal declaration could have been. Naruto covered her hand with his, feeling the soul link between them pulse with recognition and certainty. "Together," he agreed, the word carrying layers of meaning beyond its simple syllables. As they resumed their journey toward the Cullen house, the forest around them seemed to hold its breath, as if nature itself recognized that fundamental forces were shifting, boundaries between worlds weakening, and connections forming that would reshape the future in ways none could fully predict. For days until the lunar eclipse. For days to prepare for Madara's portal and whatever might come through it. For days before choices would be made that couldn't be unmade, for Naruto, for Rosalie, for everyone caught in the convergence of worlds never meant to touch. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger and difficult choices. But one thing had become clear in that forest clearing: whatever future emerged from the coming chaos, they would face it not as separate entities from different worlds, but as something new forged in the crucible of their unexpected bond. Something neither of them could have imagined when Naruto first followed that mysterious energy signature to Forks, Washington, a connection transcending the boundaries between dimensions, between life and death, between what they had been and what they might become. Chapter 4, Crimson Moon. The Cullen house had never felt so divided. What was once a sanctuary of familial bonds now thrummed with tension as thick as fog over the Olympic Peninsula. In the spacious living room, the family had assembled to process the revelation that Madara planned to open a dimensional portal during the upcoming lunar eclipse. But beneath this immediate crisis simmered the more personal upheaval of Rosalie's decision. Carlyle stood by the fireplace, his normally composed features etched with concern as he addressed the assembled family. For days until the eclipse. We need to determine Madara's exact plans and how to counter them. The burial grounds are sacred to the Quileute, Edward added. Sam's already mobilizing the pack to establish a perimeter. From his position near the window, Emmett's massive frame remained unusually still, his eyes occasionally drifting to where Rosalie and Naruto stood slightly apart from the others. The space between them, barely a foot, somehow emphasized their connection rather than diminishing it. "We should coordinate with the wolves," Jasper suggested, ever the tactician. "Set up surveillance in rotating shifts." Alice nodded in agreement, but her golden eyes were troubled. "My visions around this event are fractured. Too many decisions in flux, too many factors I can't see clearly." The discussion continued, strategies proposed and refined, but the undercurrent of unspoken tension remained. It surfaced unexpectedly when Esme placed a gentle hand on Rosalie's arm, noting the increasingly prominent golden patterns beneath her skin. "These seem more pronounced since your confrontation with the Orochimaru creature," she observed with maternal concern. "Are you feeling any different?" Before Rosalie could answer, Emmett spoke, his normally booming voice unnaturally controlled. "Of course she's different. Everything's different now." The room fell silent, the personal crisis suddenly overshadowing the tactical planning. Rosalie met Emmett's gaze directly, refusing to hide from the pain she'd caused. Don't," he cut her off, raising a hand. "We've said what needed saying. I just need." He trailed off, struggling to articulate the complexity of his emotions. "I need time." "Perhaps," Carlyle suggested carefully, "we should focus on the immediate threat. Personal matters. Emmett echoed with a harsh laugh. "My wife of 90 years leaves me for someone she's known for what, 2 weeks? And we're supposed to just compartmentalize that while we plan battle strategies?" "Emmett," Rosalie began again, her voice softer than anyone was accustomed to hearing from her. "I get it, Rose. I do." Something in Emmett's expression shifted, anger giving way to resignation. "I've seen how you look at him. I've never seen you look at anyone that way, not even me. Just, don't ask me to pretend it doesn't hurt." Naruto stepped forward, addressing Emmett directly for the first time since the situation had crystallized. "Your anger is justified," he said, his blue eyes meeting Emmett's golden ones without flinching. "If you want to direct it somewhere, direct it at me, not Rosalie." "That's noble and all," Emmett replied, "but this isn't a battlefield where you can take a hit meant for someone else. What's happening between you three is affecting everyone in this family." Edward moved to his brother's side, placing a supportive hand on his shoulder. "Emmett's right. We can't ignore the impact this is having on our family dynamic, especially with a critical confrontation approaching." Alice suddenly gasped, her petite frame going rigid as a vision seized her. Jasper was at her side instantly, steadying her as her eyes focused on something only she could see. "Alice?" Carlyle prompted when she returned to the present, her expression grave. "Division," she whispered. "I see us scattered, separated. Fighting not just Madara, but our own fractures." Her troubled gaze moved between Rosalie, Naruto, and Emmett. "The emotional currents between you three create vulnerabilities Madara will exploit." Jasper, ever sensitive to the emotional atmosphere, nodded in agreement. "She's right. Whatever personal feelings are in play, we need to establish a functional working relationship. Madara won't wait for us to sort out our feelings." Rosalie straightened, her perfect features composed despite the tension surrounding her. "Then we set parameters. Professional boundaries. Whatever mission requires our cooperation, we'll provide it without letting personal matters interfere." "Easier said than done," Emmett muttered, but he nodded his acceptance of the approach. Naruto studied the family dynamics with keen awareness of his outsider status. These were relationships forged over decades, sometimes centuries. His presence had disrupted a delicate balance, and the repercussions were still unfolding. "Perhaps," he suggested carefully, "Rosalie and I should establish a separate base of operations. The cabin I was using initially would work. We'll coordinate with you but maintain some distance until emotions have had time to settle." Carlyle considered this proposal, exchanging glances with Esme before responding. "That might be wise, at least temporarily. But you'll need to remain in close contact. The threat Madara poses affects us all. The decision made, the meeting continued with renewed focus on tactical concerns. As discussions concluded, the family dispersed to begin preparations, leaving Rosalie and Naruto to collect what supplies they would need at the cabin. As they prepared to leave, Emmett appeared in the doorway of Rosalie's room, watching silently as she packed a small bag with essential items. The moment hung between them, heavy with history and unspoken words. "I never thought I'd see you pack a bag to leave," he finally said, his voice lacking its usual confidence. "Not after all these years." Rosalie paused, turning to face the man who had been her husband, her partner, her safe harbor for nearly a century. "I never thought I would either." "Is it the soul link thing? Is that what's making you choose him?" The question carried no accusation, just a desperate need to understand. She shook her head slowly. "The bond accelerated something, but it didn't create it. I've been restless for decades. You know that better than anyone." A sad smile touched his features. "Yeah. I just always thought we had eternity to figure it out together." He hesitated, then added with painful honesty, "I still love you, Rose. That doesn't just stop because you found something else." "I know," she whispered. "And I still love you too, that's what makes this so difficult. But I need to understand what's happening to me, what I'm becoming. And for reasons I can't fully explain, that path leads through him." Emmett nodded slowly, acceptance gradually replacing resistance. "Just, be careful, okay? We don't know what this dimensional energy is doing to you. And soul link or not, we don't know what his world's rules mean in ours." "I'll be careful," she promised, gratitude for his concern evident despite the painful circumstances. As he turned to leave, Emmett paused for one final moment. "Rose? You'll always have a home here. No matter what." The simple declaration, so characteristic of Emmett's generous spirit, left Rosalie momentarily speechless. By the time she found her voice to thank him, he was already gone, his footsteps fading down the hallway. The cabin stood much as Naruto had left it, though now it felt different with Rosalie's presence transforming the sparse interior. The simple act of her setting down her bag in the corner seemed to stake a claim on the space, declaring it shared territory rather than merely his temporary shelter. "It's not what you're used to," Naruto observed as she surveyed the rustic accommodations. "The Cullen house has more amenities." Rosalie's lips curved in a small smile. "I lived through the Great Depression and 2 World Wars, Naruto. I can manage without imported Italian furniture for a few days." She moved to the window, gazing out at the forest bathed in late afternoon light. The golden patterns beneath her skin caught the sunlight, creating prismatic effects that scattered tiny rainbows across the cabin's wooden floor. "How are you feeling?" Naruto asked, setting down the supply bags Esme had insisted they take. "Truly, not just what you told the others." Rosalie considered the question with characteristic thoroughness before answering. "Changed. Like there's been a seismic shift inside me, altering landscapes I thought were fixed." She turned to face him, golden eyes meeting blue. "And you? This can't be what you expected when you came to Forks tracking energy signatures." A wry smile crossed his features. "Not exactly. Though Kurama claims he sensed something unusual about you from the first meeting." "And what does the fox say now?" she asked, genuinely curious about the ancient entity Naruto carried within him. "Tell her I find her spirit unusually resilient for a cold one," Kurama rumbled in Naruto's mind. "Most vampires have calcified souls, unchanging, brittle. Hers bends without breaking." Naruto relayed the fox's assessment, watching as Rosalie absorbed this unusual perspective on her nature. High praise from an ancient spirit, she noted with a hint of her characteristic dry humor. "Though I'm not sure how I feel about having a calcified soul, in the first place." "He means it as a compliment," Naruto assured her. "Kurama doesn't give those freely." A comfortable silence fell between them as they began organizing the cabin for its new purpose as both living space and tactical headquarters. Maps of the Olympic Peninsula were spread across the table, key locations marked, the Quilut burial grounds, the Cullen house, known locations where Madara or the Orochimaru creature had been spotted. As dusk approached, Naruto stepped outside to gather firewood, returning to find Rosalie sitting cross-legged on the floor, her eyes closed in deep concentration. The golden patterns beneath her skin pulsed with subtle rhythm, like a heartbeat made visible. He paused in the doorway, reluctant to interrupt whatever she was experiencing. After several moments, her eyes opened, finding his immediately. "I can feel it," she said, wonder evident in her voice. "The energy you call chakra. It's like currents in the air, flowing through everything, the trees, the earth, even the space between objects." Naruto set down the firewood and knelt beside her. "You're developing chakra sensitivity much faster than I would have expected. The dimensional energy must have created pathways similar to what humans in my world develop through training. Can you show me how to use it?" she asked. "Not just feel it, but direct it the way you do." He considered her request carefully. "It's possible, but potentially dangerous. Chakra manipulation requires balance between physical and spiritual energies. Your vampire nature might complicate that balance." "I'm already changing," she pointed out, gesturing to the golden patterns. "Whatever I'm becoming, it's neither fully vampire nor fully human. I need to understand it, control it, before Madara's portal opens." Naruto recognized the determination in her voice, the same drive that had helped her survive transformation, vengeance, and decades of immortality with her sense of self intact. Denying her the tools to master her evolving abilities would be both futile and potentially harmful. "All right," he agreed. "We'll start with the basics. Meditation first, to help you identify your own chakra signature distinct from what's flowing between us through the soul link." As night fell over the forest, they sat facing each other in the cabin illuminated only by firelight. Under Naruto's guidance, Rosalie began the fundamental exercises that shinobi children in his world learned before any flashier techniques, centering, focusing, identifying the unique energy that constituted her individual chakra signature. "Your natural affinity seems to be lightning," Naruto observed after several hours of practice, noting the subtle electrical quality to the energy she was beginning to manipulate. "It makes sense, given vampire speed and nervous system." Rosalie opened her eyes, a small smile playing at her lips as tiny sparks danced between her fingertips, her first conscious manipulation of chakra. "Ironic that I'd have an affinity for the very element that revealed our nature to Bella." The casual mention of the human girl who had become so central to the Cullen's recent existence reminded Naruto of how much history he had yet to fully understand about his new allies. Before he could inquire further, however, their training session was interrupted by the soft chime of Rosalie's phone. The message was from Alice, "Patrol routes established with Wolf Pack. First shift starting now. Check in every 3 hours. We should do a perimeter sweep," Rosalie suggested, rising gracefully to her feet. "If Madara or the Orochimaru creature are monitoring the area, they might have noticed our relocation." Naruto nodded in agreement, extinguishing the fire with a quick water technique that drew an appreciative glance from Rosalie. "Together or divide to cover more ground?" She considered the options tactically. "Together for now. Until I have better control of these new abilities, splitting up would be an unnecessary risk." They moved through the nighttime forest with complementary skills, Naruto's shinobi training allowing him to detect chakra signatures and subtle disturbances, while Rosalie's vampire senses identified scents and sounds beyond even his enhanced perception. The partnership felt natural, as if they'd worked together for years rather than days. As they completed their circuit, returning to the overlook above the cabin, Rosalie paused, her perfect features thoughtful in the moonlight. "Earlier, when you were teaching me meditation techniques, you mentioned that in your world, chakra development usually begins in childhood. Were you always exceptional at it, or did it develop later?" The personal nature of the question surprised him, but he welcomed her interest in his past. "Actually, I was terrible at first," he admitted with a self-deprecating smile. "Probably the worst in my academy class at chakra control. Kurama's presence made it difficult, like trying to direct a garden hose when there's a waterfall running through it. She listened with genuine interest as he elaborated, describing his struggles as a young shinobi, the doubts he'd overcome, the teachers who had believed in him when few others did. The conversation flowed easily between them as they made their way back to the cabin, sharing pieces of their histories without the pressure of crisis or audience. Inside, as Naruto rebuilt the fire, Rosalie posed a question that had clearly been on her mind. When the portal opens, if it provides a way back to your world, what will you choose? The firelight cast dancing shadows across his features as he considered her question with the seriousness it deserved. 3 years ago, the answer would have been simple. My village, my friends, my promises, they were everything to me. And now, she pressed gently. Naruto met her golden eyes directly. Now I understand that dimensions aren't just physical spaces, they're states of being. I've changed during my time in this world. Going back doesn't necessarily mean finding the same place I left. That doesn't answer my question, Rosalie observed, though her tone remained gentle. No, it doesn't, he acknowledged. Because I don't have a simple answer yet. But I do know that whatever choice I make will consider what's grown between us, this connection neither of us expected but both now value. The honesty of his response seemed to satisfy her. No promises he couldn't be certain of keeping, no dismissal of the complex factors involved in such a momentous decision. Just recognition that whatever path he chose, their bond would be a significant consideration. As the night deepened around the cabin, they continued their conversation, trading stories and insights, gradually mapping the contours of each other's souls with words instead of touch. For creatures accustomed to keeping others at a distance, Naruto through the isolation his Jinchuriki status had often imposed, Rosalie through the deliberate barriers she'd constructed around her heart, the simple act of genuine conversation held its own kind of intimacy. The following day brought unexpected visitors to the cabin. Edward and Bella arrived mid-morning, the human girl's heartbeat audible to both Naruto and Rosalie long before the couple emerged from the trees. Alice sent us, Edward explained as they approached. She's had another vision, fragments mostly, but concerning enough that we thought you should know immediately. Rosalie's relationship with Bella had been notoriously strained, but current circumstances seemed to have pushed their usual tension into the background. The human girl studied Rosalie with undisguised fascination, clearly noting the golden patterns that had become more pronounced overnight. Those are beautiful, Bella commented, gesturing toward the shimmering lines visible on Rosalie's forearms. Do they do anything? A faint smile touched Rosalie's lips at the characteristically direct question. They seem to conduct the energy Naruto calls chakra. Beyond that, we're still discovering their full functionality. Edward's expression remained serious as he addressed the reason for their visit. Alice saw Madara meeting with others, vampires we don't recognize, but with fighting experience judging by their movements and scars. He's recruiting. How many? Naruto asked, immediately shifting to tactical assessment. At least a dozen in her vision, but it was fragmented. There could be more. Edward hesitated, then added, she also saw something about the portal, it's not just a doorway between dimensions. Madara seems to be designing it to selectively filter what comes through. This new information heightened Naruto's concern. Selective filtering would require incredibly precise control. Even in my world, that level of dimensional manipulation was theoretical, not practical. Maybe he's had more time to develop the technique, Rosalie suggested. The Orochimaru creature mentioned they've been experimenting for years. Bella, who had been quietly following the conversation, suddenly spoke up. What happens if he succeeds? I mean, to this world, to the people here. The question cut to the heart of the matter. Beyond the supernatural politics and personal connections lay the potential for catastrophic consequences for the human world that remained largely ignorant of these forces. Best case scenario, nothing immediately noticeable, Naruto explained grimly. Worst case? Entities from my world with powers this dimension has no natural defenses against. Imagine the damage a single-tailed beast could do, or a reanimated Hokage with their full abilities intact. Edward nodded soberly. Alice's vision showed aftermath scenarios too chaotic to interpret clearly. Whatever Madara plans, the consequences radiate outward in ways even her precognition can't fully track. We need to see the burial grounds, Naruto decided. If Madara's already preparing the site, we might gain insights into the specific portal technique he's planning to use. The wolves have been patrolling the perimeter, Edward cautioned. They haven't detected any vampire activity there yet. Wolves wouldn't necessarily recognize chakra signatures or subtle spatial distortions, Naruto pointed out. And if Madara is using techniques similar to what I know from our world, he could be making preparations that appear invisible to conventional senses. The decision made, they coordinated a reconnaissance mission for that evening, after sunset, when vampire movement would be less conspicuous, but before the wolves' heaviest patrol schedules. Edward and Bella departed to relay the plan to the others, leaving Naruto and Rosalie to prepare. "You're worried," Rosalie observed once they were alone. "More than you let them see." Naruto nodded, not bothering to hide his concerns from her. If Madara has recruited experienced fighters and is implementing advanced dimensional techniques, he's further along than I anticipated. And the Orochimaru creature's involvement adds variables I can't predict. "Then we adapt," she replied with characteristic directness. "We have advantages too, my family's combat experience, the wolf pack's territorial knowledge, your shinobi training, and whatever this is becoming." She gestured to the golden patterns that now extended visibly up her neck and around her eyes, giving her an otherworldly appearance even by vampire standards. Her confidence was grounding, her practical approach to overwhelming odds reminiscent of the best battle commanders Naruto had served within his world. He found himself smiling despite the gravity of their situation. "What?" she asked, noting his expression. "Just appreciating your tactical mind," he admitted. "You'd have made an excellent Jonin commander in Konoha." The compliment clearly pleased her, though she masked it with her usual dry humor. High praise from someone who apparently saved his world more than once. Though I'm not sure how that translates to handling vampire politics and territorial disputes. "Better than you might think," Naruto replied. Power dynamics are surprisingly similar across dimensions. Their conversation shifted to preparations for the evening reconnaissance, but a new ease had settled between them, partnership deepening beyond initial attraction or even the Soul Link's influence. They were becoming a team in the true sense, each recognizing and valuing the other's strengths without diminishing their individuality. Twilight cast long shadows across the ancient Quilut burial grounds. Centuries of spiritual significance had imbued the location with a palpable energy that Naruto could sense even before they arrived, a convergence point where the veil between worlds naturally thinned, making it ideal for Madara's purposes. The reconnaissance team consisted of Naruto, Rosalie, Jasper, and Alice, a carefully balanced group combining combat capability, sensory perception, and Alice's precognition to anticipate danger. They approached from different directions, maintaining communication through the earpieces Jasper had distributed. No recent scent trails, Jasper's voice came softly through the device. "But something feels wrong about the air here." "Spatial distortion," Naruto confirmed, extending his senses to detect the subtle warping of reality around the burial grounds. "The dimensional boundary is already thinning. Madara's been working from a distance, using the chakra sample I provided as a tether." Alice's voice joined the conversation. "The center clearing has been altered. The ground is different, harder, crystallized somehow." They converged at the location she identified, an ancient ceremonial circle where the tribe had once communed with their ancestors. The earth within the circle had indeed transformed, taking on a glass-like quality that reflected the emerging stars above. Naruto knelt, placing his palm against the transformed surface. Immediately, he felt resonance, the chakra sample he had given Madara responding to his presence, recognizing its source. "He's been more clever than I realized," he murmured, concern deepening. The sample wasn't just for stabilizing a portal. It was for tuning it specifically to me, to Kurama's chakra signature. "A trap?" Jasper asked, immediately scanning their surroundings for threats. Not exactly, Naruto replied, struggling to articulate what he was sensing. More like, a beacon. He's using my connection to my home dimension as a homing signal for the portal. Rosalie moved closer, the golden patterns beneath her skin brightening in proximity to the altered ground. I can feel it too, like a pulse calling to something inside me. The dimensional energy you integrated, Naruto realized. It's responding to the thinning boundary. Alice suddenly went rigid, her eyes unfocusing as a vision seized her. The others immediately formed a protective perimeter around her, recognizing her vulnerability during these moments. When she returned to awareness, her expression was grave. They're coming. Now. Multiple vampires, approaching from the north. And, something else. Something I can't see clearly. We need to move, Jasper decided instantly. This was meant to be reconnaissance only. We're not prepared for direct confrontation. They began retreating southward, moving with the supernatural speed all four possessed. They had barely reached the tree line when the air before them seemed to twist, folding in on itself as a figure stepped through what appeared to be a tear in reality itself. Madara stood before them, his aristocratic features composed in a mask of mild interest. Behind him emerged several vampires with the hardened looks of experienced fighters, the recruits Edward had mentioned. Leaving so soon? Madara inquired, his Sharingan eyes glowing crimson in the deepening twilight. After coming all this way to inspect my work. Jasper and Alice immediately shifted into combat stances, while Rosalie moved to Naruto's side, the two of them naturally falling into complementary defensive positions. Your work is disrupting the dimensional boundary, Naruto stated, maintaining outward calm despite the tension radiating through his body. The consequences could be catastrophic for both worlds. Catastrophic for the unprepared, perhaps, Madara acknowledged. Transformative for those with vision. His gaze shifted to Rosalie, noting the advanced state of her golden patterns with scientific interest. Your integration of the dimensional energy progresses rapidly. Fascinating adaptation. What do you want, Madara? Naruto demanded, cutting through the pleasantries. You've already got what you needed from me for the portal. A thin smile curved the ancient vampire's lips. Direct as always, Jinchuriki. What I want is to ensure nothing interferes with the Eclipse ritual. Which means your little reconnaissance party presents a problem. Without warning, he made a subtle gesture. The vampires behind him launched into action, moving with the coordinated precision of experienced fighters. Simultaneously, the air around Alice seemed to warp, folding around her petite form before she could react. Alice! Jasper shouted, lunging toward his mate as she vanished within the spatial distortion. Madara's Sharingan eyes tracked his movement with calm precision. The precognitive is temporarily relocated. She'll be returned intact after the eclipse, her abilities are too valuable to waste. Jasper's normally controlled demeanor shattered, fury transforming his features as he charged Madara directly. The ancient vampire sidestepped with elegant efficiency, not bothering to counterattack as his followers engaged the remaining three. The burial ground erupted into chaos, vampire against vampire, shinobi techniques flashing in the darkness as Naruto created shadow clones to even the odds. Rosalie moved with lethal grace, her newfound chakra sensitivity allowing her to anticipate attacks with unprecedented precision. Find Alice, she called to Jasper as she dispatched an opponent. We'll handle these ones. The scarred vampire hesitated only briefly before nodding sharply and breaking away from the main battle, tracking the fading signature of the spatial distortion that had claimed his mate. Naruto found himself facing three opponents simultaneously, vampire speed and strength challenging even his enhanced reflexes. A Rasengan formed in his palm almost instinctively, the swirling chakra sphere drilling through the chest of the nearest attacker. Beside him, Rosalie was discovering the combat applications of her evolving abilities. The lightning affinity Naruto had identified manifested in crackling energy that augmented her already formidable vampire strength, sending opponents flying with electrically charged impacts. The portal location, they're defending it, she called to Naruto, noting how their opponents were strategically forcing them away from the ceremonial circle. Naruto recognized the tactic immediately. They're stalling. Madara's not even fighting seriously. Indeed, the ancient vampire remained at the circle's edge, observing the battle with the detached interest of a scientist monitoring an experiment. When Naruto locked eyes with him across the chaos, Madara actually smiled, a gesture containing neither malice nor triumph, merely acknowledgement. Your tactical assessment is correct, as always, he called conversationally. This isn't the confrontation that matters. Merely preparation for what comes during the eclipse. With a series of hand signs too fast for even vampire eyes to track, Madara activated another technique. The ground beneath their feet trembled, then erupted in massive wooden tendrils that grabbed at the combatants indiscriminately. Fall back. Naruto shouted to Rosalie, recognizing the wood-style technique as one that even experienced shinobi struggled to counter. We need to regroup with the others. Rosalie dispatched her final opponent with a decisive blow that separated head from body, then moved to Naruto's position with vampire speed. Together, they retreated strategically, allowing the wooden constructs to occupy the remaining vampires. As they reached the forest edge, Madara's voice carried to them one final time, "Tell the empath his mate will be treated well." Her visions serve a greater purpose than he realizes. Then he was gone, teleporting away with his Sharingan technique, leaving his followers to continue the delaying action against the retreating pair. They took Alice. Jasper's voice cut through the tense silence of the Cullen living room, where the family had gathered after the failed reconnaissance mission. His normally controlled features were rigid with suppressed fury and fear, golden eyes darkened almost to black. I tracked the spatial distortion as far as I could, he continued, pacing with barely contained energy. It led to the abandoned mining complex before disappearing completely. Carlyle's expression was grave as he processed this development. Alice's visions must have shown Madara something he considered essential to his plans. Taking her wasn't spontaneous, he was prepared specifically for her. "We have to get her back," Bella insisted, her human heart racing with concern for her closest friend among the Cullens. Edward placed a supportive arm around her shoulders, though his own expression reflected similar worry. "We will," Esme assured her, maternal instincts extending to the human girl who had become so integral to their family. "Alice is one of us. We'll do whatever it takes." Emmett, who had been uncharacteristically quiet since their arrival, finally spoke. "So we storm the mining complex. Full frontal assault, all of us, plus the wolf pack if they'll join." "That's exactly what Madara wants," Naruto countered, drawing attention to where he stood near the fireplace with Rosalie. "He's too strategic to leave an obvious trail unless it serves his purpose." "So we do nothing?" Emmett challenged, anger flashing in his golden eyes. "Just leave Alice in their hands until after the eclipse?" "No," Naruto replied calmly, understanding the big vampire's frustration. "We mount a rescue operation, but with precision, not brute force." Madara expects the latter. Jasper nodded in agreement, tactical mind engaging despite his emotional turmoil. "A smaller team, then. Fast, focused on extraction rather than confrontation." "I'll go," Rosalie stated, her tone brooking no argument. "My new abilities might give us an advantage he's not expecting." "I'm coming too," Emmett declared immediately. "Alice is my sister, and I'm the strongest fighter we have." The tension between the former couple and Naruto thickened at this declaration, but practical considerations overrode personal discomfort. A rescue mission would need Emmett's strength, especially if they encountered the wooden constructs Madara had demonstrated. "The three of us, plus Jasper," Naruto proposed, looking to Carlyle for confirmation. "Small enough to move quickly, strong enough to handle resistance." The Cullen patriarch considered the suggestion, exchanging glances with Edward before nodding his approval. "The rest of us will continue preparations for the eclipse. If Madara's focusing on the portal, we may have a brief window while his attention is divided." As they refined the rescue plan, mapping approach routes and contingencies, the underlying personal dynamics remained unacknowledged yet palpable. Emmett maintained careful distance from Rosalie, addressing his comments primarily to Jasper and Carlyle. Naruto contributed tactical insights while respecting the family's emotional investment in Alice's safety. When the planning concluded, the rescue team prepared to depart immediately, knowing that each passing hour decreased their chances of success. As they gathered necessary supplies, Jasper approached Naruto privately. "You understand what we're walking into," the empath stated rather than asked. "This is almost certainly a trap designed to thin our numbers before the eclipse." Naruto nodded, respecting Jasper's direct approach. "Probably. But that doesn't mean we have a choice." "No, it doesn't," Jasper agreed. "Alice would do the same for any of us." He hesitated, then added with uncharacteristic vulnerability, "She's my anchor in this existence. Without her, we'll get her back," Naruto assured him with quiet conviction. "And Madara will learn that targeting those we care about only ensures we fight harder, not smarter." A ghost of a smile touched Jasper's lips at the response. "You remind me of someone I served with long ago." Same absolute certainty in the face of impossible odds. He extended his hand, a gesture of trust from the most guarded of the Cullens. "Let's make those odds work in our favor, then." Naruto clasped the offered hand, sealing their alliance despite the complex circumstances that had brought them to this point. The mining complex loomed against the night sky, its abandoned structures casting jagged shadows in the moonlight. From their position on the forested ridge overlooking the facility, the rescue team observed movement below, vampires patrolling with military precision, indicating Madara's forces had established a proper base of operations. "I count 12 outside," Jasper murmured, his experienced eye cataloging threats and patterns. "Unknown number inside the main complex. They've reinforced the shaft entrance since our last encounter." "Can you sense Alice?" Emmett asked, massive frame tense with readiness. Jasper closed his eyes, extending his gift to its limits. "Faintly. She's deep inside, probably the central chamber where the prototype portal was located. Her emotional signature is muted. Not in pain, but constrained somehow." Naruto extended his own senses, searching for chakra signatures beyond the vampire presences. "Madara's not here," he reported after a moment. "There's residual chakra from his techniques, but he's elsewhere. Probably preparing at the burial grounds." "That improves our odds," Rosalie observed, the golden patterns beneath her skin glimmering faintly in the moonlight. During their journey to the complex, she had been practicing the chakra control techniques Naruto had taught her, and now a subtle electrical current seemed to flow just beneath her marble surface, lightning chakra responding to her increasing mastery. "Main entrance is heavily guarded," Jasper noted. "But there's the air shaft we used previously. If they're not expecting us to use the same approach twice." "It's too obvious," Naruto countered. "They'll have sensors there, even if we can't see them. We need another way in." He studied the complex layout, recalling details from their previous incursion. There, the Western Processing Building. It connected to the main shaft through a secondary tunnel, used for maintenance. Jasper nodded in agreement. "Good eye. The patrols are focused on the primary entrances." They formulated their approach quickly. Emmett and Jasper would create a diversion at the northern perimeter, drawing attention away from the western building. Meanwhile, Naruto and Rosalie would infiltrate through the secondary tunnel, locate Alice, and extract her while the guards were occupied. "Once we have Alice, I'll send up a signal," Naruto explained, demonstrating a small light jutsu that would be visible only to their enhanced vision. "That's your cue to disengage and meet at the rendezvous point." "And if you don't find her?" Emmett asked, the question directed primarily at Rosalie. "We will," she replied with quiet certainty. "But if complications arise, we improvise. Standard procedure." The familiarity of her response, clearly referring to operations they had conducted together over their decades as a couple, created a momentary connection between them, a reminder of their shared history that transcended current circumstances. Something shifted in Emmett's expression, pain mingling with resignation and reluctant acceptance. Be careful, he said finally, the simple phrase carrying layers of meaning. Both of you. With the plan established, they separated, Jasper and Emmett circling north while Naruto and Rosalie made their way toward the western approach. Moving with the silence of experienced predators, they avoided the patrol routes Jasper had identified, utilizing shadows and timing to remain undetected. As they reached the dilapidated processing building, Rosalie paused, golden eyes scanning for threats while Naruto examined the sealed entrance. The door had been reinforced since their last visit, steel plates welded over the original frame, too solid to break quietly. There's another way, Rosalie whispered, indicating a narrow ventilation shaft near the roof. Too small for most, but... Naruto nodded, understanding immediately. Shadow clone transformation. With practiced ease, he created a clone that transformed into a small fox, similar to the reconnaissance technique he'd used during their first incursion. The fox-shaped clone slipped into the ventilation shaft, disappearing into the darkness to scout their route. While waiting for its return, Naruto noticed Rosalie studying him with curious intensity. "What?" he asked quietly. "Your techniques," she replied, keeping her voice low. "They're so varied, clones, transformations, elemental manipulation. In this world, supernatural abilities tend to be more specialized. Vampires have one gift, if any. Wolves transform in one specific way. Shinobi training emphasizes adaptability," he explained. "Most jonin master dozens of techniques across multiple disciplines. I was always more of a specialist in shadow clones, but necessity taught me versatility during my time here." Before they could continue the conversation, the fox clone returned, communicating its findings directly to Naruto before dispelling in a small puff of smoke. "The tunnel is accessible through the processing room," he reported. "2 guards inside, more patrolling the main shaft. Alice is being held in the central chamber, as Jasper sensed. She's contained in some kind of crystal structure, possibly a technique derived from crystal-style jutsu from my world." Rosalie processed this information with tactical efficiency. "Can we break such a structure without harming her?" "With precise application of force, yes," Naruto confirmed. "But we'll need to be quick. The moment we free her, every vampire in the complex will know." A distant explosion from the northern perimeter signaled that Emmett and Jasper had begun their diversion. As anticipated, most of the visible patrols immediately converged on the disturbance, leaving their approach temporarily cleared. "Now," Rosalie whispered, moving toward the reinforced door. Rather than attempting to break through the steel plates, Naruto placed his palm against the metal surface, channeling chakra to detect weak points in the structure. Finding one, he formed a small Rasengan, just powerful enough to drill through the identified weakness without creating excessive noise. The technique worked perfectly, creating an opening they could enlarge manually. Within moments, they had slipped inside the processing building, immediately confronting the 2 guards Naruto's clone had identified. The vampires reacted with supernatural speed, but Rosalie was faster, her newly enhanced reflexes allowing her to intercept the first guard before he could sound an alarm. Her lightning-infused strike paralyzed his nervous system momentarily, creating an opening for a decisive blow that separated head from body. Simultaneously, Naruto engaged the second guard with a combination of taijutsu and chakra control that neutralized the vampire's strength advantage. A well-placed kunai, one of the few weapons he'd brought from his world, sliced through the vampire's neck with chakra-enhanced precision. "Efficient," Rosalie commented as they disposed of the remains. Though these were clearly newer recruits, not experienced fighters. "The veterans will be guarding Alice directly," Naruto agreed, leading the way to the maintenance tunnel his clone had located. "Are you ready for what comes next?" The question went beyond the immediate tactical situation, addressing the intensity of combat to come and the coordination their rescue would require. Rosalie met his gaze steadily, the golden patterns around her eyes seeming to brighten with determination. "I've spent decades pretending to be less than I am," she replied. "It's time to discover what I'm truly capable of." The simple declaration carried profound weight, reflecting her journey from reluctant vampire to someone embracing transformation on her own terms. Naruto recognized in her words echoes of his own path, the lonely child determined to prove his worth, the Jinchuriki who had transformed a burden into his greatest strength. Together, they entered the maintenance tunnel, moving with complementary awareness, his chakra senses extending forward to detect threats, her vampire hearing and smell covering their flanks. They encountered no resistance until reaching the junction where the tunnel connected to the main shaft. Here, 3 vampires maintained position, clearly assigned to prevent exactly the approach they were attempting. Before Naruto could suggest a strategy, Rosalie placed her hand on his arm, the golden patterns beneath her skin pulsing with gathered energy. "Let me," she whispered. "I want to try something." Curious, he nodded, watching as she closed her eyes briefly in concentration. The lightning chakra she had been practicing with intensified, spreading from her core outward along the golden pathways until her entire form seemed to shimmer with controlled electrical energy. When she opened her eyes, tiny arcs of lightning danced in their golden depths. With vampire speed enhanced by chakra flow, she launched herself at the guards, becoming almost a blur of golden light. The first vampire had no time to react before her lightning-charged hand pierced his chest, the electrical discharge preventing his body from healing the wound. The second and third guards attacked simultaneously, but Rosalie moved between them with unprecedented fluidity, her newly developed chakra sense allowing her to anticipate their movements. One fell to a devastating kick that sent his head flying from his shoulders. The other managed to grab her arm, only to scream in pain as lightning chakra coursed through his body, temporarily paralyzing his vampire nervous system long enough for her to deliver a killing blow. The entire encounter lasted less than 5 seconds. Naruto observed with a mixture of admiration and concern, admiration for her remarkable adaptation to chakra manipulation, concern for how rapidly her abilities were evolving. Such accelerated development typically came with risks, the body and mind struggling to integrate new power too quickly. That was. He began as she rejoined him, the lightning aura subsiding. Exhilarating, she finished, a rare smile of genuine pleasure illuminating her features. Is this how it feels for you? This connection to energy, this extension of will into physical force? Something similar, he acknowledged. Though usually with more training to reach that level of control. Your vampire physiology must be accelerating the integration process. Her expression sobered slightly. It's not just exhilarating. It's clarifying. Like seeing in color after a lifetime of monochrome. She glanced down at her hands, where the golden patterns continued to pulse with subtle rhythm. I understand now why you couldn't simply explain this to me. It had to be experienced. The personal moment was interrupted by sounds of intensifying combat from the northern perimeter, Jasper and Emmett's diversion drawing more opposition than anticipated. They needed to move quickly. The main shaft descended into darkness, the original mining elevators long since rusted into uselessness. Instead, the vampire occupiers had installed a system of ropes and handholds for their own convenience, unnecessary for beings who could survive falls from any height, but useful for controlled descent. The central chamber is 5 levels down, Naruto explained as they approached the shaft edge. My clone counted at least 6 guards stationed around Alice's crystal prison, plus whatever traps Madara may have left behind. Can you sense any chakra-based defenses? Rosalie asked as they began their descent, moving silently along the shaft wall. Naruto extended his awareness downward, searching for telltale signatures of shinobi techniques. Something at the chamber entrance, probably a sealing jutsu triggered by unauthorized entry. And the crystal itself has chakra woven into its structure. They descended rapidly, vampire and shinobi abilities allowing them to navigate the vertical shaft without using the provided ropes, a precaution against potential traps. As they approached the level housing the central chamber, Naruto detected movement below, guards responding to some signal, perhaps alerted by the absence of reports from those they had neutralized. Cover, he whispered, pulling Rosalie into a small maintenance alcove as vampires rushed past, heading upward to investigate the disturbance. In the confined space, They pressed together of necessity, her cool body against his warmer one, golden patterns pulsing where their skin made contact. The physical proximity intensified the soul link between them, creating a momentary surge of shared awareness, his chakra responding to her presence, her newly developed energy sense attuning to his unique signature. The connection is strengthening, she observed quietly as the danger passed. I can almost see your chakra network now, like a map of light beneath your skin. And I can sense the dimensional energy flowing through your patterns, he replied, equally fascinated by the evolution of their bond. They're becoming more than conduits, they're a new chakra network, adapted to your vampire physiology. The implications were profound, suggesting possibilities neither had anticipated when the connection first formed. But tactical necessities reasserted themselves as they reached their destination level, the central chamber now just ahead. Naruto paused before the entrance, examining the sealing jutsu he had detected from above. The technique was sophisticated, a silent alarm system that would alert the caster to any unauthorized entry. Madara's work, he confirmed, studying the chakra patterns woven into the threshold. Complex, but not impossible to bypass. He formed a series of hand signs, carefully manipulating his own chakra to match the frequency of the seal without triggering its alert mechanism. This will create a temporary opening in the barrier. We'll have 30 seconds, maybe less. Enough time, Rosalie asserted confidently, preparing for the rush into combat that would follow. The jutsu activated, creating a shimmer in the air as a pathway opened through Madara's protective seal. They moved through in perfect synchronization, entering the chamber where Alice was imprisoned. The central space had been transformed since their last visit. Where the prototype portal had once stood, an intricate array of symbols now covered the floor in concentric circles, preparation for the eclipse ritual. At the center of this array stood a crystal structure, hexagonal, semi-transparent, with Alice's small form visible inside, her golden eyes open but body completely immobilized. As anticipated, 6 vampire guards surrounded the crystal, immediately reacting to their entrance with coordinated precision that spoke of combat experience. Unlike the newer recruits they had encountered above, these fighters moved with centuries-old confidence. The empath's mate is not to be disturbed, their leader stated, a tall female with scars visible across her pale features. Madara's orders were explicit. So are ours, Rosalie replied coldly, lightning chakra already gathering around her hands. The confrontation erupted into violence without further dialogue, vampire speed and strength meeting shinobi tactics and newly developed chakra abilities. Naruto created shadow clones to even the odds, while Rosalie became a conduit of electrical energy, her strikes leaving opponents temporarily paralyzed when not immediately lethal. Working in seamless coordination, they systematically reduced the opposition, clone after clone sacrificing itself to create openings for decisive blows. Rosalie moved like a dancer through the combat, her natural vampire grace enhanced by the flowing movements Naruto had introduced during their training sessions. When only the leader remained, she attempted to retreat toward Alice's crystal, clearly intending to use the prisoner as leverage. Naruto intercepted with a flying tackle that sent them both crashing into the chamber wall, cracking the stone with the force of impact. Madara will destroy you all, the vampire hissed as they grappled, her strength nearly matching his chakra-enhanced capabilities. The eclipse will open the way for powers beyond your comprehension. We've heard that speech before, Naruto replied, forming a Rasengan with his free hand. The ending never changes. The swirling chakra sphere connected with her chest, boring through marble-hard flesh before she could counter. As her body collapsed, Naruto turned his attention to Alice's crystal prison, where Rosalie was already examining the structure with newfound chakra sensitivity. It's like ice, but formed from solidified energy, she observed, tracing the crystalline surface with her fingertips. I can feel Alice inside, conscious but unable to move. Naruto joined her, placing his hands opposite hers on the crystal surface. Madara adapted a crystal-style technique from my world. Breaking it requires precise application of force at the structural weak points. He channeled chakra into his palms, searching for the resonance points within the crystalline matrix. There, and there. If we strike simultaneously. Rosalie nodded, understanding immediately. They positioned themselves on opposite sides of the crystal, chakra gathering in their hands, his blue-white with swirling intensity, hers golden-white with electrical discharge. On 3, he directed. 1, 2, 3. Their combined strikes hit the crystal at precisely the calculated points. For a moment, nothing happened, then fracture lines appeared, spreading rapidly throughout the structure until the entire prison shattered into thousands of glittering fragments that dissolved into the air. Alice collapsed forward as her support vanished, Rosalie catching her before she could hit the ground. The tiny vampire gasped, her body suddenly free from the crystal's paralytic effects. "Took you long enough," she managed, her normally musical voice raspy from disuse. "I've been seeing this rescue for hours." "Your vision still worked inside that thing?" Rosalie asked, supporting her sister as Alice regained control of her limbs. "Intensified, actually," Alice replied, growing stronger by the second as vampire resilience asserted itself. "Madara designed it that way, to amplify my precognition while keeping me immobilized. He's been studying what I see." "What did he learn?" Naruto asked urgently, already alert for sounds of approaching reinforcements. Alice's expression grew troubled. "Too much. The Eclipse ritual, potential outcomes, are likely countermoves." She met Naruto's gaze directly. "He's particularly interested in you, what you'll do when the portal opens, how your presence affects possible futures." Before they could question her further, the sound of combat intensified from above, Jasper and Emmett's diversion apparently meeting stronger resistance than anticipated. "The signal," Rosalie reminded Naruto. He nodded, forming the hand signs for the light jutsu they had agreed would notify their companions of success. A small sphere of concentrated light energy formed above his palm, which he sent upward through the shaft, visible only to those with enhanced vision. "Can you move at full speed?" he asked Alice, noting her still somewhat unsteady posture. The tiny vampire straightened with determination. "I'm fine. Let's not keep my husband waiting." They made their way back to the shaft, Alice quickly regaining her natural grace as vampire healing eliminated the effects of her crystal imprisonment. They had ascended only 2 levels when sounds of approaching combat reached them, not from above as expected, but from below. "We've got company," Rosalie warned as multiple vampires began climbing the shaft toward them. "More above too," Alice added, her precognition clearly functioning again. "They're trying to box us in." Naruto assessed their options quickly. "The maintenance tunnel we used to enter, it branches on this level. If we can reach it before they converge." They changed direction, moving horizontally along the level toward the tunnel entrance. They had almost reached it when the wall beside them exploded inward, showering them with debris as massive wooden tendrils burst through the stone. "Wood style," Naruto identified grimly. Madara left defensive measures in case of rescue attempts. The animated wooden constructs attacked with unnerving precision, targeting Alice specifically while attempting to separate the rescue team. Naruto countered with fire techniques, knowing wood's natural vulnerability, while Rosalie used her lightning chakra to disrupt the energy animating the constructs. They had nearly fought clear when Alice suddenly gasped, her eyes widening with a new vision. "Emmett. He's in trouble, serious trouble." The urgency in her voice left no room for doubt. Whatever she had seen required immediate response. "Where?" Rosalie demanded, dispatching a wooden tendril with a lightning-enhanced blow. "Upper level, western quadrant," Alice replied. "Jasper's cut off from him. Too many opponents." Naruto made a split-second decision. "Go," he told Rosalie. "Get to Emmett. I'll escort Alice to the rendezvous point and circle back." Hesitation flickered across her perfect features, concern for Emmett warring with reluctance to separate from Naruto in hostile territory. "Go," he repeated more firmly. "I'll be fine. Emmett needs you now." The mention of her former husband's peril decided her. With a sharp nod, Rosalie charged toward the nearest shaft access, her form blurring with vampire speed as she ascended toward the upper level where Emmett fought alone. "She'll reach him in time," Alice assured Naruto as they continued their escape route, though something in her tone suggested complications unspoken. "But we need to hurry. More guards are converging on this position." They fought their way to the maintenance tunnel, Naruto creating shadow clones to cover their retreat as they moved toward the processing building where they had first entered. The sounds of intense combat echoed throughout the complex. Jasper and Emmett's diversion had clearly escalated into a full-scale battle. "Your visions," Naruto began as they paused at a junction to check for pursuers. "What did Madara learn about the Eclipse ritual?" Alice's golden eyes met his, her expression troubled. "He saw that you're the key, your presence here, your connection to both worlds. The portal needs your chakra signature to stabilize. Without it, the dimensional bridge collapses. So I'm the anchor point," Naruto concluded grimly. "That's why he used my chakra sample as a foundation." "Not just an anchor," Alice corrected. "A filter. The portal will naturally attune to your energy, allowing only compatible entities to pass through, those with chakra signatures that resonate with yours." The implication sent a chill through Naruto. "Tailed beasts. Jinchuriki. Anyone with chakra similar to mine or Kurama's." Alice nodded soberly. "That's why he hasn't tried to capture or kill you outright. He needs you alive, present during the eclipse, your chakra actively responding to the portal's formation." This new understanding changed the strategic landscape significantly. If Naruto's mere presence could inadvertently aid Madara's plans, simple opposition might not be sufficient. They would need a more sophisticated counter-strategy. Further discussion was interrupted as they reached the processing building, finding it swarming with vampire guards. Naruto created another wave of shadow clones, the diversionary tactic giving them just enough cover to slip through a side exit and into the surrounding forest. "The rendezvous point is half a mile east," Naruto reminded Alice as they ran at supernatural speed through the trees. "Jasper should meet us there if he's disengaged as planned." "He has," Alice confirmed, her precognition tracking her mate's movements. "He's waiting for us." "But Rosalie and Emmett." She hesitated, something troubling crossing her delicate features. "What?" Naruto pressed, sensing her reluctance. "They're delayed," she answered carefully. "The situation is complex." Before he could question her further, they reached the rendezvous point where Jasper waited, his lean frame tense with anticipation. The moment he saw Alice, relief transformed his scarred features, and he pulled her into an embrace so fierce it would have crushed human bones. "I saw what they did," he whispered against her hair. "The crystal prison. If I could kill them twice." "I'm fine," she assured him, her small hands framing his face. "They needed my visions, not my suffering." Naruto gave them a moment of reunion before asking the question foremost in his mind. "Rosalie and Emmett?" Jasper's expression tightened. "Still inside." Emmett was surrounded, at least 8 opponents, coordinated attack. Rosalie reached him, but last I saw, they were cut off from the exit routes. "I'm going back for them," Naruto decided immediately. "Wait," Alice interjected, placing a restraining hand on his arm. "There's something you should know first." "What I saw about them." Her hesitation triggered a surge of alarm in Naruto. "Are they in immediate danger?" "Not life-threatening, no," she assured him. "But the situation between them is evolving. What's happening now is necessary, Naruto. For all 3 of you." The cryptic response only heightened his concern, but he recognized the weight behind Alice's words. Her gift of precognition carried both burden and responsibility, seeing multiple potential futures, knowing which interventions helped and which inadvertently caused greater harm. "I still need to help them escape," he insisted. "Whatever's happening between them doesn't change that." Alice exchanged a glance with Jasper, some silent communication passing between mates who had spent decades learning each other's thoughts. Finally, she nodded. We'll come with you, Jasper decided. Coordinated extraction, approaching from multiple angles. As they prepared to return to the mining complex, Naruto felt Kurama stir within him, the fox's awareness focusing on something the others couldn't detect. Emotional turbulence ahead, the ancient spirit warned. The female and her former mate are confronting truths long avoided. Your presence will complicate matters. All the more reason to be there, Naruto replied silently. Whatever's happening, I'm partly responsible. The fox's rumbling acknowledgement carried neither approval nor disapproval, merely recognition of Naruto's choice and its potential consequences. The western quadrant of the mining complex's upper level bore evidence of devastating combat. Bodies of dismembered vampires lay scattered across the chamber, some still twitching as their severed parts instinctively sought to reunite. Massive impact craters marked the walls where superhuman strength had slammed opponents into unyielding stone. In the center of this destruction, Rosalie and Emmett fought back-to-back against the remaining attackers, 4 vampires with the hardened look of century-old predators. Despite being outnumbered, the former couple moved with the synchronized precision of partners who had fought together for decades, anticipating each other's movements without need for communication. Rosalie's lightning chakra illuminated the chamber in flashes of golden white, her strikes leaving opponents temporarily paralyzed when not immediately lethal. Beside her, Emmett used pure physical power, his massive hands capable of crushing vampire hard stone as easily as human bone. Just like Bucharest, 1977, he called over his shoulder, referencing some shared battle from their past as he dispatched an opponent with brutal efficiency. Except I couldn't do this then, Rosalie replied, sending a concentrated burst of lightning chakra through her palm into an attacker's chest, the energy disrupting his nervous system completely before she separated his head from his body. The last 2 opponents, recognizing their disadvantage, attempted to retreat. Emmett lunged forward, catching one by the ankle and swinging him like a makeshift weapon into his companion. The impact shattered both vampires into fragments, ending the immediate threat. As silence fell over the chamber, Rosalie and Emmett remained standing amid the destruction they had created together, both unnecessary, breathing heavily from exertion and lingering battle energy. For a moment, they simply looked at each other, former mates who had shared nearly a century of existence, now separated by new realities neither had anticipated. You didn't have to come for me, Emmett said finally, his voice lacking its usual boisterous quality. I could have handled them. There were 8 when I arrived, Rosalie pointed out, a hint of her old sharpness returning. Even you have limits, M. A ghost of his familiar grin flashed across his features. Never been good at admitting those, have I? The moment of connection hung between them, bittersweet with shared history and recent wounds. Rosalie moved closer, her golden patterned hand reaching out to touch a deep crack running across Emmett's forearm where an opponent had nearly severed the limb. You're injured, she observed, concern evident despite her attempt at clinical detachment. It'll heal, he assured her, though the damage was more severe than he pretended. Advantage of being nearly indestructible. Nearly being the operative word, she replied, her fingers lingering on his arm. The golden patterns beneath her skin pulsed where they made contact, responding to some instinct neither had anticipated. Emmett watched with fascination as the energy flowed from her fingertips into the crack in his arm, the golden light spreading through the damage like liquid sunshine. Where it touched, vampire flesh began knitting together at accelerated rate, healing in moments what would normally have taken hours. How did you? He began, flexing the fully restored limb in wonder. I don't know, Rosalie admitted, equally surprised by what her evolving abilities had accomplished. It just happened. Like the energy knew what to do. Their eyes met, the moment charged with implications neither was prepared to fully address. Emmett's expression shifted through complex emotions, wonder at her new abilities, grief for what they had lost, reluctant acceptance of what was changing between them. You really are becoming something new, aren't you? He asked quietly. Something beyond vampire. Before she could respond, the sound of approaching footsteps alerted them to new presences. Both tensed, ready to resume combat if necessary. Instead, Naruto appeared in the chamber entrance, followed closely by Alice and Jasper. "You're safe," Naruto observed with visible relief, taking in the destruction and the two unharmed vampires at its center. "We need to move. Reinforcements are coming from the lower levels." The five of them quickly consolidated, comparing observations and plotting the most secure extraction route. Throughout the tactical discussion, Naruto noticed the changed dynamic between Rosalie and Emmett. Some tension eased, a new understanding apparently reached during their shared battle. The healing was significant, Kurama commented in his mind. Not just the physical wound, but something deeper. "Good," Naruto replied silently. "Whatever happens between us, I never wanted to destroy what they had." As they prepared to leave, Emmett unexpectedly approached Naruto directly, massive frame somewhat intimidating despite his casual posture. "A word," he requested, gesturing to a slight distance from the others. "Just between us." Naruto nodded, following the big vampire to a position where they could speak privately, though he knew vampire hearing made true privacy impossible unless they moved much further away. Emmett studied him for a long moment, golden eyes assessing with uncharacteristic seriousness. "I saw how she looked when she thought I was in danger," he began without preamble. "Still cares. Probably always will." "I know," Naruto acknowledged. "Your history together isn't erased by what's happening now." "Yeah, well, that's the thing." Emmett ran a hand through his curly hair, a surprisingly human gesture from the typically confident vampire. "I saw how she looked when she realized you'd stayed behind with Alice too. Different kind of concern. Something I've never seen from her before." Naruto remained silent, sensing there was more Emmett needed to say. "Rose and I had a good run, nearly a century. That's longer than most human marriages by far." A sad smile touched his features. "But watching her fight today, seeing what she's becoming with these new abilities, it's like she's finally found something she's been searching for all along." "Emmett," Naruto began, but the bigger vampire raised a hand to stop him. "Let me finish. This isn't easy for me, man." He took an unnecessary breath, centering himself. "What I'm trying to say is, I get it now. Whatever this connection is between you two, it's not just some random attraction. It's something deeper. Something that might actually give her what I never could, no matter how much I loved her." The raw honesty in the admission struck Naruto deeply. "I never intended to come between you." "I know," Emmett acknowledged. "That actually makes it worse in some ways, knowing there's no villain in this story, just circumstances none of us controlled." He straightened to his full impressive height. "So here's the deal. I'm stepping back. Not because I'm giving up on her, but because I want her to be happy. And right now, that path seems to lead to you." The magnitude of Emmett's concession, the generosity of spirit it represented, left Naruto momentarily speechless. Finally, he extended his hand, offering the only response that seemed appropriate. "Thank you," he said simply. "For understanding. For your grace in an impossible situation." Emmett clasped the offered hand with careful strength. "Don't make me regret it. She deserves someone who sees all of her, not just the beauty everyone notices, but the fierce, stubborn, sometimes terrifying woman underneath." "I see her," Naruto assured him. "More clearly every day." A hint of Emmett's usual humor returned. "Good. Because if you hurt her, vampire or not, I'll still find a way to kick your ass." The tension broken, they rejoined the others who were finalizing the escape route. If anyone had overheard their conversation, they gave no indication, though Alice's knowing smile suggested her visions had shown her something of what had transpired. As they moved through the complex toward freedom, Rosalie fell into step beside Naruto, her golden eyes questioning. "Everything okay?" "Getting there," he replied honestly. "Emmett's a better man than most would be in this situation." She glanced ahead to where the big vampire led their group, clearing obstacles with his tremendous strength. "He always has been. That's what made this so difficult." The simple acknowledgement of Emmett's worth, despite her choice to move in a different direction, confirmed for Naruto what he had already sensed. Rosalie's decision wasn't about rejecting what she had with Emmett, but embracing something new she needed to become. They escaped the mining complex without further significant confrontation, suggesting Madara's forces had been recalled for other preparations as the eclipse approached. The journey back to Forks was tense but uneventful, each lost in thoughts about what lay ahead. Alice shared what she had learned during her captivity, Madara's plans for the eclipse ritual, the central role of the Quilut burial grounds, the refined portal technique he had developed using Naruto's chakra sample. Most concerning was his recruitment of nearly 20 experienced vampire fighters, supplemented by the Orochimaru creature's experimental subjects, humans partially transformed with combinations of vampire venom and chakra infusions. Abominations, Jasper described them grimly. Neither vampire nor human nor shifter. Unstable but dangerous. How many? Naruto asked, calculating potential force requirements. At least a dozen surviving experiments, Alice replied. Most don't last long, their bodies reject the combined transformations. But those who survive are unpredictable, with abilities that don't follow normal vampire or chakra rules. Like me, Rosalie observed, looking down at the golden patterns that had continued to spread across her skin, now covering much of her visible body. No, Alice corrected firmly. Your transformation is different, a natural integration catalyzed by the soul link. These are forced combinations, artificial and unstable. As they approached the Cullen house, Naruto noticed Rosalie growing increasingly quiet, her gaze frequently returning to the patterns beneath her skin with troubled focus. What's wrong? He asked quietly, dropping back to walk beside her. They're spreading faster, she confided, showing him how the golden lines now extended across her chest and down both legs, far more extensive than even the previous day. And there's something else, a pressure building inside, like energy gathering toward some threshold I can't identify. Concern flashed through Naruto. Rapid power development without proper training or containment techniques carried serious risks. In his world, chakra overload had killed unprepared shinobi. When we get back, we should focus on stabilization techniques, he suggested. Ways to channel and release excess energy safely. She nodded in agreement, though something in her expression suggested she wasn't sharing everything she was experiencing. Before he could press further, they arrived at the Cullen house, where the rest of the family awaited Alice's return with visible relief and anticipation. The reunion was emotional but brief, tactical necessities quickly reasserting themselves as Alice shared what she had learned about Madara's plans. Carlyle organized them into planning teams, surveillance, coordination with the wolf pack, preparation of countermeasures for the eclipse ritual now just 2 days away. We'll need everyone positioned strategically, Jasper explained, military experience evident as he outlined defensive formations around the burial grounds. Madara's forces outnumber us, but our knowledge of the territory provides advantage. The wolves have agreed to full cooperation, Edward added. Sam recognizes this threat transcends old boundaries. They'll deploy in groups of 3, covering the eastern and southern approaches. As preparations continued, Rosalie found herself partnered with Esme for supply coordination, gathering materials they might need for the confrontation. The motherly vampire worked silently beside her for several minutes before addressing what everyone had noticed. Your transformation is accelerating, she observed gently. The patterns are more extensive than when you left. Rosalie nodded, not bothering to deny what was visibly obvious. They respond to emotion, to proximity with Naruto, to use of the new abilities. Each expansion seems to increase my capacity for chakra manipulation. And how does it feel? Esme asked, her concern evident. Not just physically, but emotionally. Such rapid change would be disorienting for anyone. The question penetrated Rosalie's customary guardedness, coming from the vampire who had been the closest thing to a mother she'd had since her transformation in 1933. She paused, considering her response with unusual care. It feels right, she admitted finally. Frightening in its implications, but right in a way I can't fully articulate. As if I've been frozen not just physically but developmentally since my turning, and now I'm finally growing again. Esme's expression softened with understanding. You always struggled more than the others with the static nature of vampire existence. This capacity for continued evolution suits your spirit. The simple validation, acknowledging that Rosalie's restlessness hadn't been a flaw but a natural response to the limitations of vampire existence, brought unexpected emotion to her golden eyes. "Thank you," she said quietly. "For understanding. Not everyone does." "Emmett understands more than you might think," Esme replied gently. "He's hurting, yes, but also proud of what you're becoming. It takes tremendous love to step aside for someone else's necessary growth." The conversation was interrupted as Carlyle called everyone together for final assignments. As the family dispersed to their tasks, Rosalie sought out Naruto, who had been consulting with Edward regarding chakra detection techniques the mind reader might employ during the coming confrontation. "We need to train," she told him directly. "Whatever's happening with these patterns, it's accelerating. I need better control before the eclipse." Naruto studied her with concern, noting the increased luminosity of the golden lines beneath her skin, almost pulsing now with contained energy. "The cabin," he agreed. "More space, fewer distractions." They departed after brief explanations to the others, though Alice's knowing look suggested she had already foreseen this necessity. The journey through the forest was completed in comfortable silence, both aware of the intensity awaiting them once training began. Inside the cabin, Rosalie immediately moved to the center of the main room, turning to face Naruto with determination etched in her perfect features. "Something's building inside me," she began without preamble. "Energy gathering toward some kind of threshold. It feels like pressure against a dam that's weakening. I need to know how to channel it safely before it breaks." Naruto recognized the description immediately, the preliminary stages of a chakra transformation. In his world, such transitions typically occurred gradually through years of training. Rosalie's accelerated development, driven by the dimensional energy and their soul link, was compressing that process into days. "Sit," he instructed, indicating the floor. "Meditation first, to map your current energy pathways." She complied without argument, settling into the cross-legged position he had taught her earlier. As she closed her eyes, the golden patterns beneath her skin brightened visibly, responding to her focused attention. Naruto sat facing her, their knees almost touching. "I'm going to share my chakra temporarily, create a diagnostic link to assess what's happening with your energy system. It will feel intimate. More direct than our normal connection." Golden eyes opened, meeting his with absolute trust. "Do it." He placed his palms against hers, skin meeting skin where the golden patterns were most prominent. Channeling chakra with precise control, he created a temporary bridge between their energy systems, more structured than the soul link's natural connection, designed specifically to map and evaluate. The moment the diagnostic link formed, Naruto gasped at what he discovered. The dimensional energy had not simply created isolated pathways within Rosalie's vampire physiology, it had constructed an entire chakra network, adapted to her unique nature but fully functional. More concerning, that network was now flooded with energy beyond what her current control mechanisms could safely contain. "Your chakra coils are fully formed," he explained, maintaining the diagnostic connection. "But they're overloaded, like a river system during flood season, banks straining to contain the flow." "What happens if they break?" she asked, practical even in crisis. "In my world, chakra overload can cause system-wide failure," he replied honestly. "But your vampire physiology might react differently. Either way, we need to establish release mechanisms, controlled ways to channel the excess." "How?" Naruto considered their options, drawing on everything he had learned during his years of training. Normally, this would require months of graduated exercises. We don't have that luxury. We need to attempt a controlled transformation, channel the excess energy into a purposeful change rather than letting it erupt randomly. "Like your partial shift to wolf form?" she questioned, understanding immediately. "Similar concept, different execution, he confirmed. For you, it would be an extension of the abilities you've already demonstrated, the lightning manipulation, the healing you performed for Emmett. But amplified, systematic rather than instinctual. Determination hardened her features. Show me. For the next several hours, they worked intensively, Naruto guiding Rosalie through increasingly complex chakra manipulation exercises, teaching her to channel energy purposefully through the golden pathways that now covered most of her body. The patterns themselves seemed to respond to their efforts, sometimes brightening with successful techniques, sometimes pulsing with warning when she pushed too far. As night fell outside the cabin, Rosalie's control had improved dramatically, but the underlying pressure continued to build. Like a valve releasing small amounts of steam from a pressure cooker, their exercises provided temporary relief without addressing the fundamental issue. It's not enough, she acknowledged finally, frustration evident in her voice. The exercises help momentarily, but the energy rebuilds faster than I can release it. Naruto studied her with growing concern. The golden patterns now covered her entire body, visible even through her clothing as they pulsed with increasing urgency. Something significant was approaching, a transformation threshold that wouldn't be denied. There's another option, he said carefully. But it carries risks of its own. Tell me, she demanded, beyond concern for caution. A guided full transformation, he explained. Instead of fighting the energy buildup, we direct it purposefully into a complete metamorphosis, allow your system to establish a new baseline incorporating all the dimensional energy you've absorbed. Like your full wolf transformation. Not exactly. Naruto hesitated, then decided complete honesty was essential. In my case, full transformation means complete integration with Kurama, our chakra, our consciousness merging temporarily into a unified form. For you. I don't know exactly what form it would take. The dimensional energy has its own properties, its own intelligence, for lack of a better term. You're saying I might lose myself, she concluded, understanding the unspoken warning. Become something else entirely. Temporarily, possibly, he acknowledged. But the soul link between us should provide an anchor, a connection to your core self that the transformation can't completely override. Rosalie was quiet for a long moment, processing the implications. Finally, she looked up, golden eyes meeting his with characteristic determination. If the alternative is uncontrolled eruption that might harm others, there's no real choice. We do the guided transformation. The decision made, they prepared the cabin for what might come, clearing space, removing anything fragile or potentially dangerous. As Rosalie positioned herself in the center of the room, Naruto explained what would happen. I'll establish a deeper connection than the diagnostic link, more like what happens when Kurama and I fully integrate. Through that connection, I'll guide the transformation, help you maintain awareness of your core self as the energy reshapes your form. And if something goes wrong, she asked pragmatically. I'll sever the connection and use suppression techniques, he replied, though both knew such measures would be last resorts with unknown consequences. As night deepened outside, they sat facing each other in the cabin center, hands joined where the golden patterns shone brightest. Naruto closed his eyes, concentrating on forming the deep chakra connection necessary for guiding transformation. This is dangerous, Kit, Kurama warned within him. The female's energy is unlike anything we've encountered, neither pure chakra nor this world's supernatural power, but something new. We don't have better options, Naruto replied silently. The buildup won't stop on its own. The fox's rumbling acknowledgement carried reluctant agreement. Then we'll need to fully engage, both of us connected to her through the soul link. My experience with transformation might help stabilize the process. Naruto opened his eyes, finding Rosalie watching him with calm resolve despite the increasingly bright pulsing of the patterns covering her skin. Change of plans, he explained. Kurama will participate directly in the guidance, his experience with transformations might provide additional stability. She nodded acceptance without hesitation, a measure of how far they had come in trust since their first meeting. What do I need to do? Relax your control, he instructed. Stop fighting the energy buildup. Let it rise naturally while focusing on your core identity, what makes you essentially Rosalie, beyond physical form or abilities. As she followed his guidance, the golden patterns began pulsing more rapidly, their light filling the cabin with warm luminosity. Naruto tightened his grip on her hands, establishing the deep chakra connection that would allow him to guide the process. The moment the connection formed, both gasped at the intensity. This was beyond the diagnostic link, beyond even the soul link's natural bond, a direct joining of consciousness and energy that transcended ordinary barriers between beings. Through this connection, Naruto could feel the dimensional energy surging within Rosalie, wild, powerful, intelligent in its own way. Not chaotic destruction but purposeful transformation, seeking expression through the vampire who had integrated it. Now, Kurama's voice resonated through the connection, reaching both of them. Let it flow, but maintain your center. Remember who you are as the form changes. Rosalie's golden eyes locked with Naruto's as the transformation began. The patterns beneath her skin brightened to blinding intensity, then seemed to dissolve, golden light flowing outward to envelop her entire form. Her body became translucent, vampire flesh transforming into something that resembled living crystal infused with golden energy. Stay with me, Naruto urged, maintaining the connection as her form continued to change. Focus on your core self. Through their joined consciousness, he could feel her fighting to maintain identity as the transformation accelerated, memories, personality, values holding firm even as physical form transcended normal limitations. The vampire who had been Rosalie Hail was becoming something beyond conventional classification, neither fully vampire nor human nor energy being, but a synthesis incorporating elements of all three. The transformation reached its peak as the golden light coalesced, solidifying into a new form that retained Rosalie's general proportions but with significant differences. Her skin had become like translucent marble shot through with golden veins, the patterns now integrated completely rather than remaining surface features. Her hair floated around her head as if suspended in liquid, golden light pulsing through the strands. Most striking were her eyes, still golden, but now containing galaxies of light, dimensional depths beyond normal perception. Rosalie? Naruto questioned, maintaining the guidance connection despite the strain it placed on his own system. When she spoke, her voice carried harmonic overtones, as if multiple voices spoke in perfect synchronization. I'm here. I'm more, but still me. Relief flooded through him. The transformation had succeeded without consuming her core identity, a complete metamorphosis that incorporated the dimensional energy while preserving the essential Rosalie. Through their connection, he could sense the changed nature of her consciousness, expanded awareness, perception extending beyond normal sensory limits, energy patterns visible to her that remained invisible to conventional sight. Her memories remained intact, her personality unchanged despite the radical physical transformation. How do you feel? He asked, gradually easing back on the guidance connection as her stability became evident. Balanced, she replied, examining her transformed hands with fascination. The pressure is gone. Everything flows properly now, contained without constraint. Kurama's presence stirred within the connection, the ancient fox evaluating the results with scientific interest. Remarkable adaptation. The dimensional energy has fully integrated with her vampire nature, creating something new yet stable. Can you shift back? Naruto asked, concerned about potential permanence of the transformation. In response, Rosalie closed her galaxy-filled eyes, concentrating briefly. The golden light surrounding her pulsed once, then receded, flowing back beneath her skin as her form returned to its previous vampire appearance. The only differences were the golden patterns, now permanently etched into her marble flesh like luminous tattoos, no longer spreading, but fixed in elegant whorls and spirals that covered her entire body. That was. She began, then paused, searching for words adequate to describe the experience. Transformation, Naruto supplied. Not just physical, but consciousness expansion. Similar to what happens when I fully integrate with Kurama, though your version is unique to the dimensional energy you've absorbed. I could see everything, she marveled, still processing the experience. Energy patterns, connections between objects, echoes of past events in physical space. And the power. She flexed her hands, tiny arcs of golden lightning dancing between her fingers with perfect control. No more pressure, no instability. Just harmony. The wonder in her voice matched what Naruto had felt the first time he and Kurama had achieved perfect synchronization, the realization that what had once seemed a burden could become the source of unprecedented capability when properly integrated. The transformation established proper pathways for the energy, he explained. Now you can access it safely, control the flow rather than being overwhelmed by it. As the guidance connection faded, both feeling its purpose fulfilled, Rosalie moved closer to Naruto. The golden patterns beneath her skin pulsed softly, no longer with urgency but with quiet acknowledgement of his presence. "Thank you," she said simply. "For trusting me through this. For believing I could contain this power without losing myself to it." "I've always seen your strength," he replied honestly. "From the first moment we met, even when you were trying to hide it behind cold perfection." A smile touched her lips, genuine, unguarded in a way few ever witnessed from Rosalie Hail. "Not hiding anymore. This transformation, it feels like finally becoming who I was meant to be all along." The moment between them deepened, connection transcending the mechanical aspects of soul link or chakra exchange to touch something more fundamental, recognition between spirits that had found in each other what neither had expected to discover in this or any world. As moonlight filtered through the cabin windows, casting silver light to complement the golden glow emanating from Rosalie's patterns, Naruto was struck by the improbable journey that had led them here. A dimensional rift, an energy signature track to a small town in Washington, a connection neither had sought but both now valued beyond measure. Tomorrow would bring the lunar eclipse, Madara's portal, and whatever consequences might follow. But tonight had brought transformation, not just physical metamorphosis, but the deeper change of spirits finding their complementary counterpart across dimensions never meant to touch. In Rosalie's transformed eyes, Naruto saw not just the reflection of golden patterns or dimensional power, but recognition of what he had always sought most, acceptance of his complete self, shadow and light, human and Jinchuriki, past and potential. And in that recognition lay the answer to the question that had haunted him since learning of Madara's portal, what he would choose when the dimensional barrier thinned, when the path home potentially opened before him. Some connections, once formed, transcended the boundaries between worlds. Some bonds, once forged, became their own form of home. Chapter 5, Worlds collide. The day of the eclipse dawned gray and heavy, clouds hanging like harbingers over the Olympic Peninsula. In the hours before twilight, an uneasy silence had settled across the forests surrounding Forks, wildlife sensing the gathering supernatural energies, instinctively seeking shelter from forces beyond their understanding. At the Cullen house, final preparations unfolded with the precision of a military operation. Maps spread across tables showed patrol routes, defensive positions, contingency plans developed through decades of vampire existence and centuries of combined tactical experience. "The wolves will approach from the east and south," Carlyle explained, indicating markers on the topographical display. "Sam's keeping the younger members in reserve, only those with combat experience will participate directly. Madara's forces have established a perimeter around the burial grounds," Jasper added, his voice carrying the calm authority of a seasoned commander. "Based on Alice's latest vision, we can expect at least 15 vampires plus an unknown number of the Orochimaru creatures' experiments." Edward's expression darkened at the mention of the hybrid abominations. "I've seen them through the wolves' reconnaissance. They're wrong. Neither human nor vampire, but corrupted versions of both." From her position near the window, Rosalie observed the strategy session with outward calm, though the golden patterns visible beneath her skin pulsed with subtle energy, responding to her heightened emotional state despite her controlled exterior. Since her transformation the previous night, she had maintained the human passing form rather than the crystalline energy state she could now access at will, but the power remained close to the surface, ready to emerge when needed. Nearby, Naruto studied a different map, one he had created showing the chakra concentrations around the burial grounds, areas where dimensional thinning had already begun in preparation for the eclipse ritual. Madara's been methodical, he explained to those gathered around him. The ritual site is positioned at the precise convergence point of natural energy lines that run through this region. When the eclipse reaches totality, those lines will align momentarily, creating optimal conditions for dimensional bridging. Can we disrupt the ritual? Bella asked from her position beside Edward. Despite being the only human among them, she had insisted on participating in the planning, refusing to be sidelined when those she loved would be in danger. Not easily, Naruto admitted. Madara's had months to prepare the foundation seals. They're already embedded in the earth itself, drawing power continuously. Our best chance is to interrupt the active ritual components when he begins the final sequence during the eclipse. Alice, who had been relatively quiet since her rescue, suddenly tensed, eyes unfocusing as a new vision seized her. The room fell silent, everyone recognizing the significance of whatever she might see with the confrontation mere hours away. When her awareness returned, her delicate features were troubled. The Vulturi have sent observers. 3 of them, monitoring from a distance. They won't intervene directly unless vampire exposure becomes imminent, but they're interested in the outcome. Jane must have reported back about Rosalie's transformation, Carlyle concluded grimly. Arrow would be particularly intrigued by new forms of power. One problem at a time, Emmett suggested from the doorway, his massive frame filling the space. Let's deal with Madara and dimensional portals first, worry about Italian vampire politics later. The pragmatic approach earned nods of agreement. As the meeting concluded with final assignments, team compositions, and communication protocols, the participants dispersed to prepare individually for what lay ahead. Rosalie found herself alone with Emmett for the first time since their shared battle at the mining complex. The big vampire's expression was uncharacteristically solemn as he approached, golden eyes taking in the now permanent golden patterns visible across her exposed skin. "They're beautiful," he said finally, breaking the silence between them. "Suit you somehow." "Thank you," she replied, surprised by his easy acceptance of her transformed appearance. "Alice told me what happened, the full transformation, the new abilities." A hint of his familiar grin flashed briefly. "Always knew you were destined for more than just being the prettiest vampire in the coven." The casual compliment, so typical of Emmett's straightforward affection, brought an unexpected tightness to Rosalie's throat. For nearly a century, this man had seen beyond her beauty to the strength underneath, appreciated her fierce spirit when others mistook it for mere coldness. "Emmett," she began, struggling to find words adequate for the moment. "What happened between us, was necessary," he finished for her, surprising her with his certainty. "Took me a while to see it, but I get it now, Rose. You've been searching for something since the day Carlyle changed you, something beyond what any of us could give you." He gestured to the golden patterns that now adorned her marble skin. "This transformation, these abilities, they're not just power. They're growth. Evolution. Something vampires aren't supposed to be capable of." His expression softened with genuine wonder. "You're becoming something new, something this world hasn't seen before. And that's pretty amazing to witness, even from the sidelines." The generosity of his perspective, his ability to celebrate her transformation despite the personal cost to him, exemplified the best of Emmett's character, the pure-hearted strength that had drawn her to him in that forest nearly a century ago. "I still love you," she told him honestly. "That hasn't changed, even with everything else transforming around us." "I know," he acknowledged, no bitterness in his tone. "Different kind of love now, maybe, but still real. That's enough for me, Rose. That will always be enough." As if sensing the importance of their exchange, the rest of the family had given them space, moving to other parts of the house to finalize their preparations. Only Naruto remained within visual range, respectfully distant as he packed specialized equipment for the confrontation ahead. Emmett followed her gaze, a complexity of emotions crossing his features before settling into resigned acceptance. "He's good for you. Different than anyone I've ever seen you with." Challenges you in ways I never could. You challenge me plenty, Rosalie countered, not wanting him to diminish his own importance in her life. A genuine laugh escaped him, the booming sound so characteristic of his personality. Yeah, but mostly by being stubborn or breaking furniture at inconvenient moments. He challenges you to become more than you thought possible. The assessment was surprisingly insightful coming from Emmett, who often played down his perceptiveness beneath a jovial exterior. Rosalie found herself smiling in response, grateful for this moment of connection despite their changed circumstances. We've got a dimensional portal to close and some ancient ninja vampire to defeat, Emmett concluded, practical as always. You ready to show off those fancy new powers in a real fight? More than ready, she assured him, the golden patterns beneath her skin pulsing briefly with anticipation. As they rejoined the others for final preparations, Rosalie caught Naruto watching their interaction, his expression a complex mixture of respect and relief. Their eyes met across the room, silent understanding passing between them, appreciation for Emmett's grace, acknowledgement of the bonds that remained despite changing forms. With twilight approaching and the eclipse just hours away, the defenders of Forks gathered their weapons, finalized their strategies, and prepared to face whatever might emerge when the boundaries between worlds began to fall. The Quilut burial grounds hummed with power as darkness descended. Ancient stones, worn by centuries of weather and witness to generations of spiritual ceremonies, now glowed with faint blue light, chakra infused into their very structure as part of Madara's preparation. From their observation position on a ridgeline overlooking the site, Naruto and Jasper surveyed the gathering forces with grim assessment. Vampires moved with military precision around the circular clearing, establishing defensive positions while maintaining sight lines to the central altar where Madara would conduct the ritual. 15 vampires, as anticipated, Jasper murmured, his experienced eye cataloging threats with methodical efficiency. Plus at least 10 of the hybrid experiments at the perimeter. Madara himself hasn't arrived yet. He'll appear at the last possible moment, Naruto predicted, extending his senses to evaluate the chakra concentrations building throughout the area. The ritual preparations are nearly complete. Those symbols carved into the ground, their stabilization matrices, designed to anchor the dimensional bridge once it forms. Through their communication devices, Edward's voice reached them from his position with the Eastern Scout team. Sam reports his pack is in position. They're encountering resistance on the southern approach, some kind of barrier technique blocking their advance. The Orochimaru creature's work, Naruto identified immediately. It's using adapted sealing techniques to channel approach routes into predetermined ambush zones. Strategic implications processed with vampire speed through their collective minds. Carlyle's voice joined the communication. We'll need to adjust. Alice sees clearing on the western ridge if we swing wide around the northern perimeter. As the defenders adapted their approach, Rosalie and Emmett joined Naruto and Jasper at the observation point, moving with the supernatural silence all vampires possessed. Barrier formations on the south and east, Emmett reported, his enhanced vision having mapped additional security measures around the ritual site. But they're thin on the northwest quadrant, focusing their strength toward the reservation, expecting the main threat from the wolf pack. Rosalie's attention was fixed on the central clearing, where the preparations for Madara's ritual had transformed the ancient ceremonial space. Concentric circles of symbols covered the ground, glowing with increasing intensity as the eclipse approached. At the center stood an altar-like structure composed of materials that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, dimensional anomalies made physical. The portal anchor, she identified, her enhanced perception allowing her to see energy patterns invisible to the others. It's already active, drawing power from the surrounding area. Plants, animals, the earth itself, all being drained to fuel the dimensional thinning. Naruto nodded in confirmation, impressed by the accuracy of her assessment. Since her transformation, Rosalie's ability to perceive and interpret chakra had developed with remarkable speed, her natural vampire intelligence adapting to these new sensory inputs with intuitive understanding. We need to move soon, he decided, calculating the eclipse timeline against their tactical options. The moment totality begins, Madara will initiate the final sequence. We need to be in position before then. Jasper acknowledged the assessment with a curt nod. Team 1 will create the northwestern diversion. Team 2 moves through the resulting gap. Team 3 provides coverage and extraction if needed. His golden eyes, darkened with tactical focus, met each of theirs in turn. Communication discipline is essential. We coordinate or we fail. With plans confirmed, they separated into their designated teams, Jasper leading the northern diversion group with Emmett, Alice, and several wolves, Naruto and Rosalie joining Carlisle and Edward in the infiltration team, Esme coordinating the reserve force with Bella safely positioned for emergency extraction if needed. As Naruto and Rosalie made their way through the forest toward their insertion point, he noticed the golden patterns beneath her skin brightening with proximity to the ritual site, responding to the dimensional energies already gathering. "How does it feel?" he asked quietly, concerned about potential interference with her newfound stability. "Strong," she replied after a moment's internal assessment. "Like standing near the ocean during high tide, powerful currents, but I'm anchored firmly now. No risk of being swept away." Her confidence was reassuring. Since her controlled transformation, Rosalie had demonstrated remarkable mastery over her new abilities, the integration of dimensional energy with her vampire physiology creating something uniquely powerful yet stable. "When we reach the inner circle," Naruto explained, "I'll need to disrupt the primary seal matrices while you and the others provide coverage. Madara will sense the interference immediately, expect immediate and overwhelming response." "We'll be ready," she assured him, golden eyes gleaming with determination in the deepening twilight. They reached their designated position just as the moon began its progression into Earth's shadow, the partial eclipse initiating the cosmic alignment Madara had calculated for his ritual. Through the trees, they could see increased activity around the central altar, vampires moving with purpose as they completed final preparations. "Something's coming," Edward whispered suddenly, his mind-reading abilities detecting shifting thoughts among Madara's forces. "They're anticipating an arrival." Moments later, the air near the altar seemed to fold inward, space itself bending as a figure stepped through what appeared to be a self-generated dimensional tear. Madara Uchiha emerged with aristocratic grace, his traditional armor replaced with ceremonial robes bearing symbols that pulsed with contained power. Behind him, walking with the unnatural fluidity that characterized its movements, came the Orochimaru creature, its pale, serpentine features fixed in an expression of scientific interest as it surveyed the ritual preparations. "They're working together openly now," Carlisle observed, concern deepening the lines of his compassionate face. "Not just as temporary allies but coordinated partners." Before they could process this development further, Jasper's voice came through their communication devices, Eclipse progression at 30%. Diversion initiating in 3, 2, 1. From the northwestern perimeter came sudden chaos, vampires screaming as enormous wolves tore through their ranks, Emmett's distinctive battle roar rising above the cacophony as he engaged multiple opponents simultaneously. Alice's smaller form flashed between combatants, her precognition allowing her to anticipate attacks with uncanny precision. "That's our opening," Edward confirmed, already moving toward the gap created in Madara's defensive line. "Northwestern quadrant clearing now." The infiltration team surged forward, using the diversion to approach the inner ritual circle. They had nearly reached the first line of stabilization matrices when the air before them rippled, a dimensional pocket opening to reveal three figures with eyes that glowed red even in the deepening eclipse darkness. Vulturi observers, Carlisle identified immediately, recognizing the distinctive cloaks of the vampire ruling class. "They've decided to move closer for direct monitoring." The tallest of the three stepped forward, lowering his hood to reveal aristocratic features and long dark hair. "Merely observing, Carlisle, not interfering." Arrow sends his regards and his curiosity about these unprecedented events. "Marcus," Carlisle acknowledged with careful respect. "This situation involves forces beyond typical vampire concerns. It would be safer for your party to maintain distance." A thin smile crossed the ancient vampire's features. Safety has never been the Vulturi's primary concern, old friend. Knowledge, however. His crimson gaze shifted to Rosalie, noting the golden patterns beneath her skin with undisguised interest. Some development simply must be witnessed firsthand. Before the conversation could continue, the ground beneath them trembled as Madara initiated the next phase of his ritual. Symbols carved into the earth brightened with intensifying power, the concentric circles beginning to rotate in alternating directions like massive gears in some cosmic machine. "We need to move now," Naruto urged, recognizing the advancing ritual sequence. "The eclipse is approaching optimal alignment." The Vulturi observers stepped aside with elegant precision, neither helping nor hindering as the infiltration team continued toward the central altar. Marcus's parting words floated after them, heavy with implication: "We will report what we witness here today. All of it." As they reached the inner circle, the full scope of Madara's preparation became evident. The burial ground's natural spiritual energy had been systematically channeled, redirected through carefully positioned conduits to concentrate at the central altar. There, a crystalline structure pulsed with building power, the dimensional anchor taking physical form as the eclipse progressed. The primary seal matrices, Naruto identified, pointing toward 4 stone markers positioned at cardinal points around the altar. If we can disrupt those simultaneously, the ritual sequence will destabilize. Edward nodded in understanding. "I'll take the northern point. Carlyle, east. Rosalie, west. Naruto, you handle the southern marker, it appears to be the primary control node." They moved to separate, but before they could reach their designated positions, the air around the altar shimmered as Madara completed another sequence of hand signs. Wooden constructs erupted from the ground, not simple barriers but fully articulated warriors shaped from living wood, eyes glowing with the same red pattern as their creator's Sharingan. "Wood style, forest guardian technique," Naruto identified grimly. "Enhanced versions of what we faced before." The wooden constructs attacked with coordinated precision, moving faster and striking harder than their previous iterations. Edward and Carlyle found themselves immediately engaged, vampire speed tested against the supernatural reflexes of Madara's creations. Rosalie faced 2 guardians simultaneously, their wooden limbs elongating into spear-like protrusions as they attempted to impale her from multiple angles. Instead of retreating, she stepped directly into their attack pattern, the golden patterns beneath her skin brightening as she accessed her transformed abilities. Lightning chakra manifested around her hands, crackling with controlled power as she caught the wooden spears barehanded. The electrical energy traveled through the construct's forms, disrupting the chakra, animating them and causing momentary paralysis. "Their core is in the chest," she called to the others, using her enhanced perception to identify structural weaknesses. "Concentrated strike there will disable them temporarily." Naruto, moving toward the southern marker while creating shadow clones to engage additional guardians, felt a surge of pride at Rosalie's tactical assessment. Her integration of new abilities with vampire combat experience created a formidable combination, adaptable, precise, devastatingly effective. As the infiltration team battled through the guardian constructs, sounds of intensified combat reached them from the perimeter, Jasper's diversion team encountering stiffer resistance as Madara's forces recovered from the initial surprise. Across the clearing, Madara himself remained focused on the ritual, hands moving through complex sequences of signs as the Orochimaru creature made corresponding adjustments to the crystalline anchor. Neither seemed concerned by the battle unfolding around them, confidence in their preparations evident in their methodical progress. "They're accelerating the sequence," Naruto realized, sensing the changing energy patterns around the altar. "The eclipse is reaching critical alignment faster than anticipated." Edward confirmed this assessment as he dispatched another wooden guardian. Alice's thoughts just shifted, she sees the portal opening within minutes, not the half-hour we calculated. "We need to reach those markers now," Carlyle urged, breaking free from his opponents to sprint toward the eastern seal matrix. The urgency of their situation apparent, Rosalie made a split-second decision. The golden patterns across her skin brightened to blinding intensity as she initiated her full transformation, vampire flesh transmuting into the crystalline energy form she had achieved the previous night. In this state, her abilities amplified exponentially, speed increasing, perception expanding, control over the dimensional energy reaching new precision. Lightning chakra no longer merely surrounded her hands but coursed throughout her transformed body, allowing her to move through the wooden guardians like a golden thunderbolt, disrupting their animation with each point of contact. "Go," she called to Naruto, her voice carrying those same harmonic overtones he'd heard during her initial transformation. "I'll clear your path." He nodded sharply, understanding the tactical advantage her transformed state provided. Together they cut through the remaining guardians, creating openings for Edward and Carlyle to reach their designated markers. As Naruto approached the southern seal matrix, he felt Madara's attention shift toward him, the ancient Uchiha finally acknowledging the threat to his ritual. With a series of signs too fast for even vampire eyes to track, Madara activated another technique. Space-time barrier, Naruto identified, recognizing the ripple in dimensional stability around the southern marker. He's isolated the primary control node. Before he could determine how to counter this technique, the Orochimaru creature appeared beside Madara, its serpentine features arranged in what approximated scientific curiosity. "The Jinchuriki approaches the linchpin," it observed, voice carrying despite the chaos of combat surrounding them. Precisely as anticipated. Indeed, Madara acknowledged, completing another sequence of signs without pausing the ritual progression. His chakra signature will serve as the final catalyst, willing or unwilling. This exchange, clearly meant to be overheard, sent a chill of realization through Naruto. The southern marker wasn't merely a control node to be disrupted, it was a trap designed specifically for him. "Fall back," he shouted to the others, immediately changing strategy. "The markers are decoys. The real control is the central anchor." Edward, already reaching for the northern marker, froze as he processed this revelation through the thoughts he could detect from Madara's forces. "He's right, they wanted us separated, divided across the cardinal points while the true ritual culminates at the center." Rosalie, still in her crystalline form, immediately redirected toward the central altar where the dimensional anchor pulsed with increasing power. The eclipse had now reached 70% totality, the darkening sky enhancing the supernatural glow emanating from the ritual preparations. Too late, the Orochimaru creature called, its lipless mouth stretching in something approximating a smile. "The convergence has begun." As if responding to these words, the dimensional anchor at the altar's center suddenly flared with blinding intensity. The concentric circles of symbols carved into the ground began rotating faster, their movement creating a visual distortion as space itself began to warp around the central point. "The portal's opening prematurely," Carlyle warned, vampire speed carrying him back toward the group as they consolidated their position. Naruto assessed the situation with battle-honed instincts, calculating options against rapidly diminishing time frames. "We can still disrupt the stability matrix, but we'll need concentrated strike at the anchor itself, all of us, simultaneously." Before they could implement this desperate strategy, the air above the altar ripped open with the sound of reality tearing, a jagged wound in space-time through which otherworldly light spilled into the burial ground. The dimensional portal had formed, smaller than intended but already establishing connection between worlds. "Beautiful," the Orochimaru creature murmured, reptilian eyes fixed on the tear in reality. The convergence of dimensional frequencies, harmonizing despite natural resistance. Poetry in physics. Madara remained focused on maintaining the portal's stability, his Sharingan eyes tracking energy patterns invisible to others as he made minute adjustments to the ritual parameters. "Expand the aperture," he instructed his serpentine ally. "The calibration requires fine-tuning." As the two worked to strengthen their creation, Naruto felt something unexpected, a familiar chakra signature emanating from the portal, resonating with his own energy in ways that sent shock waves of recognition through his system. "Someone's coming through," he warned the others, instinctively dropping into a defensive stance. "Someone from my world." The portal's jagged edges pulsed, expanding outward as a figure began to materialize within the dimensional tear, humanoid but surrounded by distinctive chakra that Naruto recognized instantly. "Impossible," he whispered, disbelief warring with the evidence of his senses. As the figure fully emerged, stepping onto Washington soil with casual grace, Naruto found himself staring at a face he had never expected to see again, Kakashi Hatake, his former sensei and the sixth Hokage of Konoha, looking exactly as Naruto remembered him despite the 3 years that had passed since his dimensional displacement. The silver-haired shinobi's visible eye crinkled with his characteristic hidden smile as he surveyed his surroundings, taking in the vampires, the ritual preparations, and finally, his former student standing frozen in shock. "Yo, Naruto," Kakashi greeted, as if they had merely encountered each other on a village street rather than across dimensional boundaries. "You're a difficult man to find." Before Naruto could respond to this impossible reunion, Madara's voice cut through his stunned silence. Hatake Kakashi, the ancient Uchiha acknowledged, momentary surprise evident even in his controlled demeanor. An unexpected traveler. The dimensional resonance should have admitted only those with chakra signatures similar to the Jinchuriki's. Kakashi's relaxed posture didn't change, though Naruto recognized the subtle tension in his former sensei's stance, combat readiness disguised as casual indifference. "Ah, well," the silver-haired shinobi replied with deceptive lightness, "spending years training someone creates certain, harmonic similarities. Chakra signatures develop resonance patterns through prolonged proximity. Basic dimensional physics, really." The scientific explanation, delivered with Kakashi's characteristic nonchalance, barely masked the tactical assessment Naruto knew his former sensei was conducting, cataloging threats, identifying allies, calculating optimal response patterns. "How?" Naruto finally managed, finding his voice despite the shock still reverberating through his system. "How did you find me? How did you even know I was alive?" Kakashi's visible eyes softened slightly. "We never stopped looking, Naruto. After you and Obito disappeared during that final confrontation, we developed specialized sensor techniques to track dimensional disturbances. When this portal began forming, its energy signature matched the residual traces from your disappearance." The simple statement, "we never stopped looking," struck Naruto with unexpected emotional force. 3 years he had spent in this dimension, gradually accepting that his connections to home had been permanently severed. To learn that his precious people had continued searching, had refused to abandon hope of finding him. Touching reunion, Madara interrupted coldly, his hands continuing the subtle movements that maintained the portal's stability. But ultimately irrelevant to the progression of events. Kakashi's gaze shifted to the ancient Uchiha, his relaxed demeanor unchanging despite the palpable danger emanating from Madara's position. "Always the same, aren't you?" Regardless of dimension or form, Madara Uchiha remains singularly focused on his grand designs, indifferent to the human connections that give life actual meaning. The philosophical criticism seemed to amuse rather than anger Madara. "Those connections are temporary, Hatake. Power, true power, transcends such ephemeral bonds." "And yet," Kakashi observed mildly, "those ephemeral bonds have consistently proven stronger than your carefully cultivated power." Interesting pattern, wouldn't you say? While this exchange continued, Naruto noticed the Orochimaru creature moving subtly around the perimeter of the altar, its attention fixed not on the new arrival but on the portal itself, specifically, the stability mechanisms Madara had established. Understanding dawned with cold clarity. "He's sabotaging the controls," Naruto warned, recognizing the serpentine entity's true intention. "He wants the portal unstable." The warning came too late. With movements too swift for even vampire reflexes to intercept, the Orochimaru creature completed its modifications to the dimensional anchor. The effect was immediate and catastrophic, the controlled tear in reality suddenly expanding, its edges becoming jagged and erratic as the carefully established parameters collapsed. "What have you done?" Madara demanded, genuine alarm breaking through his aristocratic composure as the portal began pulsing with unstable energy. "Evolution requires chaos," the creature replied, reptilian features arranged in an expression of scientific satisfaction. "Controlled portals allow only selected entities to cross between worlds. An unstable convergence, however." Its lipless mouth stretched in that disturbing approximation of a smile. "Who knows what might find its way through when dimensional barriers collapse entirely." The betrayal confirmed Naruto's worst fears about the creature's true agenda. Not the selective dimensional bridging Madara had planned, but wholesale collapse of the barriers between worlds, an uncontrolled convergence that would allow entities from across dimensional planes to enter this reality. "We need to close it now," Naruto called to his allies, already moving toward the destabilizing portal. "Before it expands beyond containment threshold." Kakashi immediately grasped the situation, falling into seamless coordination with his former student despite their years of separation. The anchor points need simultaneous disruption, he assessed, Sharingan eye uncovered and analyzing the energy patterns. "I'll take north, you south. We need at least 2 more points covered." "I've got west," Rosalie's harmonic voice responded, her crystalline form already moving into position. "Edward, take east. Carlyle, coordinate with the perimeter teams, keep Madara's forces off us while we work." The Cullens adapted instantly to Kakashi's presence, vampire tactical flexibility accepting his expertise without question given the crisis unfolding. As they moved to their assigned positions, Madara finally abandoned his ritual stance, Sharingan eyes blazing with fury as he confronted his treacherous ally. "You've doomed both dimensions with this sabotage," he snarled, hand signs forming for a devastating attack. "Uncontrolled convergence will shred the fabric of both realities." "Perhaps," the Orochimaru creature acknowledged, already melting into the ground to escape Madara's wrath. "Or perhaps new forms of existence will emerge from the chaos, adaptations neither world could have produced independently. That's the beauty of evolutionary pressure, Madara. It forces innovation." As the creature disappeared completely, Madara redirected his fury toward those attempting to close the portal. Wood-style techniques erupted around Naruto and Kakashi, massive tendrils attempting to separate them from their assigned anchor points. "I'll handle this," Kakashi assured his former student, hands already forming signs for a counter-technique. "Focus on the southern anchor. Your chakra signature is essential to stabilizing the closure sequence." Years of training under Kakashi's guidance made obedience instinctual. Naruto pressed forward toward the southern anchor point, trusting his former sensei to provide the coverage he needed. Around them, the battle had intensified, Cullens and wolves engaging Madara's remaining forces while the unstable portal pulsed with increasing power. From her position at the western anchor point, Rosalie channeled dimensional energy through her crystalline form, creating a countervailing force against the portal's expansion. The golden light emanating from her transformed body formed a visible barrier, temporarily containing the wild energy spilling from the tear in reality. "The anchor points are responding," she called, her enhanced perception tracking the energy flows with unprecedented clarity. "But we need something to seal the portal completely once it's stabilized. Otherwise, it'll simply reform." Kakashi, having dispatched the wooden constructs with efficient precision, rejoined Naruto at the southern position. "She's right," he confirmed, Sharingan analyzing the dimensional mechanics with expert assessment. "We need a sealing technique powerful enough to permanently close the breach." The Ninetales chakra, Naruto realized, already drawing on Kurama's power as golden energy began surrounding his form. "If we use it as a binding agent, modified through the 4 symbols seal." Understanding flashed through Kakashi's expression. "Brilliant. The same technique that bound Kurama within you, adapted to seal a dimensional breach. I'll provide the framework, you supply the power." As they began the complex process of establishing the sealing technique, Edward's voice reached them from the eastern anchor point. "Something else is coming through. The portal's admitting another entity." All eyes turned to the dimensional tear, where energy patterns had begun coalescing into another distinct form. Unlike Kakashi's controlled entry, this manifestation appeared more chaotic, raw power forcing its way through the barrier between worlds. Bijou chakra, Naruto identified with growing alarm, recognizing the distinctive energy signature. "One of the tailed beasts is crossing over." The realization sent ripples of concern through the defenders. In Naruto's world, tailed beasts were forces of nature, chakra entities capable of devastating destruction when uncontrolled. If one fully materialized in this dimension. Before the manifestation could complete, however, an unexpected intervention occurred. From the forest edge, 3 cloaked figures moved with preternatural speed toward the destabilizing portal, the Vulturi observers, apparently abandoning their neutrality in face of existential threat. "The breach threatens all our kind," Marcus declared, his ancient voice carrying despite the chaos surrounding them. Vulturi authority extends to the preservation of vampire existence across all domains. Alongside him, his 2 companions revealed specialized equipment clearly designed for energy manipulation, artifacts of immense age and power drawn from the Vulturi's extensive collection of supernatural tools gathered across millennia. "Their devices are channeling the portal energy," Edward reported, his mind-reading abilities gleaning understanding from the ancient vampire's thoughts. "They're attempting to redirect the manifestation, prevent full materialization of whatever's coming through." The Vulturi intervention created an unexpected opportunity. While Madara found himself forced to counter this new development, Naruto and Kakashi completed their preparation for the sealing technique. "Now!" Kakashi commanded, his hands forming the final sequence of signs necessary for the framework. Simultaneously, all 4 anchor points were activated, Naruto, Kakashi, Rosalie, and Edward channeling their respective energies into the containment matrix. Golden light erupted from the southern position as Naruto released Kurama's chakra into the framework Kakashi had established, the Nine Tails power flowing like liquid sunlight along the pathways connecting the 4 cardinal points. "I need more power at the western node," Kakashi called, Sharingan tracking energy imbalances in their developing seal. "The portal's resistance is strongest there." Rosalie, recognizing the critical moment, pushed her transformation beyond previous limitations. The crystalline form she had maintained shattered outward, reforming into something more refined, pure energy given consciousness, dimensional power fully integrated with her vampire essence and newly developed chakra network. In this transcendent state, her capabilities expanded exponentially. The golden light surrounding her intensified to blinding radiance as she channeled power into the western anchor, matching and then exceeding the resistance offered by the destabilizing portal. "The seal is forming," Edward confirmed from the eastern position, his vampire senses detecting the changing energy patterns as the 4 symbols framework began enclosing the dimensional breach. At the portal's edge, the Vulturi observers continued their intervention, ancient artifacts glowing with eldritch power as they contained the partial manifestation of the tailed beast attempting to cross dimensions. Marcus's expression revealed genuine strain, evidence of how much power was required to hold back such an entity even temporarily. "We can't maintain this indefinitely," he warned, crimson eyes fixed on the swirling energy trapped between dimensions. "Complete your seal quickly, or we all face consequences beyond imagination." The urgency clear, Naruto drew deeper on Kurama's power, the fox responding with uncharacteristic generosity, recognizing the existential threat an uncontrolled dimensional breach represented to all realities. Together, Kit, the ancient entity rumbled within him. Full synchronization. With practiced harmony born of years working as partners rather than adversaries, Naruto and Kurama merged their consciousness, achieving the perfect integration that represented the pinnacle of Jinchuriki potential. Golden chakra erupted around him in the distinctive form of the Nine Tails chakra mode, 9 ethereal tails swirling behind him as he channeled unprecedented power into the sealing framework. Across the clearing, Madara recognized the threat this power represented to his plans. With a series of rapid hand signs, he activated his most devastating technique, Perfect Susanoo, the ultimate expression of Uchiha power. A massive spectral warrior formed around him, armored in chakra-infused energy capable of reshaping landscapes with a single blow. "I will not be denied," the ancient Uchiha declared, directing the gigantic construct toward the sealing operation. "The path between worlds will remain open." Before the perfect Susanoo could reach them, however, multiple opponents intercepted, Emmett and Jasper leading a combined force of Cullens and wolves in coordinated attack patterns designed to slow the massive construct's advance. "We'll hold him off," Jasper called, centuries of battle experience evident in his tactical deployment. "Complete the seal." With their allies providing crucial time, the sealing team redoubled their efforts. Naruto, in full Nine Tails chakra mode, became the focal point through which all energy flowed, Kakashi's technical expertise, Rosalie's dimensional power, Edward's precisely controlled contributions all channeling through him into the final binding configuration. "It's working," Kakashi confirmed, Sharingan tracking the progressive collapse of the portal's aperture as the seal constricted around it. The dimensional tear is responding to the binding parameters. Indeed, the jagged wound in reality had begun to contract, its edges pulling inward as the four-symbol seal established dominance over the chaotic energies. The partial manifestation of the tailed beast, still contained by the Vulturi's ancient artifacts, wavered as its connection to the source dimension weakened. In a final, desperate assault, Madara directed his perfect Susanoo to strike directly at Naruto, recognizing the Jinchuriki as the keystone of the entire sealing operation. The spectral warrior raised its massive sword, energy condensing along the blade in preparation for a devastating attack that would shatter the southern anchor point and all who defended it. "Naruto!" Kakashi shouted in warning, already moving to intercept despite knowing his individual power was insufficient against the perfect Susanoo. Before the sword could descend, however, a golden blur intercepted, Rosalie, in her transcendent energy state, positioning herself between Naruto and the approaching blade. The dimensional power she had integrated allowed her to manifest a defensive barrier unlike anything her vampire abilities alone could have produced, a shield of golden light that met the Susanoo's strike with equal force. The collision of powers created a shockwave that rippled outward across the burial grounds, temporarily disorienting all combatants. When vision cleared, Rosalie remained standing, her energy form slightly diminished but intact, the barrier having successfully diverted the Susanoo's attack. "Finish it," she called to Naruto, her harmonic voice strained but determined. "I'll hold him back." Drawing on the last reserves of his and Kurama's combined power, Naruto completed the sealing technique. Golden chakra surged through the four symbols framework, constricting around the dimensional tear with final, decisive force. The portal collapsed inward with the sound of thunder, dimensional energies folding back upon themselves as the breach between worlds sealed shut. The partial manifestation of the tailed beast dissolved, its connection to the source dimension severed before materialization could complete. With the portal's closure, Madara's perfect Susanoo faltered, its power diminished by the severing of connection to the dimensional energies that had enhanced it. Sensing defeat, the ancient Uchiha made a strategic decision, abandoning the direct confrontation in favor of immediate escape. "This is merely delayed, not prevented," he declared, Sharingan eyes fixing on Naruto with cold promise. "There are other convergence points, other methods to bridge dimensions." Before anyone could move to capture him, Madara activated his space-time technique, disappearing into a swirling vortex that collapsed behind him, retreating to regroup, to reconsider, to plan his next attempt. As the dimensional energies dissipated, silence fell across the burial grounds. The eclipse had reached totality during the final moments of the confrontation, the darkened sky now slowly beginning to lighten as the cosmic alignment passed its apex. Naruto, releasing his Nine-Tails chakra mode as the immediate danger faded, found himself suddenly exhausted, the combined strain of dimensional sealing and intense combat depleting his reserves beyond their usual limits. As his knees buckled, Kakashi was instantly beside him, supporting his former student with the same reliable presence that had guided Naruto since childhood. "Easy," the silver-haired shinobi advised, helping him to a seated position on the ground. "Dimensional sealing takes more out of you than conventional techniques. Give your system time to recover." Across the clearing, Rosalie's transcendent energy form gradually condensed, returning to the crystalline state and finally to her conventional vampire appearance, though the golden patterns beneath her skin remained brighter than before, permanently altered by the massive channeling of power she had performed. As the Cullens and wolves secured the area, evaluating casualties and containing any remaining hostile forces, the Vulturi observers approached Carlyle with regal composure despite the unprecedented nature of what they had just witnessed. "The Vulturi High Council will require comprehensive explanation of these events," Marcus informed him, ancient voice carrying neither accusation nor approval, merely statement of fact. "Dimensional breaches, energy entities, transformed vampires, all exceed established parameters for supernatural activity." Carlyle nodded with appropriate respect. "We will provide full accounting, Marcus." But perhaps we might agree that certain details, particularly regarding Rosalie's transformation, remain classified at the highest levels. The wider vampire world is not prepared for such knowledge. The ancient vampire studied him for a long moment, crimson eyes unreadable. Arrow will make that determination after direct consultation. Expect summons to Volterra within the month. His gaze shifted briefly to where Rosalie stood with Naruto and Kakashi. The girl has become something unprecedented. Such evolution cannot remain unexamined indefinitely. With that ambiguous warning delivered, the Vulturi representatives retreated into the forest, their observation mission complete though its consequences remained uncertain. As immediate dangers receded and recovery operations began, Naruto found himself facing the reality he had barely had time to process: Kakashi's presence, the tangible connection to the home dimension he had believed permanently lost to him. How? He began, struggling to articulate the complexity of his emotions. How is everyone? Sakura, Sai, the others? And the village? Kakashi's visible eye crinkled with his characteristic smile. They're well, Naruto. Konoha has been rebuilt stronger than before. Your friends never lost faith that you were alive somewhere, especially after Hinata sensed lingering traces of your chakra at the dimensional rupture point. The mention of his precious people, continuing their lives while never abandoning hope of his return, created a complex ache in Naruto's chest, joy at their well-being mingled with the pain of separation and missed years. Can we? He hesitated, the question momentous in its implications. Can we reopen a stable connection? A way back? That's why I'm here, Kakashi confirmed, his expression growing more serious. We've developed a controlled method for dimensional crossing, limited, precise, nothing like the chaotic breach Madara and his ally attempted to create. I came to find you, to offer you passage home. The simple statement, passage home, hung in the air between them, weighted with all it represented. Return to Konoha, to his friends, to the life and dreams he had built there. Restoration of connections he had mourned as severed, continuation of the path he had believed lost forever. Before Naruto could respond, Rosalie approached, the golden patterns beneath her skin pulsing with subtle rhythm as she moved to stand beside him. Her expression revealed nothing to those who didn't know her well, but Naruto could read the complex emotions behind her composed exterior: concern, uncertainty, and something deeper she wouldn't articulate in this public moment. Kakashi observed their proximity with the perceptiveness that had made him a legendary shinobi, his visible eye taking in the golden patterns adorning Rosalie's skin, the subtle ways she and Naruto oriented toward each other without conscious thought. I see some things have changed during your time here, the silver-haired shinobi noted mildly, though his observant gaze missed nothing of the connection evident between them. This is Rosalie Hail, Naruto introduced, his hand finding hers in a gesture that communicated more than words could express. Without her, the portal would have consumed both dimensions. Her transformation, her integration of dimensional energy, made the sealing possible. Kakashi bowed slightly in acknowledgement of her contribution. Konoha owes you a debt, Rosalie Hail. Dimensional stability affects all worlds, not just those immediately threatened by the breach. She inclined her head in response, vampire grace evident even in this simple gesture. I did what was necessary. We all did. As recovery operations continued around them, the three moved slightly apart from the main activity, finding a quieter space where the enormity of the situation could be addressed more privately. The passage home, Naruto began, the question impossible to avoid. How stable is it? How long will it remain viable? Kakashi understood the underlying question behind the technical inquiry. The technique requires significant resources to maintain. We can hold it open for approximately 72 hours from my arrival. After that, establishing another connection becomes exponentially more difficult, perhaps impossible with our current understanding of dimensional mechanics. 3 days. 3 days to decide between worlds, between lives, between connections that pulled him in opposite directions with equal validity. I need to return briefly regardless of your decision, Kakashi continued with characteristic directness. To report success in locating you, at minimum. But Naruto. His voice softened slightly. The choice of whether to stay here or return permanently is yours alone. No one in Konoha would judge you for the connections you've established in this dimension. The understanding in his former sensei's words, the permission to choose without guilt or obligation, loosened something tight in Naruto's chest. Still, the decision loomed with impossible weight. Return to the world where he had been born, where his dearest friends waited, where his dream of becoming Hokage might still be realized. Or remain in this dimension, with the soul-linked connection to Rosalie that had transformed both their existences in ways neither had anticipated. I need time, he acknowledged, the admission difficult for someone usually so decisive. To think, to consider what this means for everyone involved. 3 days isn't much, Kakashi observed with gentle irony. But it's what we have. I'll answer whatever questions might help your decision, about Konoha, about the dimensional passage, about anything you need to know. As they rejoined the main group, where Carlyle was coordinating treatment for those injured during the confrontation, Naruto found himself at the center of curious attention, the Cullens and wolves alike recognizing Kakashi as tangible evidence of the other world Naruto had described, proof that his extraordinary stories had been absolute truth. Introductions were made, explanations provided, immediate concerns addressed with the efficiency of experienced leaders accustomed to crisis management. Throughout these necessary interactions, Naruto remained acutely aware of the invisible countdown initiated by Kakashi's arrival, 72 hours to make a decision that would permanently shape the trajectory of his existence. The Cullen house was unusually quiet as dawn broke the day after the Eclipse confrontation. Those who had participated in the battle had returned to recover, to process, to begin integrating the extraordinary events into their understanding of an already complex supernatural world. In Carlyle's study, transformed temporarily into a situation room, the family patriarch conferred with Edward, Jasper, and Sam Yulie, leaders comparing observations, consolidating intelligence about remaining threats, establishing new protocols for the changed circumstances they now faced. Madara escaped, but with his primary resource depleted, Jasper summarized, military precision evident in his assessment. The dimensional energies he had accumulated were consumed in the failed portal attempt. He'll need time to rebuild his capabilities. The Orochimaru creature remains unaccounted for, Edward added grimly. Its agenda appears distinct from Madara's, more chaotic, less predictable. Alice's visions suggest it's gone to ground, but not permanently. Sam, representing the wolf pack's interests, leaned forward with characteristic intensity. My people need assurances. The burial grounds have been contaminated by these foreign energies. Our spiritual ceremonies, our connection to ancestors, all are affected by what happened there. Carlyle nodded in understanding. We'll provide whatever assistance we can in purification efforts. Perhaps Naruto or his former teacher might have techniques that could help restore the natural balance. In the living room, Alice and Esme coordinated with wolves and vampires alike on cleanup operations, erasing evidence of supernatural battle before human authorities could stumble upon unexplainable phenomena. The alliance forged in crisis continued through recovery, traditional boundaries temporarily set aside in service of collective security. Upstairs, Bella sat with Rosalie in what had once been the latter's room, an unexpected pairing given their historically strained relationship. The human girl's presence had been specifically requested, however, for reasons Rosalie was only now explaining. You're the only one who truly understands what it means to choose between worlds, the golden pattern vampire stated without preamble. Human and vampire. Before and after. Possible futures diverging based on a single decision. Bella nodded slowly, recognizing the parallel Rosalie was drawing. Because of Edward. Because I chose his world over the human one I was born into. Yes. Rosalie's golden eyes studied the younger woman with new appreciation for her perspective. The others try to understand, but they can't, not really. Carlyle chose this existence when his human life was ending. The others had no choice at all. But you chose with full knowledge, with alternatives still available. Understanding dawned in Bella's expression. You're worried about Naruto's decision. Whether he'll stay or return to his world. The directness of this assessment might once have triggered Rosalie's defensive sharpness. Now, tempered by recent experiences and her own transformation, she simply nodded in acknowledgement. The connection between us, this soul link, it doesn't diminish with distance, she explained, the golden patterns beneath her skin pulsing subtly with emotion she wouldn't otherwise express. Even if he returns to his dimension, we would remain connected across the barrier. But connection isn't the same as presence. It isn't a shared life. Have you told him how you feel? Bella asked with characteristic forthrightness. Clearly, I mean. Without the protective barriers you usually maintain. A faint smile touched Rosalie's lips at the gentle criticism. Not yet. It felt inappropriate while the crisis was unfolding. And now, with his mentor here, with the possibility of return so tangible. She trailed off, uncharacteristic uncertainty evident in her expression. You're afraid, Bella observed without judgment. That if you tell him the depth of your feelings, it might unfairly influence his decision. That he might stay for you rather than because it's truly what he wants. The assessment was so accurate that Rosalie could only nod in response. For someone who had lived nearly a century projecting absolute certainty, this vulnerability represented unprecedented territory, especially shared with the human girl she had once dismissed so completely. When I chose Edward, chose this world over my human one, I worried about the same thing, Bella continued thoughtfully. Whether I was choosing for myself or for him. Whether I would regret the paths not taken, the possibilities foreclosed. And did you find the answer? Bella considered this with surprising maturity. I realized the question itself was flawed. We never choose in isolation. Our decisions are always influenced by our connections, our loves, our sense of belonging. The important question isn't whether others influence our choice, but whether the choice aligns with our authentic self, who we are becoming, not just who we've been. The wisdom in this perspective, coming from someone Rosalie had long considered naive, created a moment of genuine connection between them, transcending their previous tensions. Thank you, Rosalie said simply, the words carrying more weight than their brevity suggested. Bella smiled in response. You know, I always thought if we ever had a real conversation, it would be me seeking your wisdom, not the other way around. A soft laugh escaped Rosalie, the sound surprisingly light given the gravity of their discussion. Life continually humbles us, doesn't it? Even immortal life. Especially immortal life, Bella corrected gently. You have forever to keep learning how little you know. As their conversation concluded, Rosalie found herself with renewed clarity about the path forward, not certainty about outcomes, but confidence in the authentic expression of her own truth, whatever Naruto might ultimately decide. In the forest clearing where Naruto had first encountered the Quilut wolves, a different kind of encounter was unfolding. Emmett had sought out Kakashi, finding the silver-haired shinobi observing local wildlife with the relaxed curiosity of a visitor cataloging differences between worlds. You're Naruto's teacher, the big vampire began without preamble, his normally boisterous personality subdued by the significance of their conversation. Former teacher, Kakashi corrected mildly. Though the relationship never truly ends, does it? We continue learning from each other long after formal roles dissolve. Emmett nodded in agreement, appreciating the philosophical observation despite his typically action-oriented approach to life. You've known him a long time, then. Know what matters to him, what he values. Since he was 12 years old, Kakashi confirmed, studying Emmett with quiet assessment. Through his most formative years, his greatest triumphs and deepest losses. Why do you ask? The directness of the question momentarily disarmed Emmett's carefully prepared approach. After a moment's consideration, he opted for complete honesty, his natural state before recent complications had necessitated more measured interactions. Because he's connected to someone I care about. Someone I've loved for nearly a century. The simple declaration carried the weight of decades shared, of a bond that transcended their current separation. And I need to understand if he's worthy of her. If he'll recognize what he'd be giving up if he chooses to return to your world instead of staying with her. Kakashi absorbed this with thoughtful attention, recognizing the courage it took for Emmett to advocate for Rosalie's happiness despite his own complex feelings about their changed relationship. Naruto Uzumaki, the shinobi, began after considering his response, has spent his entire life defying expectations and creating his own path where none seemed possible. As a child, he was shunned for containing a destructive force he never asked to carry. Rather than succumbing to bitterness, he transformed that burden into his greatest strength, not just in terms of power, but in his capacity for empathy, for connection, for seeing value in those others dismissed. Emmett listened with uncharacteristic stillness as Kakashi continued. When faced with seemingly impossible choices, Naruto consistently finds third options no one else imagined. When told he must sacrifice either friends or mission, he finds ways to honor both. When presented with enemies deserving destruction, he discovers paths to redemption no one thought possible. A smile creased Kakashi's mask. It's his most annoying and most admirable quality, this stubborn refusal to accept binary choices when the heart demands more creative solutions. You're saying he might find a way to maintain connections to both worlds, Emmett surmised, understanding the implication. Even though your dimensional passage will close after 3 days. I'm saying, Kakashi clarified, that predicting Naruto's decisions has been a fool's errand since he was 12 years old. Whatever he chooses, it will reflect not just what he wants, but what he believes creates the greatest good for those he cares about. It's simply who he is. The assessment, delivered with the authority of someone who had witnessed Naruto's development across crucial years, provided Emmett with perspective he hadn't anticipated, not certainty about outcomes, but confidence in the character of the man now connected to Rosalie through bonds that transcended conventional understanding. Thank you, the big vampire said simply. For telling me the truth about him. For not just saying what you thought I wanted to hear. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled with his characteristic hidden smile. Truth is rarely comfortable but always necessary between men who respect each other. And you've earned that respect, Emmett Cullen, by putting her happiness above your own pride. As they parted ways, Emmett found himself with unexpected clarity about the path forward, not freedom from the pain of loss, but confidence that whatever happened next would unfold as it should, with all parties acting from their authentic selves rather than fear or obligation. The cabin where Naruto and Rosalie had trained, where her transformation had fully manifested, now served as temporary accommodation for Naruto and his unexpected visitor from home. As evening approached on the second day since Kakashi's arrival, the two shinobi sat outside, conversation flowing between them as they caught up on 3 years of separation. Sakura's heading the medical corps now, Kakashi was explaining, filling in details of their friends' lives. Revolutionizing treatment protocols by integrating traditional methods with the cellular regeneration techniques she developed during the war. Sai and Ino married last spring, quite the celebration. Even Gaara smiled, though he claimed it was merely diplomatic courtesy. Each update created complex emotions for Naruto, joy at his precious people's happiness, regret at missing these milestones, gratitude that life had continued positively despite his absence. And Konoha itself? He asked, hungry for every detail of the village he had once been certain would be his lifelong home. Thriving, Kakashi assured him. The reconstruction after Pain's attack created opportunity for modernization, better infrastructure, expanded capacity. The alliance formed during the war has held, creating unprecedented cooperation between nations. Your influence remains evident in these developments, Naruto. The values you championed, connection over isolation, understanding over fear, they've become foundational principles in this new era. Pride mingled with wistfulness at this description. The future Naruto had fought for, had nearly died for on multiple occasions, had apparently manifested even without his direct presence, both validating his efforts and raising questions about whether his return was truly necessary for that positive trajectory to continue. They would welcome you home with open arms, Kakashi added, reading the unspoken question in his former student's expression. Not out of obligation or formality, but genuine joy. You are missed, Naruto. Deeply and personally missed by those who love you. The simple truth settled in Naruto's heart alongside the equally powerful truth of what he had discovered in this dimension, connection he hadn't sought but now valued beyond measure, purpose that had evolved beyond his original mission of returning home. And if I chose to stay here, he asked quietly, the question heavy with implication. What would that mean for Konoha, for everyone there? Kakashi considered this with characteristic thoroughness before responding. Grief, certainly. Disappointment that they wouldn't see you again. But also understanding, Naruto. Your friends, your precious people, they want your happiness above all. If that happiness now exists in this dimension. He shrugged lightly. They would eventually accept your choice, knowing it came from your authentic self rather than outside pressure. The permission to choose without guilt, to prioritize his own path without feeling he was abandoning those who had supported him throughout his life, created space for Naruto to consider possibilities more clearly, without the weight of perceived obligation distorting his perspective. Before he could respond, a new presence made itself known at the edge of the clearing, Rosalie, her golden-patterned skin catching the evening light as she approached with deliberate steps rather than vampire speed, giving them ample notice of her arrival. I can return later, she offered, recognizing the importance of their conversation. No, Naruto responded immediately, rising to welcome her. Please join us. Kakashi and I were just discussing possibilities. Understanding passed between them as she accepted the invitation, settling beside him with the natural proximity they had developed since their soul link had formed. The golden patterns beneath her skin pulsed subtly in response to his presence, visible evidence of a connection that transcended conventional relationships. Kakashi observed their interaction with quiet assessment, noting the unconscious synchronization of their movements, the way they oriented toward each other without conscious thought, classic signs of profound bonding that transcended cultural or dimensional differences. Rosalie Hail, the silver-haired shinobi addressed her directly. I've been curious about your transformation since witnessing your abilities during the confrontation. The integration of dimensional energy with your vampire physiology represents unprecedented adaptation, particularly impressive given the short timeframe involved. The scientific interest in his tone, reminiscent of her own analytical approach to new phenomena, created immediate rapport between them. The soul link catalyzed the process, she explained, her intelligence evident in the precision of her assessment. Creating pathways for energy integration that would normally require decades of gradual development. The dimensional energy itself appears semi-sentient, not fully conscious like Kurama, but with inherent organizational patterns that facilitated structured incorporation rather than chaotic disruption. Fascinating, Kakashi acknowledged. In our world, such rapid power development typically creates significant instability. Yet you maintained core identity throughout the transformation. Because of Naruto, she stated simply, golden eyes meeting blue in acknowledgement of his crucial role. His guidance during the integration process provided necessary anchoring. Without that connection, she left the alternative unspoken but clear, catastrophic outcome rather than successful adaptation. The conversation shifted to more technical aspects of dimensional energy, chakra networks, and the unique properties of vampire physiology that had made Rosalie's transformation possible. Throughout this exchange, Naruto observed with growing appreciation how quickly the two most analytical minds in his life had found common ground, Kakashi's shinobi expertise complementing Rosalie's scientific precision, creating unexpected harmony. As technical discussion gradually gave way to more personal exchange, Naruto found himself watching Rosalie with new perspective, seeing her through Kakashi's objective assessment rather than his own emotionally invested viewpoint. The strength that had initially attracted him remained evident, but now contextualized within the fuller understanding he had developed of her journey, from reluctant vampire to someone embracing transformation on her own terms, integrating new aspects of existence without losing her essential self. When Kakashi eventually excused himself to conduct perimeter checks, a transparent excuse to give them privacy, though neither called him on the polite fiction, Naruto and Rosalie found themselves alone for the first meaningful conversation since the Eclipse confrontation and Kakashi's arrival. You haven't decided yet, she observed, neither accusation nor pressure in her tone, simply acknowledgement of his ongoing deliberation. It's not a simple choice, he admitted, honesty the only appropriate response to her directness. Konoha was everything to me for so long, the place I fought to protect, the people who finally acknowledged my worth after years of loneliness. The dream of becoming Hokage, of leading that village toward a better future. It still calls to you, she completed the thought, understanding evident in her golden eyes. As it should. That dream shaped who you are, Naruto. It's not easily set aside, nor should it be. Her willingness to acknowledge the legitimate pull of his former life, to validate rather than diminish the importance of his connections there, reflected the emotional maturity that had drawn him to her despite their vastly different origins. But there's more now, he continued, needing to articulate the countervailing force in this impossible equation. Something I never expected to find, especially in a dimension not my own. The golden patterns beneath her skin brightened slightly at his words, responding to emotional currents even as her expression remained carefully composed. The soul link, she acknowledged. An unprecedented connection neither of us anticipated. Not just the soul link, Naruto corrected gently. Though that catalyzed everything that followed. It's who you are, Rosalie. Your strength, your determination to define yourself beyond the limitations others imposed. The way you've embraced transformation without losing your core self. He reached for her hand, the golden patterns beneath her skin brightening further where their fingers intertwined. In my world, I was acknowledged for my power, my determination, my ability to change others through sheer stubborn belief in their potential. Here, with you, I've found someone who sees beyond those surface qualities to the person underneath, who challenges me to grow in ways I never considered, who understands parts of me I didn't know needed understanding. The vulnerability in this admission, coming from someone whose confident exterior rarely revealed such depths, created a corresponding openness in Rosalie. I spent decades frozen, she replied softly. Not just physically as a vampire, but developmentally. Stuck in the anger and loss of my transformation, defining myself through what was taken rather than what remained possible. Until you arrived with your ridiculous orange jacket and whisker marks and absolute refusal to accept limitations as permanent. A smile touched her lips at the description, softening her perfect features into something more human despite the otherworldly golden patterns adorning her skin. You didn't try to fix me or save me. You simply saw me, the complete person, not just the beautiful exterior or cold defense mechanisms. And in being truly seen, I found myself capable of growth I believed impossible for our kind. The mutual recognition flowing between them, acknowledgement of how each had catalyzed essential development in the other, created a moment of profound connection transcending the mechanical aspects of soul link or shared battle experiences. Whatever you decide, Rosalie continued with characteristic directness, know that this connection between us has value beyond measurement. If you return to your dimension, that truth remains unchanged, regardless of physical separation or dimensional barriers. The generosity in this statement, her willingness to validate his choice even if it led away from her, exemplified the strength of character that had drawn him to her from the beginning. Not dependence or desperate clinging, but clear-eyed acknowledgement of profound connection alongside respect for autonomous choice. 3 days isn't much time for a decision of this magnitude, Naruto observed, the weight of choice evident in his voice despite his attempt at lightness. For beings like us, she replied with surprising gentleness, sometimes clarity comes in moments rather than extended deliberation. You'll know when the time arrives, Naruto. Your heart has always been your truest compass. As night deepened around them, they remained together in comfortable silence, each processing the immensity of what lay ahead, finding solace in shared presence while that presence remained possible. The third day since Kakashi's arrival dawned clear and bright, sunlight breaking through the persistent cloud cover that typically shrouded Forks. At the Cullen house, preparations were underway for a gathering requested by Naruto, all those who had fought alongside him during the Eclipse confrontation, invited to assemble that evening for what many suspected would be his decision announcement. In the forest clearing where dimensional energies still lingered from the portal's closing, Kakashi made final adjustments to the specialized equipment he had brought from Konoha, devices designed for controlled, limited dimensional crossing rather than the catastrophic breach Madara had attempted to create. The passage will be stable for approximately 12 hours, he explained to Naruto, who watched the preparations with outward calm despite the momentous implications. After that, the energy requirements become prohibitive, even with the specialized techniques we've developed. And on the other side? Naruto questioned, needing complete understanding of what awaited regardless of his decision. Who knows about this crossing? A small group only, Kakashi assured him. Tsunade, as former Hokage. Sakura and Shikamaru as team leaders for the research initiative. A few specialized sensory and technical ninja required for the operation. We've maintained strict information control. The fewer who know about dimensional crossing capabilities, the better for everyone involved. The wisdom in this approach was evident. Such knowledge, widely distributed, would create dangerous temptation for those seeking power or escape from consequences. Even in peacetime, the capacity to move between dimensions represented potentially destabilizing capability. As final calibrations continued, Naruto sensed a new presence approaching, not Rosalie or any of the Cullens, but a different familiar energy signature. Turning, he found Sam Yuli emerging from the forest, the Alpha's powerful frame moving with the controlled purpose that characterized his leadership style. Naruto, the Quilut leader, acknowledged with formal respect. Kakashi-san. The pack sends representatives to witness your departure, should that be your decision. Behind him appeared several other wolves in human form, Jacob, Embry, Quill, and Leah, each nodding in solemn greeting. Despite the historical tension between Quilut wolves and outside entities, the Eclipse confrontation had created unexpected bonds of respect between these natural protectors and the dimensional visitors who had helped prevent catastrophe. We also bring this, Sam continued, gesturing to Jacob, who stepped forward bearing an intricately carved wooden token suspended on a leather cord. Created by our tribal elders, blessed in ancient ceremony. It carries the spiritual essence of our lands, a reminder of your time here, regardless of where your path leads next. The gesture, unexpected from those who had initially viewed Naruto with suspicion, carried significance beyond the physical item. It represented acknowledgement of shared purpose transcending cultural or dimensional differences, recognition of contribution to protecting the lands the Quilut had guarded for countless generations. Thank you, Naruto said simply, accepting the token with genuine appreciation. Your territories will remain secure. Madara's defeat during the Eclipse confrontation has severely depleted his resources. The Orochimaru creature has gone to ground. Neither represents immediate threat, though continued vigilance would be wise. Sam nodded in understanding, alpha to alpha despite their different origins and forms. The Cullen Treaty has been expanded to include recognition of dimensional visitors as potential allies rather than automatic threats. Should others from your world arrive in future, they will be evaluated by their actions rather than origin. This policy revision, significant given the Quilut's traditionally conservative approach to supernatural entities, reflected how profoundly the Eclipse confrontation had shifted established paradigms throughout the region. As the wolf representatives departed after formal farewells, Kakashi observed with quiet assessment. You've made meaningful connections here. Not just with the vampires, but across traditional boundaries. The dimensions aren't so different in some ways, Naruto replied thoughtfully. People protecting what matters to them, communities establishing boundaries while finding ways to coexist with those different from themselves. The specific forms change, but the underlying patterns remain recognizable. This philosophical observation, evidence of maturity beyond what Kakashi had witnessed in his former student before dimensional separation, created a moment of shared understanding between them. Whatever Naruto decided, he had clearly grown during his time in this world, integrating new perspectives while maintaining his essential character. As evening approached, final preparations for both potential outcomes continued, Kakashi completing the dimensional passage setup while at the Cullen house, Alice orchestrated a gathering whose purpose remained officially unstated but understood by all involved. Twilight painted the Olympic Peninsula in shades of purple and gold as figures gathered at the Cullen house, vampires, wolves, dimensional visitors united by shared experience during the Eclipse confrontation. The spacious living room, transformed for the occasion with Esme's characteristic attention to detail, hummed with subdued conversation as various groups integrated more comfortably than anyone might have predicted mere weeks earlier. Sam and Carlyle conversed quietly near the fireplace, Alpha and Coven leader finding common ground in their shared responsibility for their respective communities' well-being. Jasper and Jacob compared battle observations from the Eclipse confrontation, tactical minds bridging cultural differences through shared military perspective. Even Edward and Leah, typically the most reserved members of their respective groups, had found mutually interesting topics in the technical aspects of sensory capabilities across different supernatural types. When Naruto and Kakashi arrived, accompanied by Rosalie who had joined them at the cabin earlier, conversation momentarily paused, acknowledgement of the decision moment that had drawn them all together. Moving to the center of the gathering, Naruto surveyed the assembled faces, some he had known for only weeks, others representing connections that transcended dimensions and time. The weight of choice settled around him, not as burden but as opportunity to honor all these connections had meant. "Thank you for coming," he began, voice steady despite the magnitude of what he would share. "Especially those who initially had every reason to view me with suspicion." His glance toward Sam and the Wolf representatives carried acknowledgement of their evolving perspective. "What we faced together during the eclipse created bonds that transcend our different origins. Whatever happens next, those connections remain valuable beyond measure." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, vampire and wolf alike recognizing the truth in his statement. "Kakashi's arrival 3 days ago presented a choice I never expected to face," Naruto continued, addressing directly what everyone understood as the purpose of this gathering. "Return to the dimension where I was born, where precious people have continued believing in my eventual return. Or remain in this world, where new connections have formed, where purpose has evolved beyond what I initially imagined possible." His gaze moved across the assembled faces, Cullens who had welcomed him despite initial wariness, wolves who had moved from suspicion to respect, and finally to Rosalie, whose golden patterned features revealed nothing of her thoughts to casual observers though Naruto could read the complex emotions beneath her composed exterior. "In my world," he continued, "I built my life around a simple truth, that connections between people transcend all other considerations. That bonds of understanding, once formed, create strength beyond what any individual could achieve alone. That lesson guided me through my most difficult challenges, shaped the shinobi and person I became." Kakashi nodded slightly in acknowledgement of this core principle, one he had watched his former student develop and refine through years of growth and challenge. "What I've discovered in this dimension," Naruto stated, his voice gaining conviction, "is that those same principles transcend not just individual differences but dimensional boundaries. The connections formed here, with the Cullens, with the wolf pack, and especially." His gaze settled on Rosalie, the depth of their bond evident even without explicit declaration. "These connections hold value equal to those in my home dimension. Different in form, perhaps, but not in fundamental importance." The gathering remained silent, respecting the gravity of what he was sharing, not just announcement of decision but articulation of the principles guiding that choice. Faced with these equally valid connections pulling in opposite directions, I found myself at an apparent impasse, Naruto acknowledged. "Return home, maintaining bonds formed across a lifetime but severing newer connections still evolving. Or remain here, honoring what has developed during these past weeks while accepting permanent separation from those who helped shape who I am." He paused, blue eyes meeting Kakashi's with shared understanding before continuing. "But throughout my life, I've consistently rejected binary choices when presented as absolute. When told I must sacrifice either comrades or mission, I found ways to honor both. When faced with enemies deserving destruction, I discovered paths to redemption others thought impossible." A smile touched his features. "It's apparently my most annoying and most admirable quality, this stubborn refusal to accept limitations others consider absolute." Soft laughter rippled through the gathering at this self-assessment, tension easing slightly as recognition dawned that perhaps the choice wasn't as absolute as initially presented. "The dimensional passage Kakashi established permits controlled crossing between our worlds," Naruto explained, turning to include all present in this technical information. "Limited, precise, nothing like the chaotic breach Madara attempted to create. Currently configured for one-time transit before closing permanently. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Kakashi before continuing. However, our combined analysis of the technology suggests modification possibilities. With Rosalie's unique integration of dimensional energy, my connection to both worlds through the Soul Link, and Kakashi's technical expertise, we believe periodic reconnection might be possible, limited windows allowing transit between dimensions at carefully calculated intervals. The implications of this possibility created a ripple of reaction through the gathering: surprise, speculation, cautious hope from those who had anticipated permanent separation regardless of Naruto's choice. The technical challenges are substantial, Kakashi added, providing scientific perspective to complement Naruto's more emotional framing. But not insurmountable given the unique resources available between our dimensions. The soul link between Naruto and Rosalie provides a natural resonance pattern we can potentially leverage for targeting across dimensional barriers. In practical terms, Naruto concluded, bringing focus back to the immediate decision, I will return with Kakashi to Konoha, temporarily. To reconnect with precious people there, to contribute the knowledge gained here toward developing stable crossing technology, to establish frameworks for ongoing connection rather than permanent separation. His gaze returned to Rosalie, whose golden patterns had brightened subtly at this declaration, responding to the emotional current flowing between them despite her outwardly composed features. And then I will return here, he stated with quiet certainty. To continue building what we've started together. To face whatever challenges emerge in this dimension alongside those who have become precious to me here. Not abandoning connections in either world, but finding ways to honor both through creativity rather than binary choice. The tension that had underscored the gathering dissolved into tangible relief, not just from the Cullens who had come to value Naruto's presence among them, but from Rosalie herself, whose carefully maintained composure softened into something more vulnerable, more authentically emotional than most had ever witnessed from her. As formal announcement gave way to conversation, questions, technical discussions about the proposed dimensional crossing modifications, Naruto found himself approached by various members of both vampire and wolf communities, each offering perspectives, well wishes, practical suggestions for his temporary return to Konoha and eventual reunion with this dimension. Eventually, he found a moment alone with Rosalie, the two of them stepping onto the Cullen's back porch where privacy was at least nominally possible despite supernatural hearing throughout the gathering. You found a third option, she observed, golden eyes meeting his with appreciation for what his solution represented. Exactly as Kakashi predicted you would. You knew. A smile touched her lips, genuine, unguarded in ways reserved for increasingly rare occasions. Kakashi might have mentioned your lifelong habit of rejecting binary choices. It gave me hope when I was trying not to hope, preparing myself for either permanent separation or asking you to abandon your home dimension entirely. The golden patterns beneath her skin pulsed with subtle rhythm as she continued. I would have accepted either decision, Naruto. Your happiness matters more than my preference. But this solution, honoring connections in both dimensions rather than forcing impossible choice between them, it reflects who you truly are. The person I've come to. She hesitated briefly before completing the thought. The person I've come to love. The simple declaration, from someone who guarded her emotional vulnerability with legendary precision, carried weight beyond more elaborate expressions might have achieved. In its directness, its honest acknowledgement without performative display, it exemplified the authentic connection that had developed between them despite vastly different origins and circumstances. I'm still learning what that means, she continued with characteristic honesty. Love for a vampire is different than human love, more fixed, more absolute in some ways. The soul link adds dimensions neither of us fully understands yet. But whatever form it takes, whatever continues developing between us, I'm choosing it with open eyes and complete acceptance of what it means. Naruto stepped closer, his hand finding hers with natural ease, the golden patterns brightening where their skin connected. In my world, we have a concept called red thread of fate, invisible connection that binds those destined to find each other regardless of time, distance, or circumstance. I never fully believed in such predestination until experiencing this connection between us, something that transcends logical explanation or conventional development. Soul Link, she acknowledged, her fingers tightening around his. But more than that too. Choice alongside destiny. Conscious decision to explore what this connection might become, not just passive acceptance of predetermined path. This balanced perspective, honoring the profound nature of their bond while maintaining agency within it, reflected the maturity that had drawn them together despite initial wariness. Not blind romantic fantasy but clear-eyed recognition of genuine connection, with all its complexity and potential. The separation will be temporary, he assured her, blue eyes meeting golden with absolute conviction. Whatever technical challenges emerge, we'll overcome them together, just as we did during the Eclipse confrontation. I know, she replied with equal certainty. Some connections transcend dimensional barriers. Ours simply happens to be more literal than most. As twilight deepened around the Cullen house, the gathering continued inside, supernatural beings from different origins finding unexpected common ground through shared experience and purpose. In this momentary harmony between traditionally opposed groups, Naruto recognized something familiar from his own world, the tentative peace he and others had fought to establish across shinobi nations, the possibility of connection transcending historical divisions. Different dimensions, different forms, but similar underlying patterns, communities learning to value shared purpose above superficial differences, individuals discovering strength through connection rather than isolation. Whatever challenges awaited in either dimension, this fundamental truth remained constant, a principle that had guided Naruto's path from isolated child to respected shinobi, from dimensional castaway to bridge between worlds. The connections formed between people represented the truest source of strength, the most reliable path toward meaningful existence regardless of supernatural form or dimensional origin. As he rejoined the gathering alongside Rosalie, her golden-patterned hand clasped in his, Naruto carried this certainty forward, not as abstract philosophy but lived experience across dimensions, across lifetimes, across forms of existence never meant to interact yet finding profound harmony when they did. Some boundaries existed to be respected. Others existed to be transcended when the heart recognized connection more valuable than conventional limitation. The wisdom lay in knowing which was which, a discernment Naruto had been developing since childhood, now applied across dimensional boundaries with the same stubborn determination that had defined his existence from the beginning. Not choosing between worlds, but finding ways to honor connections in both. Not accepting limitations as absolute, but creating new possibilities where others saw only insurmountable barriers. In that persistent refusal to accept binary choices when the heart demanded more creative solutions lay Naruto's truest strength, and the foundation for whatever remarkable future awaited across dimensions, across time, across the boundaries between worlds never meant to touch yet finding profound harmony when they did. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.